A wonderful town. Sing, sing. Oh, hi, everybody.
Didn't see you there. Oh.
I got
Yep. Rust Dog gets a belt on a Friday. Congratulations, Rust Dog. Nice job. James and I were sitting out there chit-chatting in the kitchen like we usually do before the show, and then we looked up. We had done nothing to prepare the studio to do a show, and we were like, oh, we have 2 minutes before we have to go live. So we raced in here. We're a little bit behind today, but good morning, everybody. What's up, Leezy? What's up, Warren? We are up in here. David's here. Oh, Michigan's here already? Come on.
We're radio professionals, Kyle. We don't need a bunch of prep time. I don't know who you're talking about.
Good morning.
Well, literally, physically to set things up, we do. But yeah, Mrs. Mac, happy Friday indeed. What's up, Scooter? We do sports. Sports talk. All right. What's up, Kyron? What's up, bro?
Good morning, Scooter.
Lance is here. Johnny G is in here.
Hello, friends.
Will is here. Hi, everyone. Oh, Casey Tucker. Hi, sorry. Chris Zabo. Hi, everyone. Did I miss anyone? I think we're good so far. Hey. Hey, what's up, Katrina / Tasha / Dawn? Nobody has more names than Katrina / Tasha / Dawn. DAWN. Yep. Hi, Tyler. Good morning. I slept in until 6 a.m. today.
Oh.
Not to brag. It's actually more, my alarm usually goes off at 5:15. I have a second one that goes off at 5:30, and then I go to bed. Today, I set my alarm for 5:30, and then when 5:30 came, I was like, I'm just going to set my other alarm for 6 real quick. And so I did that, and then I laid there awake, having anxiety about missing my alarm. I didn't actually go back to sleep. What's up, Mark? Happy Friday, everybody. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're hanging out with you till noon. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we'll hand it off to D'Lo and Casey, and they will take you into the weekend up to 4 o'clock right here on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento Sports Leader. Everybody listening on 1320 AM and 98.5 FM HD2. Salute. Good morning. We appreciate you. If you're not listening on the radio anymore, that's okay. We're still available on the free Odyssey app. You download that, search ESPN 1320, favorite that station while you're there. And that way, when you open the free Odyssey app, we are right there for you. Of course, YouTube and Twitch. Good morning, everybody. YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. Come hang out in the chatty house there. Good morning, everybody in the chatty house. And of course, the James Ham and Kyle Madson show. It's the podcast version of this show. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Joe does a great job uploading every hour. And of course, the whole show, so you can catch up on anything you might have missed. And if you are a podcast listener, hello. Hope the future is going well. I think that covered all our bases, right? Did I miss anything?
I think so.
Not good. 10:45 a.m. Your future AL Rookie of the Year, Jacob Wilson, a shortstop, will be joining us to chat about. Well, all right, studio audience, relax. To chat. Thank you. To chat about his scorching hot start to this season. I can't wait to talk with the A's standout shortstop. All right, before we get into basketball last night, and specifically, it wouldn't be a Warriors playoff series until Draymond Green does something. I think that's the thing. People go, series doesn't start till the road team wins a game. Like, well, no, series starts game 1. Series doesn't actually start until Draymond Green does some
Green stuff.
Some Draymond stuff. And we'll dive into that. Because I do think there's a kind of nuanced discussion to be had that's more than just yelling about Draymond Green. So we're going to try and do that. But first, I'd never really felt anything toward Bill Belichick. I know he's a great coach.
Okay.
I never hated Bill Belichick. I never was super pro. I was never rooting for him because like, oh, Belichick, he was just a guy who was just kind of omnipresent in my entire football watching life. Because realistically, the 2000 Patriots were from the early 2000s, 2001 was when I first started watching football. And so Bill Belichick and Tom Brady were just kind of there forever. And we've reached a point now with his going to UNC and all of this stuff with his girlfriend and the interview where she's interjecting to say that they're not going to talk about their relationship. And now reporting from the Pablo Torre Finds Out podcast that Bill Belichick's girlfriend has been banned from all UNC football facilities. And then we have UNC coming out and saying that's not true. She's welcome at all the facilities. I hate that Bill Belichick is going out sad like this.
It's weird, man.
It is. That's it. That's a perfect word. It's weird.
I hate when things get weird. Like, again, you say, like I'm not ambivalent about Bill Belichick. I think he's a great NFL head coach, right? He is the equivalent of, or really close to it, Greg Popovich in the NBA. Like these two guys at the same time have done things that, very few coaches, if any, have ever done. Just absolutely remarkable coaches. And I don't care that he wears hoodies. I don't care, cut off sleeve hoodies. I don't care about any of that stuff. I just think he's a wonderful football coach who, basically steered a dynasty.
Yes.
For 2 decades.
And was a genius. Like, is the foremost defensive mind. Completely, that his hallmark, his calling card was, man, I'm going to tear down my defense every week and rebuild it to best match the opponent.
Yeah.
It's not going to be, there's no scheme here. It's going to look different every single week. We're going to shut down the Sean McVay offense, and the wonderkind Sean McVay is going to have no idea what to do against me in the Super Bowl. And that's Bill Belichick, right? This doesn't sully his accomplishments at all.
No.
Let me be clear. And I'm even going to keep his girlfriend's age out of it. The fact that Bill Belichick, this once kind of lionized figure, who part of the mystique was that, man, he's not around in the media. He's not out there like that. And when he is like prominently in the media, he's doing the NFL top 100 and he's showing off his NFL history knowledge and just having these really in-depth conversations about the brilliance of Ed Reed and all this other stuff. And now it's become, the weird final years of Bill Belichick where, because down the road in 15 years, 20 years, we're going to go, yeah, remember Belichick? He was the coach at UNC and he had the weird girlfriend and she kept doing, like, that's the first thing that's going to come up when we talk about Bill Belichick, I think. And that's really, really deeply sad to me. I really hate this for him.
Yeah, I do too. Like, look, I mean,
and he's doing it, he's doing it to himself. I don't think anybody's forcing him to do this.
No,
to be clear.
I agree. He's allowing this to happen to him to sort of mar his legacy. And I know, like, even the reporting, there's concerns from his family and everything. Like, there are a lot of concerns about what's happening here.
Yeah.
And it's just overall just like weird and awkward. And like, you hope that he kind of snaps out of it and figures out like what's really going on. And he's given a lot of power to somebody else. Like, that power dynamic of this is weird, where she like controls the schedule and all this stuff. But like, I don't understand why someone has to be, what does she do that makes her like banned from the building? Like, why do people not want her there at all? And that always makes you just kind of, it's like she's like very, very much so sullying the reputation of, or this relationship is sullying the reputation of a phenomenal football coach.
Yeah, man. He's known for being so buttoned up, the Patriot way. And I get it's college, it's going to be a little bit different, but the Patriot way, and they don't let anything outside the building. And it's just all this air of control that Bill Belichick always seemed to have. It's just gone. First, he couldn't get an NFL head coaching job. And then he finally gets this job with UNC, but he gave them like this 500-page document about how everything's going to have to run. And then they're waffling on whether they're going to hire him or whether they're going to not. And now they are. And now he's got this girlfriend, and the girlfriend's interrupting interviews. And now she apparently can't go on campus. Oh, but it turns out she can. It's just unbecoming of a person who, in my mind, was so far above all this.
Yeah.
And I really hope that this is just a weird offseason thing where people need something to focus on. And I hope he has all the success at UNC and this fades into the background and he becomes this legendary college coach. That'd be great for him.
Yep. I'm with you 100%.
But man, right now, I can't believe that Bill Belichick is in the news for the reasons he's been in the news.
Like an icky story.
Yeah, just
like,
hate it for him.
Yeah.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. That is the Elk Grove Kia talk on it. Of course, you can hit us up in the chatty house. We're always yakking there as well. Before we get to the NBA playoffs, we got a birthday here in Sacramento.
We do.
A big shout out to Doug Christie, Sacramento Kings head coach. Yeah, go ahead, audience. Go ahead and applaud that.
And it's a big birthday. It's number 55.
Wow, 55 for Doug Christie. That's so crazy.
Yeah.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, it's funny, like being around him for a long time, where our birthdays are actually really close.
Right.
So we've always like joked around about it. So I texted him this morning and just, I think when you get elevated to a head coaching position and all that stuff, I think there's so much mystique and like you've got to be different. But I still think that it's nice to get a text on your birthday saying happy birthday, because like his world is just upside down right now. He's totally spun out.
He's just grinding tape.
He's just
phone rings,
trying to figure out exactly who he's going to hire as an assistant coach. Like all of these rumors floating around everywhere, all this chaos and everything. He's got to build a staff. He's got draft prospects coming in, and Jackie's got her TV show. Like there's so much going on, and it's like, oh man, it's my birthday. Oh, all right.
Ding.
Yeah.
Wow. Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks.
It's always nice getting the happy birthday. I love on Facebook for a long time. I've told the story before on air, so I'll do the short version. I had my birthday blocked on Facebook. Just because it's never been that big of a thing. Like I had birthday parties and stuff growing up, but not a huge thing for me. Like I'll just go to dinner. Like that's all. I don't need anything crazy. But I was living in Arizona and was out at dinner, ordered a drink, got ID'd on my birthday, and we were just hanging out. It wasn't, and waiter goes, "Oh, happy birthday," and I got lambasted by my group of friends.
Oh, I forgot you did tell this story.
Yes, yeah, they were so mad at me because I didn't tell them it was my birthday. So I put my birthday back up on Facebook. It's so funny. Just the people I haven't talked to in 15 years, who I met at like a party in college and we became Facebook friends, and then I never saw them again. Like, hey, happy birthday. Hope everything's going well.
Kyle, try getting to like my age where all the people from high school that you literally haven't seen in like 30 years, you're like, they start hitting you like, hey, happy birthday. It's like, wow, random. Like, yo, what's up? I forgot we were even Facebook friends.
Right. Like, we haven't talked in forever. Yeah, on purpose. Like, yeah, I know. But no, I appreciate it so much when people do that. If it's a text, if somebody is taking time out of their day on Facebook, they go on Facebook, they see that, oh, Kyle Madson has a birthday today, they type it out. That's so wonderful. That's so kind that anybody would do that. Like, whether we knew each other for 30 seconds or 30 years, like that's dope. Getting a text message is crazy. When someone texts me on my birthday, I'm like, do you know how much it means to me that you care about this day so much? You care about me so much that you're going to fire off, even at just like, happy birthday, exclamation point. It's just like, that means the world to me. And so I can imagine that Doug Christie today, because I don't have anything going on. He has a lot going on. I imagine that means a lot. To get a little text from the homie like, hey, HBD.
I hope that,
I hope it does anyway.
I hope he gets that from a bunch of people, and it just like, it's a little bit of a reality check. Like, like get
World
back to basics.
Exists. Yeah.
The world does still exist, and you've got to figure out how to mine not just like what's happening in the Kings facility, but also life in general.
Yeah.
And it's a big one. That's a big one.
We have a bunch of stuff to get to here. That's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil is our producer. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is the Insiders. I have a bunch of stuff from the Warriors Timberwolves game. I want to put a pin in the Draymond Green aspect of the conversation because I think it's going to go a little bit longer than we have. But as I was watching that game last night, and the Timberwolves won going away, 117-93 was the final. But you went into the game. Hi, Spencer. You went into the game. Yeah, jump in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and get shout outs. So going into the game, you had said last night you didn't think that the Timberwolves were capable of beating even the Steph Curry-less Warriors by like 40.
Yeah.
And then the game starts and they go out to a 13-0 run to start the game. And they were up 20 plus in the second quarter. And you were just like, oh, I
text you.
Yeah, you were like, man, I might have been wrong.
No, I said I think the Timberwolves are trying to prove me wrong. They listened to the show and are trying to prove me wrong.
That's it. That's right. We know they're locked in. Chris Finch, big listener. And we were the bulletin board material. And I was like, well, this doesn't count. Like beating this is not, they might pitch a shutout tonight.
Yeah.
I don't know how the Warriors are going to score. As that game progressed, they proved you more and more correct. And I've been on the Timberwolves bandwagon since Julius Randle came back and started playing really well. I've been like, hey, that's a dangerous team. That's a dangerous team. That's a dangerous team. Watching them, and they won by 24. But watching them have to scratch and claw to fend off Buddy Hield and like Jonathan Kuminga and sort of Draymond Green and a little bit of Jimmy Butler, it made it really clear to me that you're right. They don't have that double birds FU like, oh, you're down. Hey, watch how many we're going to win by energy. The Warriors cut the lead to 7 in the third quarter.
Yeah.
They let them climb back into the game, and it was not, again, they blew them out to be totally certain. But that wasn't a 24-point victory that made me go, oh, the Warriors aren't winning another game in this series. I very much think Golden State could get one of the next 2 games. One of the next 2 games.
I think it's interesting if you look at the playoffs. There are a couple of teams. Like I think Denver can drop a 40 on you. Clearly, OKC
agreed.
just showed that they can do it.
Yep.
I think Boston can do it. I don't think the
Boston's
Knicks
beat the Warriors by 50 multiple times.
I don't think the Knicks can. I don't think the Knicks are that team because they're not deep enough.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Because in order to blow someone out like that, you have to actually have, a couple of guys off the bench go for a combined 30, right?
Right.
And then on top of that, like I think the Pacers can do that. I don't know that the Cavs can, or at least say they have to prove that they can.
The Cavs, I think, also beat the Warriors by 50 this year, so I've watched them do it.
Yeah.
But I don't know that they can beat the Pacers by 40.
No.
I don't know if they can beat the Pacers at all.
Yeah, we're going to see. We're going to see.
But yeah, as I was watching that last night, I'm like, man, they just look like, okay, everything was all good in the beginning. And then it was like the Warriors punched back and Minnesota didn't have a real response. Like they won by 24 just because they were more talented.
Yeah.
But they never just put that game in a chokehold and were like, nope, you're done. Up until there was 6 minutes left in the fourth where it was like, oh, all right, fine. All right, game's over. It should not have lasted that long. That should have been a starters are out early fourth quarter type of game.
Yeah, it just, to me, it's that they're not serious yet.
Yeah, it's just they're
not there.
And I think that might have to do with Anthony Edwards. And we'll get to that. But we got to talk about Draymond Green as well because series officially started. Draymond Green hit somebody in the face. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about some of his post-game comments too, because I think it makes this conversation a little more nuanced. So we're going to try and do that. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is The Insiders, and we're hanging out with you till noon right here on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento Sports Leader. Last night was the perfect Jonathan Kuminga experience game. It just encapsulated everything that's frustrating about him as a player. He looked so good offensively, but that's it. It's not, he looks so good offensively because, wow, look at the playmaking. Look at that. It's like, nah, he just dribbles in. And sometimes he's going to hit the midi, and sometimes he's not.
Mm-hmm.
Me and Drew were talking about this last night a little bit. It just kind of like, cool, man. He was started 7 for 7, hit a big 3, like, or maybe was it Kuminga's 3 that cut it to 7? I think it was Buddy's. But anyways, doesn't matter. Hit a big 3, like, oh man, okay, look at this. It's like, all right, he can score. Like, yeah, we know that. We got that down. We know he can put the ball in the hoop. Can he be an impactful defensive player? Can he grab some rebounds? Can he make some hustle plays? And he just doesn't.
Yeah.
It's
Marvin Bagley-esque.
Ooh, that's kind of interesting.
I mean, like, people forget Marvin Bagley, the first 3 years of his career, averaged 14 and 7. That's not a horrible NBA player. It's just not a top 2 pick, especially when Luka's number 3 and Trey's number 4. Jaren Jackson's number 5. I didn't look at the box from last night's Warriors game at the end. Boy, Moody just disappearing.
He is, man. I never got the sense that, oh, I see, the Wolves basically took over. Yeah, a little bit.
I'm feeling way better, Russ. I just have little hang-ups in my voice. That's all.
When did they cut it to 7? When was that? 7. There it is. About halfway through the third. But that's just it. Is like they got it to 20, but then it was like what we're talking about is they don't just have that like I said, that FU. Like they got it to 20, but then it was like back to 17, up to 19. Okay, got it to 6. It was, again, it wasn't like Golden State was in danger of winning the game, but it was, man, they're a couple of threes and a couple of stops away from this getting super interesting. And that was the case up until like where was it? Oh yeah, this was the stretch. So this 15-point game. Buddy Hield hit a 3 to make it 15 with 5 minutes left. But then Julius Randle scores, Buddy Hield missed 3, Ant scores, Butler missed 3, Randle scores. It was like, all right, it's done.
That's a great point.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, let's talk about Draymond Green.
Do we have to?
Yeah, like a little bit. I also want to say, just in case this got misrepresented, because I worry that it did. The thing we were talking about with the Timberwolves is not that they were in danger of losing that game last night.
No.
It got to 7 midway-ish through the third quarter. By the end of the third, they had gotten it back to 20. But it was, they didn't really put Golden State away.
Yep.
Like they were holding them at arm's length. But until like 4 minutes left in the fourth, it was, man, Golden State's a couple of threes and a couple of stops away from this getting very, very interesting. And it's, again, it was a really resounding win for Minnesota, but it wasn't what we saw with Oklahoma City the other night against Denver. That like, no, we're going to score 90 points in the first half and you're going to have no shot. Like Golden State had a shot in that game, quote unquote, until, and we'll call it midway through the fourth.
I think this is how I would describe it. Okay, so you've been to a kid's birthday party where they have a piñata.
Yes.
Yes, right?
Mhm.
So you get the kid out there that like he just barely whacks the piñata. Like he's not doing any damage even though he makes content.
Right. Kid's just trash.
Then you get the next kid, and that kid, he does a little damage, but he's erratic and clearly he's never swung a baseball bat before.
Right. Like might almost hit a parent.
Yeah. Then you get the one kid out there, and the kid before him, he probably could have knocked a leg off and spilled some of the candy out.
Yeah.
But then you get the next kid out there, and he just goes to work, and everybody's like, holy cow, not only is he going to like explode the piñata, but he's probably going to hit some other kid. That's what we're talking about. That next gear that some people have.
What a wild ass analogy.
That others don't. And like, I think the Timberwolves are the guy, they're the team that can knock a leg off, and like they can knock some of the candy out, and you're like, oh yay, and like everyone hold up, dive on the candy, hold the bat, and now, but then you get that other kid, and like everybody in the room's like, oh, this is violent, this is happening. That's what we're talking about, that killer instinct that just makes like that's, they don't have it. They, like, as of right now, they don't, and I don't know if they're ever gonna have it. It's possible it's part of the, like, just a blend of players, or
kind of their DNA.
Or it might be that Anthony Edwards just isn't that guy, because you can be great and not still have that.
Yeah, there's and maybe I'm way over judging off of one game. Ant did bust up his ankle pretty bad.
Yeah.
And he finished with 20.
And he's gone for 40 multiple times. And
yeah. It's just, is he going to be that guy? And it may not matter. Like, this isn't just, it's not that the Timberwolves are bad or something. It's just, I think this means they are more susceptible to getting punched in the mouth early and being like, all right, well, we just,
yeah, it's not our night.
Yeah. Or letting a team that has no business climb back into a game.
Well, I mean, and that's kind of been the trait of the Warriors all season long. How many times did they blow these gigantic leads?
All of the time.
That's why you didn't have any faith that they were going to be a big time, like, they are not competing for the NBA championship this year. If they do somehow, and I'm wrong, I will fully admit it. I'll be like, hey, look at that. They're in the NBA finals. It's game 6 and they're still in it. Okay.
I've been hesitant. Let me just say on this is a little bit separate from the discussion we're having, but let me just say on this, I've been really hesitant with ranking Steph Curry all time because of my bias toward him. I love Steph. So I try not to, but D'Lo and Casey and Jesse, the show after us, they're like, oh, he's top 10. Like, he's a top 10 guy. I'm like,
player of all time.
Yeah. And it's like, oh man, that's tough. If they win it this year, it's not even a question anymore for me. Like, that's the level of, it would be a massive upset if they wind up winning this series and then wind up winning the Western Conference Finals against either Denver or OKC, and then beating whoever in the final. It would be 3 insane upsets.
It would be an upset if they beat Minnesota. Like,
that's what I said. If they win this series,
yeah, because Steph's out. Like, in at 37, if he can come back with a hamstring issue and fight through, I still, like, even though I'm not a Warriors fan, I still consider him a top 10 player of all time, and I think he's been the most impactful player to the game since Michael Jordan. Like, they changed rules in the game because of Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
And the game has changed, whether rules or whatever, the game has changed so dramatically because of Steph Curry.
Yeah.
And you can add James Harden, you can add, Damian Lillard into that discussion.
Yeah.
As far as, like, guys that helped this revolution of 3-point shooting. But Steph Curry he was the forefront of it.
Yeah.
Like, the pulling
tip of
up,
the spear for sure.
Yeah, from 40 feet or 35 feet and just nothing but net. Like, I do think he's probably one of the most impactful players the game has ever seen. And so he's going to be in the top 10. And I'd even say this. I know, like, some basketball junkies are going to, like, I think he's a better player. I think he's in the top, the NBA hierarchy. I put him above Kevin Durant. Like, he's a guy that won championships without having to go to a team like Durant did. And and it was Durant that kept running into the Warriors and not being able to figure it out, playing alongside another Hall of Famer.
Sure.
And so, yeah, I don't know. I think Steph's probably, I don't know where he's at in the top 10, but he's high, especially with all the championships.
Yeah, for sure. It's Daryl Morey and the Rockets just in general are also up there just in terms of this whole 3-point revolution thing. I think Steph was the embodiment of the impact a single player can have as a shooter.
Yeah.
But the Rockets were the team. If you go look at their 3-point attempt rates, they since like 2014 have always been way, way up there.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it did start with the George Karl offenses too, the dribble drive motion offense.
Yep.
So either scoring at the rim or hitting the corner three. That's all you took.
That's it.
Right?
Yeah.
So tough.
For sure. All right. Series doesn't start till Draymond Green gets a tech. I think there's his post-game comments about being tired of the narrative of painting him as an angry black man. I'm going to leave to the side because I think that is a separate discussion from what we're going to talk about.
Yeah, and I think it's also because someone said something to him very specifically in the stands that was inappropriate.
Yes, that fan was ejected for a racist comment they threw at Draymond Green.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And if that so that's why that's one of those he has had experiences in life that I can't speak to and won't speak to.
Of course.
So that is, if that's how he is feeling, I am not going to tell him one way or the other how to feel on that front.
No, I totally agree.
We are all on board. There's no room for that at an NBA game. You can tell a guy he's trash. You can tell a guy he sucks. You can say he looks dumb. You can't. The racism stuff doesn't fly, right?
No.
We're all on board, and that's a separate thing. Okay. Then there's the other side of this that we are going to talk about, and it's the thing that we talk about once a playoff series, at least for the last 10 years.
Plus,
because last night, sure enough, he's faced up on Naz Reid. Naz Reid reaches the hand in, so Draymond tries the rip through. Fine. Perfectly fair move. And a lot of guys, when they do the rip through, they hit the arm, throw the ball up in the air, throw their hands up in the air, and get the foul. Draymond gets the rip through and then swings his arm across and hits Naz Reid in the face and catches a technical foul for it. There's a difference between, because my guy Anthony Garcia from NBC Sports Bay Area hit me on the internet because I was just like, cool, awesome, highest IQ player on the court, super poised, this is great, super savvy veteran stuff, nice job, Draymond, you did it. And he said, well, he's the emotional leader of the team. You got to take the good with the bad when it comes to Draymond. My argument is, no, you don't. You have to take the good with the bad in the sense of, you know what? Sometimes he's going to get fired up and he's going to get in an opponent's face and they're going to jaw at each other and there's going to be double techs. Or sometimes he's going to get a tech because the team comes out a little bit slow. And so he's going to get fired up at a ref and try and get the team fired up in that way. Okay, fine. Sometimes he's going to get into it with a coach. Sometimes he's going to get into it with Steve Kerr, and Lisa Salters is going to report that cops had to go into the locker room. Okay. That's the give and take. Where there's no give and take is swinging your arms and hitting an opponent. That's not, or your legs. That's not helping the basketball. That's not helping the team. It's actively hurting the team. This is not, emotional leader Draymond just doing the Draymond thing. Like, that's not helping anything. It's a bummer. That does the opposite of being the emotional leader. That's a temper tantrum that's happening on the court, and it happens all the time.
You know, Kyle, I've watched it for years, and I just don't understand.
I don't get it.
I don't, because, like, the kicking, how many people has he kicked in the groin?
Or nearly in the so many
stomping on the chest of Domantas Sabonis, and people try. Oh, he grabbed his foot. That's fine. He grabbed his foot.
He did.
He did
make him stomp on his chest.
But then he jumped off his chest. Like that's where I get so frustrated because none of it is basketball.
That's it.
It's not basketball. It's trash, and he's done it for years, and he hurts his team. Just straight up, he hurts his team all the time. And the fact that he is either one or two technicals away from suspension. Depends on what you're reading. The reason why there's a question mark is because they gave him a flagrant foul, not a technical, for when he dropped a leg on somebody's head trying to hit his head off the floor. Like he kicked somebody in the head and got a flagrant for it. He didn't get a technical for it. He should have got a tech. He should have been out of the game, and we shouldn't have had to deal with him anymore. Now here he is, like either 1 or 2 technicals away from being suspended for a game. And you're just like, dude, are you ever going to get it? I've told you this a bunch of times. DeMarcus Cousins used to ask me all the time. He would like go like this. I go over. He go, hey man, why are you writing about my technical fouls again? I'm like, because you got another technical. He's like, well, yeah, but why do you have to every single time bring up all the other technicals? And I'm like, well, I'll just make you a deal. You stop getting technicals, I'll stop writing about it.
Seems pretty easy.
How about that?
Pretty straightforward.
And he's like, okay, fair. And I'm like, hey man, it's not part of the game. What you're doing is not part of the game. Control yourself.
That's it. I understand the emotional fire and the competitive fire that Draymond plays with is a huge reason that he is as good as he is defensively.
I agree.
It is a huge reason that he has been the emotional heartbeat of the Warriors for a decade or whatever. But the flailing and the kicking and the
nonsense,
is not part of that. That is a separate thing that, like you said, it hurts the team. Last night, the Warriors needed every point they could get. They needed Draymond on the floor last night.
Yep.
Whether you think he's good at basketball or not, like if you don't, like I'm sorry, he is. Like he is. He's good at basketball. He's not a great scorer, but he's good at a lot of other stuff. So they needed him last night. And he has to go to the bench because he's too angry. Like that's not being an emotional leader. That's just being emotional. Nobody's looking at that and going, I'm fired up to play now. Let's go. Everybody's looking at him like, damn, dude, we're already down 15 and you're giving him a free point. And now you've got to sit. Now we got Trace Jackson Davis coming in. Like, that's not, and to and this is where, like I said, you made the joke. Like, I don't want to talk about this. I've run out of things to say.
Yeah.
Because Steve Kerr, and this goes on Steph Curry's shoulders as well. Because if Steph Curry, when Draymond Green's contract is up a couple years ago, had Steph Curry walked into Joe Lacob's office and been like, nah, I'm done with all that, they would have been done with it.
Yeah.
But they believe that he is so vital to their success that they decided, all right, 4 years, $100 million, let's go. We're going to run it back. So it's very clear Golden State's not going to do anything about it. The league is not going to, has gone the other direction of, hey, we're going to do everything we can to make sure Draymond doesn't get suspended and that he doesn't get ejected from games. So it's, it's enabling.
Oh yeah.
And it's one of those things. It's a different version, but different, I don't know, different poop, same pile, I guess.
Yeah.
Of like watching Luka Doncic play. I can't stand watching Luka play in large part because after every drive, it's at the refs and he's standing at one end of the court and the other team, the team's playing 5-on-4. He's arguing. It's the same thing, just packaged a little bit differently.
Yeah, it's like a weird entitlement.
Yeah, man. I
don't get it either. Like you should be allowed to do this stuff. And why are people reacting so poorly to it? It's like, no, people are just sick of it. And you were really, really, really close to that moment where they're so sick of watching your stuff on the court that your skill levels come down to a point where you're almost not worth it at all anymore. And, that was the harsh reality with like a guy like DeMarcus.
He hit that point like 3 years ago.
Of course he did.
And they're just letting it roll.
Yeah.
So I like I said, I've given up on the idea that like, oh, this is never going to get fixed. Like, no, he's going to get suspended at some point in this series. Book that. If you can bet on that, bet on it. Draymond will get suspended. Like, that is a thing I am so sure is going to happen.
And how does that help the Golden State Warriors at all?
It doesn't.
It does not help them one bit.
Not even one small amount.
No.
It's so frustrating because this isn't, like I said, I know he had his comments after the game, and this to me is so separate from that, because if he was just loud, and I think that's part of it. I do think there's some language used with him sometimes that I think is a little bit over the top.
Mm-hmm.
But like, man, kind of when you play in that end of the pool for so long, that just kind of becomes your reputation, no matter what you do, whether you earned it or not. And I try really hard to sympathize in that regard. But when it comes to the flailing your arms and legs and hitting opponents and tripping opponents and pushing opponents and stomping on opponents' chests and kicking them in the head, like, I'm sorry, this is not about a narrative. This is all the stuff about, like, he was screaming at this guy and that guy and he stormed over there. Okay, cool. We can talk language in that regard. When it comes to you elbowing Naz Reid in the face, after you've done it now to what, Fred VanVleet, I think he got Jalen Green in the Rocket series. Like, that's the thing. Like, that's it.
It's like a rite of passage in the NBA. It's
happened so many times now.
Yeah.
That, man, the physical stuff doesn't play. It doesn't fly. That's not a ref problem. That's not a fan problem. That's not a narrative problem. That is a Draymond Green problem.
That's it. End of story. Draymond Green problem.
We'll talk about this again once he gets suspended. That's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil's over there. Jacob Wilson, I'm sorry, I meant to relay this to you guys. Jacob Wilson will not be joining us at 10:45.
Oh.
So we'll have more NBA playoffs. The Ringer put together a fascinating pyramid. Are pyramids the new tiers? We'll talk about that next. No, it's trustworthiness of NBA stars in the playoffs. And I think this list is really, really interesting. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil's over there. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Yeah, Jesus. Already punched a guy in the face on his own team.
Yeah, it's just such a bummer.
It's a good point, guys. I'm sorry, I was so focused on stuff that he was doing to other teams that I forgot he also punched his own teammate in the face. Hey, and by the way, just while we're here, I'm going to continue whining about this. Do you know who the Warriors could really use right now with Steph Curry out? Boy, couldn't they use somebody with like NBA Finals experience who plays roughly the same position?
Doesn't mind shooting a whole bunch of shots.
Is not scared to shoot it. Golden State's the only offense in the league where they're like, hey, drive and kick, let's get open threes. And then when they get open threes, they got a bunch of dudes who are like, let's drive again. If I have to watch Quentin Post's big ass catch on the corner and go, let's drive one more time, I'm getting a television remote removed from my television.
That's right.
Sure. Maybe say like prediction in there or something. Try and fit that word because I don't want it to sound like I'm trying to report that. Yeah, nice, dude. Atta babe. What's Draymond's status day to day? Oh, is he hurt? No. Yeah, Russ Dog, we're talking about Jordan Poole.
Kill the mics for a sec.
Good morning, Chatty House. How we feeling?
We were talking about Jacob Wilson being rescheduled.
I do, and so people like to ask me what they're talking about. I'm behind the glass.
Yeah, Joe also can't hear.
I cannot hear when they are having private conversations. So I am with you guys, Chatty House. I'm hanging out with y'all.
Do you know what's crazy? Is that supposed to be soundproof, that room? It's not.
Oh, no.
Well, two things. Number one, every time Kevin runs by, you hear it. And number two, for whatever reason, high heels go right through the walls here.
It's like there's microphones in the when one of our I don't want to put her on blast. When one of our salespeople who wears high heels every day walks in, everybody knows it.
It doesn't matter, like whether she's on carpet or on cement.
It is a
ding, 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 ding. You're like right through the walls. You're like, it's very strange. It's got to be some sort of frequency thing. I don't know. It's weird.
I often hear.
Oh yeah, put your visa.
So when it gets a little bit quieter, because I'm over in the back working my promotions once the show ends, I can hear Abe screaming through the wall, like as clear as day.
Yeah,
as clear as day.
Yeah, that's like there's been times where like the carolers have come through and they're like all walking down here and they're all talking. It's like, hey, not that we're super serious people.
Well, they actually came into the studio and you guys.
It
seemed like you enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Didn't they pour us a drink?
Yes,
they tried to.
Oh, they tried to.
Did they bring us a drink?
Well, I remember Miller
they had a whole cart.
Drinks.
Yeah, they brought it was a whole thing.
That was fun.
I'm gonna just FYI, if we do the Christmas caroling again this year and it's during our show, I'm going.
Yeah, I didn't go to that last time.
I won't be going to oh no. I was gonna go to the second one, but the Niners played that night, so I had to go home. That's right. That's what happened. Yeah, I need to catch up on Star Wars stuff. I haven't watched any Andor.
I haven't either.
It's apparently just phenomenal TV. I can't wait to watch.
I've watched the first like 8 or 9 episodes.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That guy over there is James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. That guy over there is Joe Brazil. We comprise the Insiders, or the James Ham and Kyle Madson show if you're listening on the podcast feed. It's the same show, different name. Just casting a wide net, I guess. Anyway, it's all sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Salute to them. We love them very much. So The Ringer put out a pyramid of the most trusted stars remaining in the NBA playoffs. And I am fascinated by this pyramid. I can't decide if I like a pyramid idea more than tiers.
Well, you invented tiers. That's
I did
why.
invent tiers, right? Yeah, I'm the first person to ever use those. And to trademark the Insiders.
Where the pyramid was first used for
by the Anunnaki when they first visited Earth and wanted to Joe.
Don't get me started.
We're
gonna get off topic.
Or it's possible that it was, invented by people trying to, build like the food pyramid. So, but as far as tiers, that was Kyle.
Yeah, tiers were on me, but pyramids work kind of the same way because you have one at the top, but then you have to go a higher amount below that, and then a higher amount below that, and then because with tiers you could have one guy in tier 1 and 4 guys in tier 2 and 2 guys in tier 3 and 1 guy in tier 4. Like there's no shape.
Yeah.
So at the pyramid, 1 player at the top, 2, then 3, then 4 is how they built this. Again, this is from The Ringer. Do you want to start at the top or the bottom? Now we'll start at the top.
Okay.
The most trustworthy player in the NBA playoffs. And they had the discussion on the Bill Simmons podcast. So I did not listen to this entire discussion. So knowing that it's Simmons, it's probably got a bunch of weird parameters and stuff. But Nikola Jokic is the most quote unquote trustworthy player left in the NBA playoffs. And I have a hard time disagreeing with that.
No, I agree. I agree 100%.
He's done it in the regular season. He's done it in the postseason. He has a ring. And any player that you go into a game and you're going, he's going to be the best player on the court, and he might also get a triple-double.
any player that is going into the game, there's a potential for him to have a plus, a more or less of like 59 points, rebounds, and assists, and has the potential to go for 75 points, rebounds, and assists. I mean,
which is the thing that's happening.
The one game he post like a 77 points, rebounds, assist. Like,
yeah, he's had some.
It's just absolutely bonkers what he's able to do.
Yeah,
like he's one of the most gifted basketball players we've ever seen, and again, whether he's in the top 10 of all time, it's very possible when it's all said and done. But for me, yes, he's in a tier by himself. At the top, he's at the top of the pyramid by himself, way up high.
Thank you for correcting that. Hey, I have something hilarious for you. What was the number you said?
77.
Oh, buddy, you got to go higher than that. He had an 81 points, rebounds, assist game.
What?
Yeah, 61, 10, and 10 against Minnesota. A loss, a double overtime loss. In regulation, he had a 56, 16, and 8. So that's 80 in regulation, points, rebounds, and assists. In a loss to Washington.
Oh, no. To Washington?
Yeah.
Now, he also, he had a game what did he do early in the first game? Didn't he put up 44 and 22 or 42 and 22?
Oh, the first game of the series?
Yeah, that's even without his assist numbers.
42, 22, and 6.
Okay, so that's 70. That's bonkers.
Points, rebounds, and assists. 17, 8, and 6 in the next game, though. 17, 8, and 6, and his team lost by 43 points. Yeah, man, he's the most, by far, if you're doing trustworthy. His least productive game in round 1 was 16, 10, and 8.
But they probably won that game.
That was game 7.
Okay, yeah.
Man, what a player. Next on the list, extremely trustworthy.
Extremely trustworthy.
So,
okay.
like right there, SGA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and Jalen Brunson. I believe firmly Jalen Brunson should be in this tier because whenever Jalen Brunson has the ball in crunch time, I believe that ball is going to go in the hoop. That's purely anecdotal.
I'm with you.
He's just a dog. He's going to, whether it makes sense in your brain or not, he's going to get to his spot. He's going to get a shot up, and it's probably going to go in.
Did you see that play he had against Porzingis the other night where he literally dribbled all the way underneath the basket and just kept slamming into Porzingis, got all the way around the other side, and then turned around and shot the ball really quick and made it?
Yep.
Porzingis is like 7'3".
Yep. Should be sending that to Narnia.
Yep.
And just gets beat.
Yeah. And what is Brunson like 5'11"?
I think he's listed at 6'2".
Oh yeah.
No chance. No chance. So I don't know. Is there a player in the league that you'd want taking the last shot more than Jalen Brunson right now? I don't think there is for me. Even more so than Jokic.
I don't know. That's a good.
Aaron Gordon apparently got 2 game winners in the playoffs already. Tyrese Halliburton,
Buddy Hield.
Oh, I mean, come on, that's a given.
Steph Curry if he's healthy.
Yes, but man, Jalen Brunson just every time he has the ball late in the game. I know he got fouled the other night against Boston, but I had once the Knicks had possession down by 1, and it gets into Brunson's hands. Like, oh, this is a ball game. I might put Brunson, if we were doing tiers instead of a pyramid, Brunson would be tier 1 for me. SGA is a different story though. I don't know how I feel about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the playoff performer, because he's not. This might just be one of those things he hasn't done it until he does it. Where maybe he goes through and has an awesome conference semis and offers an awesome conference finals, and he's a finals MVP. And oh my God, Shai. But I need to see that first.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just gonna look at his playoff performance. 30, 34, 33, 38, 31, 27, and then he had a 15, but it's in a 51-point blowout.
Right.
36, 30, 34, 31, 33, 29. I mean,
maybe, you know what I think this is? I don't view, which I just saw Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's full name for the first time, and oh my God, that's an experience. I think the issue is Man, you're right. I don't.
Yeah, man, he's been so good.
I guess, okay.
I mean, you can look at his first 2 playoff series, and he was erratic. Where they lost to the Clippers and they lost to Houston. A couple of years, both in Game 7. They lost, but then starting with the Pelican series, the Dallas series, the Memphis series, and now the series with Denver, like he's just been unbelievable.
He's been really freaking good. You're right. Here's the thing that jumps out to me, and it might just be that. Hang on, I'm looking at some percentages real quick.
Over his last 16 playoff games, he's shooting 48.2% from the field, 35.6 from 3, and he's averaging, where's points? Wow, I don't know why this is being so complicated. 30 per game.
Man.
And I would say the best part about that is the low is 15, but let's just take that one out because it was a massive blowout, right? Outside of that, the low is 24 and the high is 38. Like he's just so consistent in one zone,
I guess I'm not going to quibble with him being in the second level of this pyramid. I think the thing I struggle with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is that you look at Nikola Jokic and it's like the world revolves around Nikola Jokic and with the Nuggets. Jalen Brunson, the world revolves around Jalen Brunson with the Knicks. Steph Curry and the Warriors, Jason Tatum and the Celtics. Like they're so very clearly that guy. And Shai is that guy for the Thunder. Don't get it twisted. But I think I view the Thunder through a more like holistic lens of I view the Thunder as just this dominant team. How much time did we spend yesterday talking about all their second rounders and UDFAs coming off the bench? Like that's I think where my mind goes when I think Thunder, and less Shai is the guy carrying them right now. I think that's where my brain gets messed up. And I don't want to dock Shai because, there's too much talent around him. Yeah, there's a ton of talent around him. He still averages 30 a night.
Well, but again, a lot of that talent isn't the top tier talent.
Right.
I mean, it's not like...
How many guys is he making better?
Yeah. I mean, you've got Chet, who's a top 3 pick. But outside of that, do you have another player? I guess the good Jalen Williams is a top 11, 12 pick.
Yeah.
But that's not a team that's just packed with the top of the line, top tier players.
Okay, I've had my mind changed.
Okay.
Shai belongs there. Well argued by you. We have 2 more pieces of this pyramid to go. Tiers of the pyramid, 2 more layers of the pyramid, levels of the pyramid.
Levels of the pyramid.
Levels of the pyramid.
Levels
groups,
of the pyramid.
Food groups. Pyramid groups. 2 more player groups to go. We've got fruits and vegetables.
And dairy.
And dairy. And grains.
Yes.
We've got those left on the Ringer's most trustworthy playoff stars right now. Getting into the next 2 levels of this pyramid is where it gets really, really interesting for me. And I can't wait to discuss it with you guys on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento Sports Center. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil on the 1s and 2s. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. And we're back in a second on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. Hey, yo. Portillo's named a sandwich after the Pope.
Oh, wow.
Do you see the picture of him at the 2005 World Series?
Yeah.
It's a cool picture.
Really cool. He's a White Sox fan, it turns out. No. Let's do the next one. Yeah. We'll talk about yeah. It'll be more interesting. Ooh, Mother's Day plans. I'm just gonna go hang out with my mom. Probably drink some wine, play some cards. Zabo, big Celtics fan, I've heard. We got a lot. Oh, we got a lot of Celtics fans in here. I see. Not a fan, supporter. Very important.
That's true. That whole entire conversation with Kenny was spectacular.
That was really, really good.
Guys, an ad just worked. I know what I'm having for lunch.
Oh, what are we having?
The Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Chick-fil-A sandwich.
That probably went out over the air, but that's fine. The ding.
Oh, that's fine. No, that's fine.
That makes sense. Shout out. Nope.
Polls. Dude. Oh, come on. I got a Roundhouse beanie. They've seen me wear it. They probably just didn't realize that I was wearing it. I got a beanie. It's got green on it. Roundhouse Deli. I think it has a rose on it. Roundhouse
Fire?
Deli. Fire.
Where's that at?
Off of Church Street in Old Town Roseville. I need to just take you guys there.
You told me about that.
Yeah, you
I
owe
did.
us
I
big
did.
time.
I'm going to take you guys. Let's go.
I'll buy you guys lunch.
We also like the cheese shop in Newcastle's incredible.
Love that place. Just had some food from there the other day.
The rat trap sandwich.
Yep.
Johnny G, dude, I love a sandwich. Johnny G, I'm not going to put that in the chat. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. We're hanging out with you till noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. And they will take you up to 4 o'clock into the weekend right here on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento Sports Leader. I want to remind you this weekend we have game 3 of Timberwolves Warriors right here at 5 p.m. Coverage begins on Saturday, and then Sunday, Sunday night baseball. Phillies at Guardians, 3 p.m. is when coverage begins. That is right here on ESPN 1320. Johnny G asked a question in the chatty house. And both is the answer, Johnny G. If you want to participate in the chatty house, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. Excuse me. Working through a hiccup. Here we go. All right. So the Ringer put together a pyramid of the most trustworthy players left in the NBA playoffs. And we talked about this a little bit with guys like Tyrese Halliburton and Anthony Edwards, and where do they kind of land in their superstar ascension. And we've talked a lot about that because it feels like last postseason and this postseason are really about kind of the passing of the torch, right? This playoffs now has no Kevin Durant. It has no LeBron James. Steph Curry is in the playoffs, but he's currently hurt, and his team is tied 1-1. There's just a really, really good chance that we get a finals that has none of the old guard in it.
Mm-hmm.
So the last 2 playoffs have felt like that, kind of in real time passing of the torch. So I think the individual player discussion is interesting. The most trustworthy player in the playoffs, according to the Ringer, is Nikola Jokic. The second level of the pyramid is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Jalen Brunson. The third level is where things get interesting. This is the trustworthy level. And there are 3 players in the trustworthy level. The first one is Tyrese Halliburton. I'm going to stop there. I have a really difficult time arguing against Tyrese Halliburton at this point. If this was this time last year where you and I both watched him avoid the basketball against the Knicks in the playoffs, I think I would have been hesitant to call him a trustworthy player. And his stat line may vary on a night-to-night basis, but when there's a player who I know is capable of going for 20 and 10 anytime he steps on the floor, 20 or 10 plus, and he's going to take and make a game-winning shot, a crunch time shot, That's a player that to me is the definition of trustworthy, and I have a really hard time not putting Tyrese Halliburton in there based on what we've seen this postseason.
Okay, I'm going to take the counterpoint on this.
Okay, great.
Look, I think certainly he has had the flair for the dramatic. He's been able to hit the big shot, right? But we're also looking at a player who went 3 of 13 in the first game of the playoffs this year and scored 10 points. Who scored 14 points in game 3 and 17 in game 4. Sure, is he averaging 18 points a game for the playoffs? Something like that, maybe. 18.4, that's what he's averaging. But right now he's shooting 47% from the field. He's shooting 30.6 from 3 in this year's playoffs.
Right.
I don't think he's trustworthy. I think he's a big shot maker. And he's also played a Milwaukee Bucks team that, just folded up and had Damian Lillard miss a bunch of time. He's now playing a Cleveland Cavaliers team that has 3 starters that have missed games, or at least 3 rotational players, 2 starters, including the best defensive player in the league. So I'm not there yet. I would have put him in a different bucket. I do trust Donovan Mitchell. Now, it doesn't mean anything because Donovan Mitchell hasn't actually won the games in the second round here. But as far as the stats and what he means to his team, I see it. I think he is a big time, he has got so much playoff experience. It's crazy. He does have one bad game in the playoffs, but it came in a win. But we're looking at 30, 13, 22, 33, and 48. He's been incredible.
He should be higher than this.
He might be in the tier above this.
The fact that Cleveland should have won that game the other night with no Darius Garland, no Evan Mobley, and no DeAndre Hunter.
Yeah.
Just so people know, Darius Garland is a major, major factor for them offensively.
Yes.
As a shot creator, as a shot maker, he's outstanding. Evan Mobley's the defensive player of the year and a good offensive player in his own right. And DeAndre Hunter is their 6th man.
Yeah, and
I guess probably 7, but he's
really, really good since coming over.
Yes, he's been a key player for them off the bench.
Yeah. In Donovan Mitchell's last 12 playoff games, he's averaging 32.3 points per game.
Come on.
Yeah, he's a tier above, for me.
They should have won the other night. The fact that they didn't was not a Donovan Mitchell problem. It was an execution problem, it was a boxing out problem.
Yeah.
Donovan Mitchell, to me, belongs a tier higher.
Yeah.
Because if you're a Pacers fan, you're terrified of the Cavs still because of Donovan Mitchell. And I know Darius Garland's supposed to play tonight, and Hunter and Mobley are supposed to be back tonight, but you're terrified of number 45.
Yeah. Again, Anthony Edwards is a great player.
Anthony Edwards is the 3rd player in this 3-person level.
Yeah, I can't put him in the same level as yes, Halliburton, but no with Mitchell. I just think Mitchell's in a different category.
This is why tiers are better than pyramids.
Yeah.
Yeah, with Ant, it's just because the ceiling is just so unbelievably high. It just feels like he's still either figuring out when, or maybe it's the way he's defended, and he's still trying to. He still needs to see more playoff defenses and have more playoff experience.
With Ant?
Maybe. He's played a ton of playoff games, though, I guess.
He's played 34 games, and he's averaged 27.3 points per game in the playoffs. So, and not only that, but he's had some of the biggest high-end games. So, in his the first playoff series he ever played, he had a 36 and a 30, a 41, a 36, a 34.
Here's the thing that this is my only hesitation with Anthony Edwards. In the closeout game against the Lakers, they won 103-96. He scored 15 points. He had 11 boards, 8 assists. He did have 3 steals, but he went 0 for 11 from 3 and 5 of 19 from the field. And maybe he's getting better at finding ways to impact games when he's not scoring.
Yep.
But that's the one thing that's kind of I don't want to put him below that, though. I don't want to put him a tier below trustworthy.
No, I'm fine with him there.
Okay.
I'm just not fine with Donovan Mitchell there. I think Mitchell needs to be up higher.
Mitchell's above Ant and Halliburton for me.
Yeah. Sure. And we're going to get to the next tier, but there's a player in that tier that I'm like, I guess you can question whether he's reliable at this point, but I don't know how you can.
So that's the next one. And again, we're doing a pyramid levels, not tiers. It's a very different thing. This is the sometimes trustworthy tier. And again, this is via the Ringer. In this tier, I'm going to name the names: Steph Curry, Jason Tatum, Aaron Gordon, and Julius Randle. Okay, so there's a process thing here where they decided they were doing the pyramid and needed 4 players to go here.
Mm-hmm.
So Steph, they note that it's the hamstring is the reason he's sometimes trustworthy. But I think if we're removing that, to me, he goes in the tier with Donovan Mitchell, wherever you're going to put Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah. This probably needed to be a 5-tier pyramid, not a 4-tier pyramid.
Pyramid?
There it is.
Yeah. Nice.
Now you did just invent something.
I did just that's a me thing.
A pyramid.
Yeah, hell yeah.
That's right.
Trademark the insiders, ESPN 1320. No, but I get it. If right now, if you're going, hey, I'm today, right now on May 9th, 2025, if I'm betting on one of these guys, it's like, man, okay, let's say Steph comes back for game 5. Are you certain you're getting 38 minutes out of him? And are you getting a good 38 minutes? Now, if Steph's healthy, like I said, of course, he came out and he was cooking against Minnesota before he got hurt. Honestly, the fact that he made that little leaner that he made with the bum hamstring is pretty impressive. But if you have no idea what his injury status is, I get why he would be in the sometimes trustworthy category. I guess, but I mean, people have brought it up. Like Russ Dog brings it. Aaron Gordon over Jaylen Brown. Where's Jaylen Brown in this? We're talking about the guy who literally won the Finals MVP last year. It says right now.
Today, right now. Okay.
And like I said, there was a whole podcast that went with this that I didn't listen to. I'm just going off of what they posted on the internet.
Yeah. Okay.
I would put Jaylen Brown in the sometimes category.
Yeah.
Sure.
Jaylen Brown is averaging 22.6 points per game in the 2024-25 NBA playoffs. I mean, he's been really good.
But
I'm also, where's Jamal Murray in this? What is happening? This pyramid is crazy,
wild
Kyle.
Pyramid. Jason Tatum belongs in the sometimes pyramid, or it's sometimes level right now.
Yeah, he does.
And I think that Jaylen Brown belongs there for the same reason. Because if they had a quote unquote trustworthy star on their team, they're up 2-0 in this series.
Oh, yeah.
But the fact that Jason Tatum didn't even get a shot off at the end of the game. That's come on, dude. And we can parse and pick apart why Jason Tatum's not effective or hasn't. I'm sorry. Let me back that up. Why Jason Tatum has not been effective in these 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just the fact that I walked out of the 2022 NBA Finals and went, man, is Jason Tatum really their best guy? Because Jaylen Brown was the more impressive player in that series. I'm not totally sure Jason Tatum's their best player. And then they lost in the first round the next year, right? They lost to Miami, the first round where they were down 3-0 and then tied the series and then lost game 7. That's the thing that happened, right? I have that order correct. And then they win the title last year. But Jaylen Brown was the finals MVP and the conference finals MVP. So Tatum's obviously awesome. And you look at all the regular season stuff and he's incredible. And last year during their playoff run, he was incredible. Probably should have been the finals MVP. But then he comes into this year and just does no shows. I can't trust him.
I guess. But man, you go back to the Philly series in 2023.
Yeah, 51 in a game 7.
Draw 51 in a game 7. I don't know. But then the Miami series, he put up 14 in a game 7.
Right.
So yeah, I guess you're probably right, but I just can't imagine. I mean, this is the best player. We can argue about it, whether he's the best player on the best team.
We're talking about right now, though. on May 9th, 2025, with everything we know based on right now.
I guess. I mean, if you're going to take the 0-2 start in the series, then you've got to put him in that category.
Okay,
but
no.
that seems pretty tough.
No, but okay. If we know how loaded the Celtics are, if Jason Tatum is that dude, then there's no worries, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Like if he's that dude, they are that much better than the Knicks, or they should be, in theory. If Jason Tatum is playing at that level, and frankly, we want to bring Jaylen Brown into the discussion, if he's playing at the level we all know he can play at, then they should win the next 4. The problem is when it's come down to crunch time in these games, they've twice blown 20-point leads at home.
Yeah. They're down 0-2 in a series, and both are home games. That's
and they
tough.
were up 20 in both. Yeah, you don't get to hang out in a tier above sometimes trustworthy.
No, that's true. Yeah, I mean, in those games where you know how much is on the line, I expect more than a 23-pointer in a 13-point game.
I need to remove Aaron Gordon from the conversation right now because he belongs in a higher tier of a different pyramid. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Aaron Gordon, to me, is one of the most trustworthy role players in the playoffs.
See, we should have done this. We talked about the other day. We
can do it. We have another 45 minutes of program left.
No, that's true. But we talked about this idea of who has the best star in the draft. I mean, in the playoffs, right? We should have said who had the second best player. Who has the third best player, because then we probably could have come up with who might actually be the team, right?
Sure.
So I think by avoiding, because it doesn't matter how good Jason Tatum is if the guys around him just completely fall apart.
That's
in the playoffs.
A great point. Jason Tatum could average 50 for the next 2 nights, but if the rest of the team is going to shoot 16% from 3, it's not going to matter.
Yeah, look at what Donovan Mitchell's done.
Sure.
Donovan Mitchell's
Great
been
point.
absolutely off the charts great.
Yeah.
But they're 0-2, and they're 0-2 because they're missing 3 players.
Yeah.
It's tough.
I think there are better role players than Aaron Gordon in the playoffs, especially if you're going to put if Star is by themselves and then we're doing everything after that.
Yeah.
Jaylen Brown obviously belongs up there.
Pascal
Siakam's up there.
That's where Evan Mobley.
Just the Cavs in general, the Pacers in general, the Celtics in general just are super deep like that. Jimmy Butler, is there. But Aaron Gordon in the sometimes Aaron Gordon's trustworthy all of the time. I know exactly what I'm going to get.
Yeah.
But if you're expecting him to be a superstar and go get you 40, yeah, probably not. But if you need him to knock down a game-winning 3 or be in the exact right spot to throw down a game-winning dunk, he's going to be there.
Yep.
He's going to do the stuff role players are supposed to do.
Well, even, for that matter, Mikal Bridges. Mikal Bridges is a guy who locked up Jason Tatum on the final play.
Yeah.
That's why he's there.
Yep.
It's to be an elite role player in a moment like that against a specific player that they went out and traded for you to stop.
After the conversation after the postseason was, man, they gave up too much for Mikal Bridges. Mm-hmm. He's just not that guy anymore on either end of the floor. And then he's like, nope, playoff time, I am that dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Impressive.
Maybe we can do that. We can start working through that. I don't want to try and do that on air because it's going to be a lot of us going,
yeah.
And that's not compelling.
Nope.
But we'll put that together. We'll put together the trustworthy role player tier.
Okay.
Joe Brazil's a trustworthy role player.
The trustworthy.
The trustworthiest.
We have to call
Blue guy.
The trustworthy. What do we call it? The
pyramid.
Pyramid.
All right.
I was gonna say that earlier, but I didn't want to get dragged for that. And
if you have a dumb joke, always make it.
Pyramid.
The ethos of this show. Nice one, Joe.
Thank you. I thought of it first.
What?
Makes you want a tiramisu. Makes you want a tiramisu real bad. All right. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil's here. We're the Insiders. Sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We haven't talked about George Pickens and the Steelers yet. I'm going to relate the George Pickens trade to the Cowboys to the Sacramento Kings.
Oh, I'm here for it.
And I need to get to this now.
We'll talk about it now. As in after the break?
Well, we got to step aside on the radio side to do some commercials. But after that, we'll talk about the George Pickens trade to the Cowboys, how it relates to the Kings. We're the Insiders. Joe, hit the break. Look at this guy. Why they pay you the big bucks, Joe? Yep. Hi, everyone. Hey, Joe, are you in a spot that you can entertain the chatty house for a minute?
Absolutely.
All right,
I didn't want to talk too much because I didn't want to. They have their headphones on, so when I'm talking to you guys, they can hear me as well. They need to hear themselves. But how are we feeling, chatty house? We got another Giants game today. You know, I can always talk Giants. Let's talk amongst ourselves. Did anyone see that video of Jung-Hoo Lee getting the first reaction to when he got signed to the Giants? I think that came out today on Twitter. That was pretty cool. What you guys got going on for the weekend? Go A's. There you go, Russ Dog.
I'm back.
And now James Ham, everybody.
Hello.
Who's my favorite Giants pitcher of all time? Oh, that's a good question. It's got to be Lincecum because that was around the time that I grew up.
What was that?
It's got to be. Thank you. I appreciate it. Everyone check out the brand. They're sick. A whole new day. Maybe.
I went to a game when I was a kid where Rick Russell pitched a 2-hitter against the Mets. That was the first Giants game I ever went to.
There you go.
Big Daddy, Rick Russell.
And so we got another white guy I'm being compared to. Now we have Lincecum.
I got nothing there. That's
I don't know. There was a couple of good ones early on, but we're starting to. I feel like it's starting to.
We're jumping the shark.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna be able to finish this.
Favorite Giant of all time's got to be Buster Posey. I mean, these are very basic answers, but like I grew up. I remember when he was drafted. I remember when he made his debut. I was a catcher my whole life because of him. So it's got to be Buster Posey. But I really liked all the underdog guys like Freddie Sanchez, Gregor Blanco, Marco Scutaro,
Kyle
Madson. Just talking guys. You know?
Big underdog guy.
Joe looks like segment, right? College dorm mates, younger brother. All right.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Not a lot of things get me more fired up to do radio
than a good pyramid.
Than a little Andre Nicotina. Well, forehand, baby.
Shout out Andre Nicotina. Absolutely.
Legend. That I don't have a good segue. I'm going to talk about underdog. I have lost. Hang on, I'm going to count here. My underdog losing streak is epic here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 consecutive lineups.
Oh no.
And 6, 7, 8, and 8 of my last 9. Yikes. Last night, I was like, man, Kevon Looney, higher than 4.5 points. Didn't play.
Oh no.
Played no minutes, which is kind of nuts to me, but that's a whole separate thing. Jonathan Kuminga, higher than 7.5 points. Nailed it. That was easy work. Rudy Gobert, higher than 9.5 points. Thought for sure. Oh, Minnesota's going to take advantage with Rudy Gobert and his size. Nope. Didn't do that at all. 5 points. Dante DiVincenzo, higher than 10.5 points. I need Dante DiVincenzo to make 3 threes and a 2. Yeah, that's easy work, right? Wrong. He made 3 threes and that's it. He finished with 9. Brandon Pajemski, higher than 13.5 points. Hey, no Steph Curry. Brandon Pajemski's going to run the point a lot. I foolishly thought that Brandon Pajemski, the swaggering guy with a lot of hair, was going to not be terrified to shoot the basketball in the playoffs. Alas, here we are, 11 points. And then Anthony Edwards, higher than 27.5. He only needed 20. And he got hurt. He busted up his ankle, left in the first half, came back for the second half. But like I said, at that point, they didn't really need him to take over that game.
Did you do a 6 play?
Yeah, I did. I'm on tilt, bro.
Bold.
I'm fully on tilt.
Bold.
I usually do three players at the flex play. It's you just pick higher or lower on at least 2-player stat projections, and you can turn $1 into $1,000. I'm turning $1 into $0 right now. But alas, that's why Underdog is the best, because they've got NBA playoffs, they've got NHL, they've got Major League Baseball, of course, in full swing, WNBA. They've got all your favorite teams, all your favorite sports, all your favorite players. And I would love for you to play along with me. Maybe next time I give a lineup, you just fade it. Just go against everything I'm saying, and you can win some money, because apparently doing the opposite of what I'm doing right now is the way to win. Download the Underdog app and sign up with promo code KyleM. That's KYLEM to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. That's promo code KyleM, KYLEM. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncbgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 HOPE line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
There we go.
I got him. I hate when I've lost a bunch because I get the yips.
Oh.
When you're winning with daily fantasy, you just kind of jump in and you're just like, all right, that one, let's go, we're rolling. Right now, I'm looking at I'm scrolling through everything. I'm like, which one of these is like in Severance? In Severance, if you're not familiar, the microdata refinement team, that's the main job of the main characters. They basically just scroll through numbers, and then certain numbers will pop out to them, and they grab them and they put these in certain buckets. Show explains the whole thing. That's how it feels when you're rolling on daily fantasy and Underdog.
Mm-hmm.
The number will just jump out like, oh, Jimmy Butler higher than 4.5 rebounds. Yeah, give me that. Like, for sure. And then right now, none of the numbers jumping out. They all look the same to me.
I feel for you, Kyle.
I'll win a lineup eventually.
Okay.
I hope.
Anyways. I'm not convinced.
Thanks, Jim. Your support means the world. So that's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil on the 1s and 2s are doing. Is he in there? Oh yeah, Joe's in there. What's up, Joe? We're sponsored by Jiffy.
I'm on the 1s and 2s.
You are 1s and 2s right now.
There's 1s here. I was on the 2s.
Oh, on the 2s over there doing some
editing.
editing. Nice.
Yeah, I got you.
Shout out to Joe. Doing a ton of work behind the scenes. We appreciate all of it. So this happened a while ago, and I meant to get to it, and we just really haven't. But the Steelers traded wide receiver George Pickens to the Dallas Cowboys. I'm going to relate this to the Sacramento Kings, because the overarching takeaway from Steelers fans, as I was reading various blogs and posts and all that, was that the Steelers are stuck in the middle. And they've kind of when you look at their history over the last kind of 15 years or so, they've kind of been here where they're stuck in this middle ground of, are they trying to win now? Are they committing to winning now, like winning a Super Bowl? Not just treading water, having a winning season and making the playoffs. It's like committed to trying to win a Super Bowl now. Or is this about you take some lumps this year to give yourself a better opportunity to build for the future?
Yep.
Those are kind of the two paths you can take. And right now, the Steelers are treading water between the two of them, is the general complaint I've seen from Steelers fans. So couldn't care less about the Steelers. It feels a little bit to me, as I was reading this, I was like, it kind of feels like where the Kings have landed. And not that this is on Scott Perry or Doug Christie or Domantas Sabonis or DeMar DeRozan or whomever. It's not necessarily on them. This is just where they've landed. They have intentionally or not landed in this space between, well, not really, and maybe Scott Perry changes this offseason, and that's what this offseason is going to be all about, and we'll talk about that. We'll follow it every step of the way here on ESPN 1320, but they're currently, as of May 9th, to me, stuck in that exact same space where, okay, they might win some games this year. Again, with the current roster, we don't know what the roster is going to look like, but right now, they're not really going to win a title. And there's not a ton of resources on this roster to believe they're going to do that with this group. But also, this group isn't so bad that it's like, all right, well, this is a 20-win team. Let's talk lottery. If the Kings, without a major move this offseason, which is a key element of this, without a major move this offseason, we're going to go in to the year going, all right, well, we kind of know what the team is.
42
to 46 wins, depending on health and how the ball bounces. Like they're just kind of in that spot. And maybe 46 wins is the 4 seed. Who knows? Like the West is weird. But I don't think we'd go into the year going title contender, but we also wouldn't go into the year going, well, they've blown it up. This team is going to stink.
Yeah, the tough thing that, like, if you go back through the history of the Kings, they've been in a similar situation to this, except for maybe the step below this so many times. Like,
sure.
Right. Yeah. So you're not just the worst team in the league. They've had that for a couple of years, right? They, during the late 2000s, they were right in that range where, again, they finished with, what was it, 17, 25, 24, 22 wins. Boom, boom, boom. Right. But then you got just a little bit better than that because, the Tyreek Evans draft pick kind of panned out. The DeMarcus Cousins draft pick kind of panned out. So you jumped up into this next tier. And to me, that the tier that they're in, they're right above that right now. But the tier where you're drafting between like 7 and 12 every year is the worst, most gross tier ever.
Just awful. Because
what you do is not only do you have mediocre draft picks that maybe hit, maybe don't, like the chance of them hitting is way lower. But on top of that, you're always in this almost to the salary cap. And so you do death by mid-level, right? And that's kind of where you're really concerned that they're heading right now.
Yeah.
Because, like, I can tell you, like, the Kings, like, they don't have a ton of, like, tradable assets. They do have some tradable assets. I mean, you can trade Keegan Murray, you can trade Malik Monk, you might be able to trade DeMar DeRozan. Like, if you wanted to go all in and, like, blow this thing up, you can trade Domas, right? But the real trade assets that you would hope to have are either young players that don't fit your system or whatever, and you're going to be able to move them. They don't have a ton of that stuff, but they do have a bunch of trade exceptions. They've got a mid-level exception. They can go out and find like a $16 million player, a $14 million player, a $7 million player. They can go up to the luxury tax or go over the luxury tax. They could piece this together in a really interesting way.
Yeah.
But that would require like really, really savvy moves. And you can't miss, right?
That's it.
And if you're going to trade, like, let's just say you find a $16 million player that you love, right? And you're like, this is a guy that would fit perfectly. Let's say a Bobby Portis or a Naz Reid or whatever. In order to get those players, no one is just going to give you that player for free. So now it's draft capital. So now you are hurting like what you might have, your war chest of stuff. And it's going to be very difficult, but there are pathways through this. Whether they can figure those pathways out or not, I don't know. But for right now, this is where you had come to a point with a group of people that could not get you past this. And that's why, it's just like if you get to the second round of the playoffs multiple times and you keep bombing out in the first or second round, well, it's probably time for you to fire your coach and start over. Or bring in somebody who has got you over.
Has to make a significant change at that point.
Yeah, that's taken a team that's gone past that and gone and won. So I think that's kind of where the Kings got to. Like you got a group of guys that could build a team, but then they stopped their build way too early.
Yeah.
And they just kind of got stagnant. And then their, oh no, we're going to get
stuck
fired
themselves
move.
in that middle ground.
Yeah. Their, oh no, we're going to get fired move was to go out and to sign DeMar DeRozan. Like, oh, we've got to do something or we're going to get roasted again. And that's where you start to make mistakes. You have to be proactive in the league. You cannot be reactive.
Oh, yeah.
On occasion, you can be reactive. Like, for example, the Mikal Bridges like acquisition by the New York Knicks was reactive. We cannot stop the combination of Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum.
Yeah.
We've got to be reactive. Good. Yeah.
That's that jump from, okay, we're a team that's going to be out in the first couple of rounds every year unless we do this. And that's what's going to be really interesting with Scott Perry and the Kings. And this is, again, what to me, their biggest task is this offseason, is you talk about trying to save that war chest of picks.
Mm-hmm.
And ideally, in an ideal world, if you're not going to use those picks, you're trading them for a star.
Yeah.
What I worry about, and I think what they're going to have to gauge is, all right, if it's going to take a couple of firsts to get, Naz Reid. Let's just I don't know exactly the mechanics of it, but that level of player, the risk, the assessment has to be, okay, is it worth kind of squandering a couple of picks here and there on this guy and another couple of picks here and there on this guy, and then we got rid of a pick to get rid of this salary, and all of a sudden you're down a bunch of picks and you've gotten like a little better. You've gotten, oh, okay, that's a playoff team, but they're not doing anything in the playoffs. Better.
Yeah, it's tough. We're talking about, I mean, this isn't to like throw shade. We're talking about like the Kevin Huerter level of trade acquisition, because that's what you did. You traded, expiring contracts for Kevin Huerter, but you gave up a protected pick in that trade.
Right. Like a capable player, but not one that's going to elevate and your trajectory.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, the time for that trade when you could have
ceiling is the word I was looking for.
Yeah, the ceiling, right?
Yeah.
The problem that you have now is that you've reduced your ceiling by trading De'Aaron Fox, who had a much higher ceiling than any player that the Kings currently have. Like, that's not to be, again, disrespectful to Zach LaVine. It's just like, for me, it's a fact. Like, he's a
I think I agree.
right at all-star star level point guard that still had room to grow, right? Whether he could have got you there or not, I don't know. But the point is that if you would have made the move to add a Pascal Siakam, an all-star level player, or a Zach LaVine when you still had De'Aaron Fox, or I don't even want to say Cam Johnson, like a better player than Cam Johnson at the small forward spot, like to an OG Anunoby or a Mikal Bridges, if you would have been the team that went and done that, then you could have put this team easily could have jumped into a conversation of, can you contend? Right. Like, and people can look at me and say, you're crazy if you think that adding Mikal Bridges to the Kings team instead of Harrison Barnes would have jumped you into competitive. Like, I don't know.
I don't think it would have.
It very well could have. You missed the opportunity to take your team from good to great. And now you're stuck at good, and you're not even on the high side of good. You're on the kind of good side.
Yeah.
And that's a tough spot to be.
You're right on that edge of a bad good team or a good bad team.
Yep.
Like, you're right on. And that's where this is so tough. And this is not, and again, this is not blaming anybody for anything. It's just the reality of kind of where they are is the risk they run this offseason is not doing anything that takes them out of that middle. And in 5 years, okay, Domantas Sabonis is past his prime and Zach LaVine's past his prime. And you're sitting here without a war chest of picks. You made a couple of small moves and you never got past the first round.
Yeah.
And now you're sitting here and you've wasted 5 years of existence for nothing.
And the prime of a bunch of your players. And that's why, again,
just pick a freaking road. I don't care which one it is.
No, I totally agree.
Commit one way or the other.
I'll tell you this, man, when they missed on OG Anunoby, and very specifically, one of the reasons why they did not make the OG Anunoby trade was they were concerned about the money they were going to have to pay OG when they did trade for him. The Knicks just paid it.
Yep.
That's the difference. The Knicks just go, you know what, we'll give you the assets, and you know what, we're going to pay you.
Yep.
And you can look at the trade and say, hey, the Kings couldn't have competed with the trade that you made, that the Knicks, what they gave up,
Emmanuel quickly
and RJ Barrett.
Yeah.
Like, no, the Kings could not have competed with the players that they got. The Kings could have competed with draft picks.
Yeah.
Right. Sure. But the point is that if you're not willing to make that financial commitment, and another team is now, vying for the Eastern Conference, like they're one step away. They're up 2-0 on the Celtics, away from going to the Eastern Conference Finals and potentially the NBA Finals. That's a big deal.
Going to the Eastern Conference Finals, where they may face Pascal Siakam, who's now been to the Eastern Conference Finals twice.
Yeah.
In that scenario.
Yeah.
They may not get Pascal.
It's the two players that you passed on and not specifically because you wouldn't give up the assets, because you wouldn't pay them.
Right.
That was the discussion. And it was like, hey, no, we're not going to pay $220 million, I think is what OG Anunoby got. I get it. And you can say, I'll be honest with you, OG Anunoby is not a Hall of Famer. DeMar DeRozan is. I don't care.
OG Anunoby's a way better fit.
One of them fit better and would have meant taking another logical step, and the other one did not.
Can you imagine? Man, they would have been so much better out of the gate if they had OG instead of DeRozan.
Well, it brings us back to that line that I told you, the Ken Rosenthal line today, that I saw that just like stood out so heavily to me.
Yeah.
And it was something about like when you fire a manager, that's a failure of a franchise, of an organization. This last year, just straight up, firing of Mike Brown was not a failure of Mike Brown. It was a failure of the franchise.
That's it. When you start stacking up all the reasons he got let go, that all starts at the top.
Yep.
And trickles down. Everybody played a role in it for sure. All right. We got the handoff coming up next. Maybe we'll run this by D'Lo or Casey, whoever's in there. And we got a couple of playoff games to talk about tonight. Mark Jones on the call for Thunder and Nuggets. Game 3 of that series tonight in Denver. That's television voice of the Kings, Mark Jones. And Cavs are at the Pacers. Really interesting things with the betting lines in these series. I want to talk about that during the handoff as well. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos, just on the ones right now. This is the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. ESPN will call its forthcoming flagship streaming app ESPN. Shout out to the homie Alex Sherman.
What's happening? Yeah, this is the line from Ken Rosenthal. When a manager is fired, it's an organizational failure. I don't. That captures this situation so much. Like, you have dissension in the ranks. Usually, it's an organizational issue. You have, you don't go get the players you need. That's an organizational thing. Norm will, the Rat Trap sandwiches from the Cheese Shop in Newcastle. So if you get off the freeway in Newcastle, take a left over the overpass and go into Old Town Newcastle. It's at the sort of end of the block there, and it's been there forever. And it's amazing. Aldrin J, I cannot wait for this. This is going to be awesome.
What is it?
Man U versus Tottenham for the Europa League final next week. The winner gets a Champions League invite. So even though Man U is horrible on the table, on the Premier League table, they can get into Champions League, which is like the extra tournaments that you play during the season that are the Champions League is the top of the top. And it really helps you go out and get players in the off season.
Dope.
Because players want to play in the Champions League.
Right.
Yeah. So you can go from a team that's like not very good to, hey, at least they're in the Champions League. And if I can go there, I can start. And we'll go play in Champions League. Tottenham is not good.
It's my mother-in-law's team.
Hotspurs.
Yeah. Father-in-law is a Arsenal supporter. along with my aunt-in-law. Is that a thing?
Okay.
Along with my wife's aunt and my wife's grandfather. They're all Arsenal supporters.
Leezy,
I've stayed out of it.
This is I don't know, how much time do we have? Maybe we'll discuss this on, well, okay. Am I nervous the Kings might be in the same position again, going from good to great, but not spending the money needed? Like, I don't want to give Vivek a free pass here. I don't. But what I will say is I feel like a lot of times when they get to this position, it is like a general manager, like the Wes and Monty combo, that we're like, hey, we're not comfortable paying that guy this much money. We don't think that that's going to be a good idea. Where with Domas, they're like, yeah, that's fine. We're gonna.
It's not an ownership edict saying, hey, don't pay that guy.
No, it's more of we don't want to strap our be cash strapped for the next 4 years because of this.
But I also think at some point, like, you've just got to take that jump.
Mm-hmm.
Most of that family's from England.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That shirt is unbelievable.
Thanks, man.
Damian Barling's here. Oh, hang on. I have a thing for this. As soon as Future turns down, hang on.
Percocet? Molly Percocet?
Molly Percocet. Yeah. It's my third grade teacher, Molly Percocet.
Oh, very
Miss
good.
Percocet.
Yeah, well, yeah. She was the hot one. She was the one, yeah.
It's time now for the handoff. Taking the handoff from James and Kyle today, here's D'Lo, Damian Barling.
Yeah, it's him, Damian Barling, D'Lo and KC. Coming up next.
What was that a question?
Coming up next?
No, it is.
It is?
Yeah.
We're sticking with
5 years. Yeah, we're
staying
with 12 o'clock.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Hey, whatever you want to do.
I know.
Your show.
I know.
Your show.
Very digging my own grave.
Hey, have we? Let's see. Do we want to do the trustworthy pyramid with Damian, or talk about the playoff games tonight?
I like the trustworthy.
Okay.
Is there a reason it's so humid in here? Did you guys just say
we're listening to my
Siri
mixtape?
Set the temperature to Florida?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I did spray Lysol just in case.
Yeah, you sound like crap. Why are you here?
Oh, I'm feeling way better.
Oh,
it's just a residual.
Terrible.
It's just a residual voice.
Man.
That's
okay. All. I got you. Yeah, that's fine.
I don't know why it's humid.
Yeah,
I didn't think about it until just now.
But now you're noticing it's very humid in here.
I did. Why is it? Oh, God.
It's not me.
James, you are hot. Come on, man.
Our friends at the Ringer.
Yeah. Well.
The people at the Ringer.
Thank you.
Put together a pyramid of the most trustworthy playoff stars right now. Getting away from tiers to go to pyramid, not a move I love.
Okay.
But we can save that for another day.
Okay.
This is a whole podcast discussion. They posted a graphic, so I grabbed the graphic. I haven't listened to the podcast yet.
Mm-hmm.
So it starts with one player at the top, then 2 in the next level, 3 in the next level, 4 in the next level, and it starts with the most trustworthy player in the NBA playoffs right now. It's Nikola Jokic.
Okay.
And I think that's fair.
Fine. Sure.
I think it's fair.
Yeah.
Tier 2 is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Jalen Brunson.
I'm good with that. I'm good
I was
with that.
out on Shai there, but then James talked me into it. He's
Could I talk anyone into Jalen being in tier 1?
Oh
yeah. Yes.
I mean,
I literally go ahead.
I just feel like Jalen's been one of the best, maybe the best player in the entire playoffs. I know they went to a 7-game series to start, but if
he has the ball, didn't it 6 games? 6 games.
What?
To start.
Oh, was it 6? Yeah, that's right. It didn't go 7. I
yeah.
wanted it to go to 7. It
Yeah,
didn't.
same.
Yeah.
But I'm with you because I think when you talk trustworthy, you know what you're going to get from Jalen Brunson. Now it might be more or less efficient depending on the night.
Mm-hmm.
But when Jason Tatum got down the lane for the dunk the other night to go up 90-89, it was like, all right, well, Brunson's going to score. It's just with how much time I was so certain he was going to put the ball in the hoop that I wouldn't, if somebody wanted to, and again, this is a pyramid, so there has to be one at the top and then 2. But if we're doing tiers, to me, he goes in tier 1.
Yeah. I mean, Jalen's been
he's unbelievable,
extraordinary. Like I get the idea of the bit 1, 2, 3, but man, Jalen has been this might be a discussion later today. Like I feel like he's been the definitive star of the playoffs.
Ooh.
And Tyrese to me is really, really close. I think Jokic is tough because
we just
maybe
know.
we expect it. Yeah. And it's not, it's like Jalen with the ball in his hands late. Like I'm kind of expecting him to make it. I didn't, part of putting Tyrese up there is I didn't expect Tyrese to do what he did against Milwaukee.
Yep.
In those closing moments, he was like, "No, it's me."
Mm-hmm.
Then he did it again.
Yeah. On the road.
Yeah, right. Against the top seed.
We were talking about this and like going through all the players. Man, Donovan Mitchell's been equally as good.
Well, yeah, he has. I actually feel bad for Donovan Mitchell.
33 and 48 in the 2 losses.
Yeah.
So their pyramid goes most trustworthy, extremely trustworthy, and then just trustworthy.
Okay.
And in the trustworthy category is Halliburton, Donovan Mitchell, and Anthony Edwards. But James and I both were in agreement that Donovan Mitchell belongs on a different level than those.
I'm sorry. Give me Donovan, Ty, and who was the third one?
Anthony Edwards. Sorry.
Oh, Ant-Man. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all. That's
Mitchell
all fine.
I trust Donovan Mitchell way more than I trust Halliburton and Ant right now.
Well, and even Halliburton's had game winners, but there are a lot of times where he hasn't been very good.
Like yeah, so but if we're talking really, I don't feel like I think Ty's game is a lot. It's more unique, like to Jalen and like Anthony Edwards, for example.
Yeah.
You don't really know what he's going to do from a night to night basis scoring. Like I think he had. I hope I'm not mixing these games up. I think he had 19 in that game where he got the rebound and hit the 3. He had 11 of those in the fourth quarter. 19 isn't an eye-popping number. It's not the 48 that Donovan Mitchell had. It's not the 42 that Jokic had in their win against, Oklahoma City, but he had 11 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, 11 points, 5 boards, and an assist. He was 4 of 7 from the field.
Yeah, but he's broke the 20-point mark 3 times in 7 games.
Yeah, but they're up 2-0 on the top seed.
Yeah.
And I think
he's just the point. The point
he's not going to be ass.
Yeah. The point in that is like he's not going to have the same scoring output that the other guys. In fact, all of the guys on this list are going to have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's not going to have that scoring output. It's like, is he going to affect the game in other ways? And when push comes to shove in the final minutes, can he?
Yeah.
Can he hit the big shot? And 2 times, once against Giannis, and again against the top seed, he did.
Yeah.
Very true.
The sometimes trustworthy tier.
Oh, boy.
Steph Curry, because he has a hamstring injury.
Okay. By the way, it was the funniest game of all time last night. The funniest first 5 minutes of a basketball game I've ever seen. For multiple reasons. I'm derailing your tiers. I'm so sorry. Your pyramid, not the tiers. Not the
yeah, they're not tiers. Do not
get pyramids. I apologize. They go. What did we say? Just keep Buddy doing the same thing. Don't make him do something else. Make sure Buddy knows he can't start trying to be different because Steph Curry's out. First time Buddy touches the ball, he's in the corner. What's he do? He tries to dribble out of it. Then what happens? He just loses the goddamn ball.
Unbelievable.
2 minutes later, Steve Kerr's like, well, enough of that. Rudy Gobert might be the worst basketball player in history. That guy sucks. He could have easily have had 14 points in the first quarter last night, but he can't control the basketball nor his 7-foot frame. Then the camera pans to Steph Curry on the bench where he has nothing other than a dear God, my team sucks look on his face.
Yeah.
And here comes Buddy to sit his ass right next to him. This is all with 8 minutes left in the game. I don't even think Golden State has scored yet. In the first quarter. All with 8 minutes left in the first quarter. I don't think Golden State Warriors had even scored yet. Epic. Absolutely. Steph's face was just, God, this team sucks.
I've never.
And then let's put in the guy who Steve Kerr won't play to go like 8 of 8 from the field to start or whatever it was.
I have never actually felt like a team might get shut out in the NBA. And you watch the first 4.5 minutes of that game or whatever, it's like, they might not score tonight.
I felt like, and it for any idiot like me who like talk, there's, if they just focus on,
that was me,
Jimmy, and don't let Buddy play, outside, they'll be okay. Couldn't have felt dumber. Could not have, other than my prize pick. Well, sorry. Never mind. It's on social media.
Hang on.
Yep.
Other than your underdog, nope. Hang on.
Nope.
Daily fantasy.
Thank you.
Is the word I was looking for.
Yeah, no, that went bad. I was trying to hate on Draymond Green. That went great. Everything else, terrible. Absolutely terrible. Oh, and I can't wait to talk about Draymond Green. Stop framing Draymond Green as an angry black man. Stop it. Both of you. You two are guilty of this. You, Anthony Slater, all of the rest of you, you're framing Draymond Green as an angry black man. That man is successful. He's black and he has a family. He'll tell you that repeatedly. Then he'll storm away.
I'm uncomfortable.
Did you guys? I'm guessing.
I'm not talking for the rest of the show. There's about a minute left. You keep going.
This is just a guess. Did you two not discuss this today?
We did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay.
We didn't avoid it.
Okay.
So we avoided
because it's your guys' fault.
We avoided right, which is why we didn't talk about that. So it's post-game comments. Like to me, where we stand on that, the on-court stuff is a different conversation. We had that conversation. To me, when he says, the narrative is that I'm being framed as this angry black, like that to me, as a white dude, is not my place to tell him yes or no. If that's how he feels, like, and I know that the fan got ejected for saying something racist to him. If that's how he's like, I'm just okay. Like that's how that stuff is all to me separate from, hey, stop punching people in the face on the court.
Kicking,
stomping, punching, elbowing.
Yeah.
Dropping your leg on someone's head.
I hear you. That's probably the responsible approach. You don't have to separate the two. You're covering professional basketball. He is a professional basketball player.
I understand that, but if he feels in his heart,
no, but he doesn't. That's the problem. Like he doesn't.
I don't feel it's my place to.
And that's
tell
fine.
Him that.
And that's fine. It's going to be mine.
Okay.
It's also why I don't tell people they've got to come home.
Yeah,
I've got a full head of hair. Kyle wants to tell people.
Kevin Carter, my brother in Christ.
Hold on.
Come home.
No, hold on. Go ahead.
Oh,
Keep going. Okay.
Devin Carter, you have 2 hours to bring me the bat. D-Lo and KC coming up next. That's James Ham and Kyle Madson for Joe Brazil. Everybody have a great weekend. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Back at 10 a.m. on Monday. Can't wait for that, but can't wait for D-Lo and KC coming up next right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Until Monday at 10, drink water, be nice, people.
Thanks, Chatty House.
I hope you have a great weekend, Chatty House.
The AC kicked on.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Hey, later, Chatty House. Have a great weekend.
Adios, friends.
Mike's on. What's good, baby?
What up, though? What's good?
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. What's good on this Friday? Come on, man. Talk to me one more time.
Yeah, man.
Not one right there.
Yeah, man.
We welcome you in here to the Friday, May 9th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Borland.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live
The worst slums of Sacramento.
with the best producer in the game.
What are you doing with him?
My man. Hey, real quick in the chatty house. Shout out to the chatty house. Hey, check this out. That boy Ben in here said, I'm live today. What up, though? Shout out, Ben.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, this Friday gonna be popping. Ben live?
See, so the crazy thing about Ben, like when we do an event, Ben be there on time.
Oh, for sure.
Like
yeah.
10 times. Ben be
sure.
one of the first people there, 10 times out of 10.
For sure.
Now,
here's one thing I will say. Ben, you're gonna have to respond again, like right now, because you could be saying, I'm live today, what up? Talking about the beginning of the Insiders.
true story.
So
Yeah.
I'm gonna need you to respond to that right now.
We're gonna need
to know if you're live.
We're gonna need Ben to confirm he's actually live.
Shout out to the family as well. Ben's little bro. I see you, bro.
Man,
In the shout out.
Shout out to the
whole
to the
family.
Brodies.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
We up in here. We're gonna have some fun today because we've got some talking to do.
You look like the angry black man. I'm not an angry black man. I'm a very successful, educated black man with a great family. And I'm great at basketball. I'm great at what I do. The agenda to try to keep making me look like an angry black man is crazy. I'm sick of it. It's ridiculous.
All right. It's an agenda. God damn it. Everybody in their agendas is making Draymond Green out to be an angry black man. That man is not an angry black man. He is a successful black man who knows basketball, and he's got a great family.
All true.
All right, man.
All true.
So let's start here. The Timberwolves and Warriors was over 5 minutes into the game.
It was, and so was our Prize Picks line.
Man, I don't think I have ever laughed so hard in the first 5 minutes of a basketball game. I'm not sure that I've ever laughed so hard in a 48-minute basketball game as I did the first 5 minutes of that game. From Buddy Hield reverting back to Buddy Hield to Rudy Gobert reminding everyone why he is hated the way that he is. And then the look on Steph's face when he realizes, dear God, this team sucks without me. We couldn't do anything but laugh.
What about, you pointed this out, but what about when Steph Curry goes, he's sitting there on the bench and he looks to his right and he said, buddy, didn't you start? Didn't you start the game?
3 minutes and some change in. Steve Kerr saw what was happening and says, I've had it. Sit your ass down. And that's in fact what he did.
Man. Come on, man.
And Draymond managed to pick up another technical during the game. Draymond picks up the technical, makes a beeline for the official again, cusses his ass out with absolutely no repercussions. Draymond Green says there is an agenda Actually, what am I doing? I don't even got to do all that. Let's do it this. I know Ant-Man did all of the work for me. Draymond Green says there is an agenda to make him look like an angry black man. That's the agenda. Okay? I wish I could just play this and be silent, but I can't because we're on the radio.
Oh,
here's a Draymond Green mixtape.
Come on, man. Yo, that was kind of funny. Not the stomp, but Sabonis's reaction.
There's the Rudy Gobert chokehold. There is pulling someone down. Oh, there's pushing them. Watch LeBron's face. LeBron. Oh man, 3 rims.
Classic.
3 rims. Oh, he's calling out names. No, now he's fighting Aaron Gordon.
This was wild.
Woo.
Come on, he grabs Kawhi in midair.
Now he's
leg all on Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, there's that. Don't do that.
And Jaylen Brown.
Don't do that.
Oh, what is that? What is that? Just a forearm shiver to Justin Holiday.
Yeah, no, that's
Brad Beal.
This is how we're framing Draymond Green.
Look at this, the takedown, the Roman Greco takedown.
And Draymond's smart. No, there's a kick to the Kiwis.
Why'd he just kick?
So
hey, hold on, that one with the Suns is crazy.
Yeah, all of this is crazy, and this doesn't even show that we haven't even gotten to the one. I don't even know if it's. I think this is it.
When he ran,
so the video cuts off.
Yeah.
Isn't this the one where he runs down the court?
Yeah,
tackles, like I'm talking full National Football League tackles. Whoever that is on the other.
That was
end of that play.
Like you said.
That was a 61-second mixtape of Draymond Green. But Draymond is smart because he knows if he uses the phrase "angry black man," there's going to be people like James and Kyle. We're like, not our place. We ain't gonna touch that. We're gonna leave it alone. Yeah. Thankfully, y'all got us. I can't speak for that man's experiences, and I can't speak for whatever happened with him on the bike and whatever that fan yelled at him. I wasn't there. Can't speak to that. But this idea that he's being framed as something, it's pretty wild to me. If you want to take it as being angry, that you're being framed as an angry black man, that's your prerogative. If that's how you interpret the conversation that people like D'Lo and KC have about you on a very regular basis, that's perfectly fine. Your ass is dirty. That's what you are. You're a dirty-ass basketball player who continuously makes dirty-ass plays, including the one that we saw last night. You make plays that are not basketball movements regularly. You're getting technical after technical. They said that's his 5th technical foul this postseason. Okay. Adam Silver has stepped in before and it's done nothing. Your head coach continually sits at that podium. Steve Kerr again looks like the stupidest goddamn human being on earth because he sits up there cool, calm, and collected and says, that's just basically saying that's part of the Draymond experience. And Draymond knows. You remember how they placated this dude 2 games ago. Draymond knew he's got to stay composed, and that flagrant foul, that really, he knew that was bad. He knew. He's got to stay composed. He knows that. Every time Steve Kerr sits at the podium and says that, he looks dumber and dumber. I'm Jim Parks listening to him talk about Draymond Green. Because at some point, you've got to call a spade a spade. And I cannot, for the life of me, figure out why so many people in this profession refuse to call that man out. People I love, from Anthony Slater to Marcus Thompson to Sam Amick, no one will call his house out for what it is. He's dirty. He is absent, and the worse his skills decline, the dirtier he gets. He's always been rough. But ever since his skills started to decline, that's where you see punching Jokic. Or not Jokic, Nurkic. That's where you see the stuff we saw in game 1, the stuff we saw in game 2. His skills are declining. He's not as good as what he used to be. He's frustrated with that, and he's acting out like a child who needs a nap. Whack, man.
I went through a couple of different emotions when I heard this quote last night. First of all, I was like, all right, bro. Like, all right. Like, I'm not even going to comment on what you just said. Like, I'm not. And then I thought about it a little bit, and I was like, I feel how I feel about Draymond Green, but I'm always aware and always like, what's the word I'm looking for? I guess just aware. Like, I'm not as a black man in this profession that covers other black men, that I feel in a lot of situations they're uncovered unfairly. Their experiences don't align with the experiences of a lot of people that cover the sport. Therefore, they may not understand them a certain way and understand their backgrounds, what's going on. We talk about that a lot with Shador, right? Like, and this confidence, and people take that as arrogance a lot of the times, and they're just way off in a lot of these cases. So I think about that a lot, and I think about, all right, man, I'm not trying to, regardless of how I feel about him, I'm not trying to go out there and tear down this man. But then I thought about what he said, and I thought about how fair it was for him to use something that's very real, not only in sports, but in life.
Yep.
It's very real. And to just throw it out there all willy-nilly and without any type of regard for the people that really go through those type of things, and use that in his situation where nobody is looking at him as an angry black man. They're looking at him as an individual that is unhinged by his own behavior. This is what you do. Nobody's making this up. That wasn't CGI with that minute clip that you played. Hell, we go to the last 3 games. The last 3 games that you've played, you've had an incident in every single game. You smacked Jalen Green around for no reason in game 6. You smacked Fred VanVleet around for no reason in game 7. Game 1, you were doing whatever you're doing. Game 2, you did this with Naz Reid. And then your own behavior, you're acting like people are making you out to be some type of angry individual. I'm not saying you're angry at all. I really don't know what your issue is. But you're the one that goes to the ref repeatedly and calls them every name under the book and starts yelling at them after you've done something wrong. So I sat back and looked at it. I was like, like you said, we got to call a spade in this situation. This isn't about you being portrayed as some angry black man. This is about the individual Draymond Green not being a hold of his own emotions and creating his own narrative. You're creating this narrative. There are 500 people in the NBA. None of them have these type of mixtapes that we're playing on the show. They don't. They're able to control their body movements, control what they do. Why can't you? So it's a very real situation that people deal with. Like I said, not only in sports, but in life. And the fact that he chose that moment to hijack those experiences for some people because maybe he didn't want to answer questions, or maybe he didn't want to have to face the media after having another subpar game without Steph Curry around. That's whack. That's 100% whack by Draymond Green, and it's honestly on brand. He says a lot of stuff where he's loud and he speaks about it, in a certain way to make people think. I'm not saying he's dumb or nothing like that, but he talks louder to make it sound like he's smarter than what he's saying. What he said last night was kind of whack. Once again, I can't speak to his experience. I don't know who's saying this about him. I'm not saying it's not happening. He could be seeing things that I don't see, that we don't see in the public. So I'm sensitive to that. But Anthony Slater is not creating a narrative that he's some angry black man.
No.
If anything, he's protecting your ass on a routine basis.
You got a lot of people protecting your ass. Like, look at this play we're showing. This is the Naz Reid play from last night. It's just on a loop. What basketball play are you making right there? You don't even have the ball in your hands. We're like, what are you doing?
And you go, and the thing about him is he goes around and perpetuates and celebrates this tough guy, this enforcer moniker that he has. He celebrates it. He don't run away from that.
Mm-hmm.
He leans into it. Somebody's talking crazy, he gets up in their face. He want to fight. He don't want to always want to fight. But now all of a sudden you don't want to be portrayed as this angry black man. Bro, you are doing all this. It's you. It is you. Nobody's creating this. Like I said, there's 500 people in the NBA, and they don't go around doing the things that you do on a routine basis. Like I said, we just talked about the last 4 games.
This is the part, because this has happened in at least the 2 games against the Timberwolves. I can't remember the Rockets as much. Look at this. Walks straight to the official, gets in the official's face, and look at the words that he's using. No consequences to that. None.
He did it against the Rockets.
Jason Jones was 100% right. He knows the formula. They do not have the... You said this years ago. Whether it's Steve Kerr, whether it's the people that cover him, or whether it's the officials, they fear him. Jason Jones said it on Tuesday. He knows he'll pick up the technical in the first quarter because they know he ain't going to get a second one. He knows. They ain't going to tee him up again. Walked straight to the official. This time, the official on the clip that we're showing was right by him. So he didn't have to walk far. On the last one, he walked from the scorer's table to the other side of the floor, straight into that official's face. F this, BS this, all of this other different stuff that you plainly see on camera. And then you got Steph Curry over there trying to calm his ass down again for like the 10th year in a row. All of this, the Warriors would have done this, the Warriors would have done that if Draymond Green hadn't got suspended. Imagine if for 1 second Draymond actually believed they would have an extra championship if he hadn't got suspended, and he still behaves like this. Imagine if you're Steve Kerr or Steph Curry and you actually have convinced yourselves the Cleveland Cavaliers wanted to beat you if Draymond Green played 1 more game, and he still behaves this way. If you have sold yourself on the fact that Draymond Green cost the Golden State Warriors a championship, and he still acts like this, what's that say about him? What the hell does that say about that organization? You're just going to keep rolling the dice on keeping this dude around? All right. Okay.
He is
okay.
And this is why I can't get into him when he talks about these things, because I see who you are. I see you for who you are. You're a selfish, self-centered individual. The team, yeah, he does some good stuff as a teammate. I'm not here to disparage that. He does some good stuff, but he's a selfish, self-centered individual. It's always about Draymond. It's not about the team. That's what he's shown us. You asked, you can't remember what he did in the Rockets. He did the same damn thing. After he forearms Jalen Green in the throat and then smacks him in the back of the head, he gets a flagrant, rightfully so, and berates the official for giving him a flagrant. We're talking about a guy, like I say, you talk about the team, all this other stuff. Kyle Madson brought it up on the Insider. He was 100%. This is a guy that sucked his own teammate.
Yeah.
So miss me with worrying about the narrative that's being painted for you. You have to stand there and be accountable for your actions and your behaviors. And that's what he never does, at least publicly. Maybe privately, when he goes in his man cave for 3 days and nobody knows he's there.
Daddy, that's the man cave, Daddy.
Maybe that's when he has some.
If you said we was framing you as an absentee father, I might understand. Daddy, that's the man cave.
But maybe that's when he has some reflection. But
that man didn't have no reflection.
I don't think he did at all. I think he is a selfish individual. He is a selfish, self-centered individual. Everything that he does is to bring attention to himself. And he portrays, and this is what I don't like. He tries to portray it as, I'm doing this for the team and I'm giving the team what they need. No, a lot of times they need you on the floor. A lot of times they don't need that extra point that you just gave up by getting a technical foul. That's what they need. But you're so come on, man.
What's wrong? Focus. Come on, man. We got Draymond Tyson on the screen.
I haven't seen this one.
But he's so
there's a funnier one floating around where his face
is that the locker room joint?
Yeah.
But he's so focused on himself that he can't help himself.
Mm-hmm.
He can't help but yell at the official. He can't help but try to fight somebody on the court. He can't help himself. Like this, I would have found myself very, very frustrated that he would use that argument. That's a very serious and very real argument. Like I said, in sports and in life, to try to go with his agenda of, I'm being portrayed as something. Oh, you're not, bro. And nobody even looks at you as angry. They just look at you as a maniac. No, I've not once looked at Draymond Green and said, that's an angry individual. No, I just look at him as an unhinged, psychotic person.
Yeah.
And a selfish person.
He's a manipulator too.
Absolutely.
And you said this perfectly a minute ago. He doesn't say anything. He just talks really loud. And that is, it's like people who use a bunch of words to make you believe they're actually saying something.
Mm-hmm.
You're not actually saying something. You're just using a bunch of words to make it sound like you're saying something. Right. Draymond Green just increases the volume in which he talks. And it's like, oh, Draymond's passionate. No, man, Draymond is manipulating you. That's what he's doing. I sat in the man cave and Steve Kerr came over and we cried, and the whole little somber ass face with the black backdrop that he did after punching Jordan Poole, all of that stuff. It is a manipulation tactic. That's what it is. He's essentially a serial abuser. And the people that he's abusing are basketball fans. Yeah. That's what it is. And he's abusing the people that cover him because he does something stupid. And then what happens? He gives some big locker room speech, and Steve Kerr comes out and says, the big reason we won is because of this goddamn speech Draymond Green gave. All right, man. No, you didn't win because of Steph Curry. You didn't win because of Buddy Hield. You didn't win because for the first time in 7 or 8 games, Draymond actually scored double-digit points. No. It was the psychopath speech that got you the dub. Come on, Steve. Jim's right. Get Jim Parks on this show immediately.
And look, this was one of the very first interactions on this show was Draymond Green related with Danny in San Francisco. And I'll never forget, it was an Inside Tracks TNT. Wiseman was out on the floor, and Draymond goes up to him, and he goes, no, hey, get over there, call for the basketball, I'm going to get you the ball. That's where I want you to be at. And Danny goes, oh, man, his knowledge of the game. Oh, see, it's just those things that are just underrated. It's his knowledge of the game. And I'm sitting there like I'm in Black Mirror somewhere. I'm like, are you serious?
He essentially told the kid to go get open.
I said, are you serious? And this happens his whole career. And now you guys see the conversations that I have. He does something like that, and everybody, he's just smart. His basketball IQ is just next level. I said, he just told him, ask for the ball. How is that basketball IQ? That's common sense. And then everybody look at me like I'm crazy. No, you're just a hater, KC. You're just a hater. I said, no, that's not this immaculate basketball IQ. But because he said it loud and because he said it a bunch of times to Wiseman, like I said, I don't know. I guess once again, I gave up on it long ago. I guess I'm just the crazy one. Maybe I'm insane to think that that's common sense. No, the basketball IQ is unmatched. They wouldn't have won without Draymond Green. All right, man. Okay. And Steph is just a space cadet. He don't know anything about basketball, and he leans on Draymond Green. Steve Kerr don't know anything. He's just a space cadet. He don't know. Andre Iguodala don't have no basketball IQ. These people will be so damn lost if Draymond Green wasn't on the floor because he's the only one that understands basketball on that level. All right. And all he said was go get open.
No, put your hands up. Oh, thanks, Draymond. Sorry, I went to catch the ball with my hands down. Just put your hands up. All right, Draymond. Thank you. God,
I don't get this,
what
though,
a
man.
disaster.
I don't get it. And like
shout out to Prize Picks too. They had the number at 9.5. He scored 9.
That's one I got right.
That's the only one I got right.
And to your point,
start doing Prize Picks out of hate. If you start doing Prize Picks out of hate, you'll win.
To your point, do you have his? I'm sorry, I don't have it yet. I know we got to go too. But do you have his box score up?
Yeah.
What did he do last night?
He did 29 minutes, 3 of 10, 1 of 6 from 3, 4 rebounds, 5 assists, 9 points.
So you talk about a master manipulator instead of talking about how anemic you were without Steph Curry like you always are.
Yeah.
No, let's flip this whole thing today.
Yeah.
And I'm going to talk about this angry black man thing. So you don't talk about my actual performance on the court or ask me a question of like, hey, do you realize you're one technical away from getting suspended again? Like, let me. This is why he's so.
Oh, you almost cussed. You almost cussed.
This is why he's so fake. He don't care about this.
Yep.
He's trying to get you to not talk about the things that are his actual job. That he's fake. He's fake. This is a fake argument by him. He don't care about none of this. He's manipulating people again, and it's worked. But I'm gonna talk about a sorry ass performance. I'm going to talk about how he's dependent on Steph Curry for damn near everything he does on the floor.
You know what's the worst about this is we all said it. Rudy said it in front of reporters, and he was right. Steph's not playing. That man don't want to play basketball.
He tried to get kicked out yesterday.
He wants to get thrown out. He wants to get suspended. He wants to do whatever he can. He don't care that he's one technical away. Why? Steph ain't coming back. That's clear. After these reports that have come out and how he's feeling, Steph is not coming back. This goddamn series ain't even going 6 for Steph to come back. We'll come back. We just ate up some. We're going to get Kyle Madson in here, man. Kyle Madson going to talk with us. It's D-Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. We're happy you're tapped in. Shout out to the Dope Ones. He's out in the Jordan building in Portland. Dope Ones, what's up, boy? You out there now. I'm the only one who hasn't worked for Michael Jordan.
Well, I mean,
man.
Also, Dope Ones, Queens, stand up, New York City. You know what it is, baby. 150 Texan Street. You know what it is, man. 36 Ave. You know the vibes. Let's go, boy. Let's go. Nick's tape. Nick. What they call him?
Donnie ain't from New York.
He's from Queens. Donnie from Queens. Let him know, Donnie. You know the vibes. We outside, baby.
Donnie ain't doing none of this. He don't want no part of this. We'll come back. Kyle Madson
His
joins
mural
us
is in Brooklyn.
That's because Spike Lee is in Brooklyn. Can you imagine getting a call? Hey, Donnie, it's Spike. What? Okay, hang up on him. It's D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Hey, is that Untold on Gilbert Arenas and Javaris Crittenton? Is that new or is that been out?
No, it's new. It's a couple
days
old.
Is it out yet?
Yeah, I watched it
out
yesterday. I was like, oh, this looks neat or whatever. It's actually pretty sad. That whole story, just how it.
That was a crazy situation. I came across Javaris a couple different times. He used to come work out. I didn't know he was affiliated like that.
Yeah, I don't know how you do that at 20, but.
I forgot what this ain't what they calling this version. I forgot. I was about to say it, but the Nick set. That's what they call. I was about to say the Nick Lamats. Nick set.
I don't even think Donnie heard the shout outs. He just tapped in and left.
He tapped in by accident.
He got called in. He was like, "Hey, we got to work. Hey, design a shoe."
That arena stock is one of the better ones that's come out recently, though.
The Untold.
Yeah,
it looks good. Did you see Kenyon Martin and Nick Young?
Yeah, I watched that this morning.
Oh man. Rich could be anywhere. What's up, man? Where you at, man? Gotta tap in.
Who was in the right here? I get not wanting Nick to be disrespectful, but I get also like, don't talk to me like that.
Yeah, don't talk to me like that. And I mean, I know they're sitting in a certain way, but what Nick was doing wasn't on camera. The shot was on Kenyon, and he was.
Yeah, I couldn't even hear Nick if he was talking either.
He was like probably whispering, like, "Hey, check this out," or whatever he was showing. It was Kenyon. Yeah, Kenyon was doing a little bit much.
That was hilarious when Nick's like, "Yeah, don't be afraid to look this way," talking to Gilbert.
Yeah. Doe boy Bush, what up, though? What up, big dog? What's up, man? That's my guy, man. You missed it yesterday. We was talking about we had you on the show. This is Brandon right here. Who was on the picture.
Oh, from the picture?
Yeah. Rich, what else is new? It's always raining in Louisiana when it's supposed to be hot, like all the time.
Kyle Madson.
Hi, everyone.
Let's just go to 58. Is that cool? Can you go to 58?
Can
you go to 58?
Sure.
You sure?
Yeah.
You don't? Okay. You don't have to.
Yes.
Okay. Kyle Madson joining us here.
Took a scroll through his IG just to get a DM from his wifey. I was so confused. What should Doechii do?
Doechii can go.
She's awesome.
Yeah, Doechii is fire. Absolute fire.
You were talking something yesterday about your anxiety. I thought about her song.
Anxiety?
Yeah. Yeah.
Totally.
But I think it was like, because it was the story about you bringing donuts. Well, about to bring donuts for the neighbors.
Yeah, and I choked in my interaction with the donut.
Yeah,
lady.
what happened there? The donut lady punked you?
Yeah, dude, she was the alpha. She was the alpha in that situation.
Can you walk us through this?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Poor Kyle.
Okay. So Acrisure, first of all, I'm gonna people who listen to the Insiders are gonna hear a lot of the same jokes that we've already told about this, but have you guys noticed that the people that work at Acrisure, which is the new people in the building next to us or at the door next to us?
Okay.
Have you noticed that they're all like 6'5" and taller?
I haven't.
Well, he knows they're taking my parking spot, but
That's all
They're
I know.
all, bro. They are.
All I know is 4 million people work there.
It's a lot of switchable 3-4 wings over there. And I ran into their point guard this morning. He's about my height. Everybody there is 6'4" and taller. It's crazy.
I haven't. Well, I haven't seen any males.
Oh, they're there.
Oh yeah, they're there.
I know they have, but the women.
A lot of golf attire. A lot of golf attire.
A lot of
and
polos.
a lot of dudes that are like 6'4" and up. It's crazy. So I was going to welcome them to the building and bring them donuts yesterday.
It's very nice.
It's going to be like, yo, this is courtesy of the Donut Committee, Odyssey Sacramento. Appreciate you guys. Hello, welcome.
Yeah, very
so
nice.
I go into the donut shop I always go into, and they're great. I love this donut shop. I go there every Thursday to get donuts for Donut Friday. I'm ordering my 18 donuts, and my plan is I'm going to order the 18 for us, and then I'm going to go, and then I need an additional dozen. Well, through the course of me ordering, I'm like, can I get 3 of those and 3 of those and then 2 of those? And she goes, okay, you're at 10. And just like, okay, my bad, sorry. And I order a couple more things. And then she goes, how many did you want? And I was like, just 2 of those. She goes, no, how many donuts did you want?
Okay, settle down.
No, but again, she's got, I don't, again, this is me. Like, this is a me problem. So I was like, just 18's cool. And at that point, more people start walking in. Now there's a line behind me, and she's very clear, like,
starting to panic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where I am now like, oh, I'm a burden to this person. And so when we were done, she walks over, she sets the thing down, and she starts punching in my order. Not like, can I get you anything else? Not anything like that. And I'm not the kind of person that's going to be like, actually, can I? Yeah. And so I choked.
Oh.
And I didn't get the additional dozen donuts.
Well,
because I saw the people behind me, and I felt like I was being annoying in some way.
But you weren't.
And so
you were literally placing an order.
Yeah.
You weren't being rude about it, nothing like that.
And that's the thing is, I don't think she was being rude. I think it's my anxiety telling me, hey, you're being annoying. Yeah. She didn't do anything wrong.
That's why I started thinking about Dolce when you said that. That's what I caught that part.
It's a me thing. That was a me choking. Okay. She just alpha me. She said, how many donuts you want? And I said, oh, just the 18. I don't want 12 more. That'd be crazy.
What's the name
it
of the
sound like customer service though. Like pleasant.
They do a great job.
No, I'm sure they do. I'm just saying in that moment.
Yeah, she might have had a tough morning or gotten an argument with the coworker or something. I know how it goes.
What's the movie where they take Dwight back to the mall so they can like just go back at that person that dissed them or whatever?
What's the movie?
Yeah, like oh, we're gonna do the like
Pretty Woman.
Yeah, we're gonna Pretty Woman for Kyle. We're gonna take him back to the donut shop.
Yeah.
We're gonna get you your 30 donuts.
Big mistake.
Yeah,
huge.
That
I was telling you. You don't get it.
Yeah.
Sit it. No,
well,
sit
see,
down.
you threw me off.
Look at that. Alley-oop.
I said, who's
down.
Jason
Dwight?
Terry, KC right there.
That's right. He doesn't even know who Dwight is.
Well, no, I'm talking Pretty Woman. Who's Dwight?
No.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I was like, sounds like Pretty Woman, but he said Dwight.
Dwight in the office.
Yeah. That's
Wants
where
to
I was
buy
at.
like a Lord of the Rings.
He wants to buy a figure or something.
A figure. A wizard. But they
Oh,
wouldn't
when he
help
wanted
him.
to get the figure.
You don't know what we're talking
I thought
about.
Okay, I got you now.
So then what happened?
Well, they took him in there and they were like, bro, this pot of chili is not going to be.
You really love that pot of chili. You really lean heavily.
It all
on
just
that.
mixes now.
Yeah, it's just he knows the pot of chili and a few really unfortunate other
Ben Packer, I think, or Bill Packer.
Bill Packer. Yeah, it's Bill Packer. Okay. Well, I'm sorry the donut lady punked you.
It's all right.
It's all right.
I got to go back in. I got to suit up in a couple weeks. I'll get back in there. I'll win the next one.
You could say she's framing you as an angry white man.
Well,
you could try it.
I mean,
you could try it. It's just throw it around. See what happens. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening last night. Just throw it out there. Just see how it goes. Maybe you get a couple donuts for free. Who knows?
Nope.
No?
No.
Okay.
No.
You'll be banned.
Yeah.
They'll put your picture on the wall.
1000%.
Do not serve this man.
Yeah, that's 100% what would happen.
You asked yesterday if this series was over, or maybe it was 2 days ago. You asked me.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
over. Yeah.
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 The whole hard to win games when you can't score it.
Well, just the look on Steph's face yesterday was enough for me. Steph knows that team better than I do, and he knew that team sucked.
Yeah. There's a couple issues. One, well, first of all, if anyone had any doubt about the impact Steph Curry has offensively on the Golden State Warriors, I think we could put that all to rest.
The emotional impact he has on them. They looked like lost children without him out there.
Right. And that's the problem. It's to me less about if they were just missing shots last night, I'd be like, you can figure that out. But they had 4 shot clock violations, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And they had so many instances where you've got Jimmy Butler or Brandon Pajemski getting into the lane and like, hey, shoot that floater, shoot that. And then they kick it out to somebody with no interest in shooting the basketball. So it's like Jimmy Butler, who's facilitating to a bunch of dudes who either can't or won't shoot. And that's the problem. This moment is way too big for so many of these dudes. And that is, okay, Steph's been there, Jimmy's been there, Draymond's been there, Moses Moody's been there, but he's been god-awful. And outside of that, it's like, this is Brandon Podziemski's first playoffs, and it looks like it.
Yeah.
This is Quentin Post's first playoffs, it looks like. And that's where their issue lies. They just don't have enough guys who are...
What you did to Quentin Post yesterday. It's tough.
What did I do to Quentin Post?
Not you.
Oh, starting him?
What the Warriors did.
And that's the thing, is he's supposed to be on the floor as a floor spacer, but he's catching it on the perimeter and then dribbling. Like, brother, no. If you're not... Buddy Hield yesterday, like, Buddy, you talked about this on the handoff. There's the whole, like, jokes about, like, Buddy Hield dribbling and he's going to turn it over. But, like, jokes aside, catch it and shoot it. If you're open a little, you need to shoot it, especially when you're down 20.
Yeah.
Dribbling and creating offense is not what the deal is here. So, they don't have enough guys that can shoot. Maybe they steal one game because Minnesota sleepwalks through game 5 because they're up 3-1, but I don't.
They can't sleepwalk anymore.
The other thing about it too is Jimmy Butler is just not the Jimmy Butler that we think of when we think of those Heat runs. Like he's not there. Number one, he's kind of hurt still. Like we kind of forget he's dealing with the what was the it wasn't the back. What was this? A pelvic
Jimmy Butler?
contusion?
Yeah.
He's dealing with
There's
that.
an ass bruise.
No, there's that too. Is that ref? Hey,
no, it was.
No, they play on,
man.
What? This is what he's got.
I'm just checking. I'm still playing. Like I'm still running the route with the receiver, but I'm checking. Like,
begging to the.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I didn't just stop.
You used to be great at this. Now you just beg for calls.
But he's not that no more. Like he's not like, hey, get on my back, and we're gonna win a couple of rounds in the playoffs. I don't know where they get the scoring from. Kuminga, like maybe you can like, hey, Kuminga, go ahead and be that guy that you always think you can be and shoot those shots.
Hit his
and all
first
this other
8
stuff.
shots yesterday.
Yeah, maybe.
The problem with Kuminga is everybody knows he can put the ball in the hoop. It's literally everything else. The first thing he did is get punked by Dante DiVincenzo on a rebound. It's the first thing he did, and then turned it over. It's like cool. He can score sometimes, but he's not a great on-ball defender. He's terrible off the ball defensively. He doesn't know where to pass it. He doesn't know when to pass it. It's just like, so maybe he gets on a heater and scores 31 game. But
is any of that on the? Sorry.
Oh no, I want to ask both of you guys something real quick. Do you think this is their best chance to win? This year was their best chance to win. Because like in the next coming years, you got Jimmy for a couple years. Steph, like this is the group. I think give or take a player here or there. Do you think this was their best chance to win, and it's going to be bleak moving forward?
Yeah, probably just because I feel like at this stage, age wise, every year feels like 2 or 3 years. So yeah, probably. But Anthony Slater, talking to him, he's like, next year's I think the year they're lining up for. Like next year
With
is
the idea they're going to do something this offseason?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, or maybe Moses Moody's in a different role next year, or they do a little something this offseason. Like next year's the year where
retires.
Draymond retires. Next year's I think the year they're really trying to line up and compete. But this might have been it. Like this might have been the one where, man, you're the 7th seed, but you get a young Rockets team that you take care of. And then you get the Timberwolves, who, man, if you're fully healthy, I think Golden State, it might be up 2-0 right now. And then it's OKC, first time being there in the conference finals, and then maybe you run into the Pacers or the Knicks in the finals, and like this might have been the year to do it. But
I just look at the Warriors the same way I look at the Lakers. Like, securing the Bagley says, I think next year is their best shot because it's hard to win when you put a team together in February. A lot of people say the same thing with the Lakers, but these young guys, these young teams, they're going to be a year more experience, a year better.
Yeah.
Like I don't see how the Warriors or the Lakers jump OKC, Minnesota, Houston. Who knows what happens with San Antonio and those teams to win. Like, yeah, you'll be back in the playoffs again, but to win, go on a championship run, I don't see how those two teams are able to do that next year.
I also, just to go back to this year thing, Oklahoma City might just win the title. Like Oklahoma City might just be there already. So I don't even know if this year was like their best chance, because it might not have mattered that it was OKC's first trip.
Yeah, I guess I'm not there. I need to see Oklahoma City do it. I think it goes back to the conversation Kenny and I were having yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised by anyone winning the title. I mean, now I'd be surprised if the Warriors did it, because they clearly are going to have to win games without Steph Curry. And like the more that comes out, like his reaction after the injury, the locker room stuff, like it's like he's not coming. He's not going to. He's going to. We did 10 days. If he ask him to play basketball in 10 days and be a threat,
that's it. If he comes back for Game 6, it's like
he's James Harden.
A lot of off ball stuff, or maybe he's on ball and trying to distribute. He's just not.
He's James Harden in Brooklyn. He's dragging that leg. He's trying to just be there and be some sort of. We joke about this. He's Willis Reed. Yeah. Like he's not there to really make an impact. He's there like, oh, he's here. This is a lift for all of us. I wasn't trying to be funny a second ago. They look lost when he's not on the floor.
Yeah, they have all year.
Man,
it gets significantly worse.
LeBron's. So what's valuable? Remember when LeBron had that line? So what's valuable? Steph is the epitome of what's valuable in this league to their team.
Yeah, it's just like they Jimmy Butler, he's going to create, he's going to score. He's not scoring right now. And he's creating to dudes. Moses Moody can't shoot it right now. Brandon Pajemski, no idea what he's doing. He's just distributing to guys who can't score it. So, all right.
You got no low post presence.
Nothing.
Nothing
I was shocked Kevon Looney didn't get any. They played 14 players in the first half.
Come on, Steve. 14 players in the playoffs.
Like, I kind of get it. I think so. What I think yesterday was Steve Kerr. So I was talking to my buddy Tommy Call, Warriors Wires Tommy Call, and he was like, I hate that Kerr is doing this because no one's getting any kind of rhythm. And when they did get a rhythm, it was because they kept the same 5 dudes on the court. But I think what yesterday was they got down so many early that it's like, all right, they're not digging their way out of this. So he was just trying to mix and match lineups and see what worked and what didn't to have a 8 or 9 man rotation moving forward. I think
you said it perfectly on the insiders. Man, what you need with the Warriors is a guard that can create, shoot from distance, get to the bucket, can create his own offense. It's quick, fast. Somebody like, I don't know, Jordan Poole would have been pretty good in this situation. But your man's wanted to, maybe we made that up. Maybe he didn't punch Jordan Poole. Maybe it's just a narrative. I don't know. Is it CGI? Was it AI?
Well, they were more concerned about how the video leaked than what was actually on the video.
That too.
And Steve Kerr is responsible for that too.
I always go back to, I'm having fun with the Draymond situation, but
makes one of
Jordan
us.
Poole. Jordan Poole was the answer. They talk about the 2 timelines and all this other stuff.
That was it.
Jordan Poole was this succession plan. I can't believe they moved on from him. I know they couldn't coexist, and obviously Draymond's got the sweat equity with the championships and Lacob loves him or whatever, but that was the plan.
Yep.
To go from Steph to Poole.
They really could use Jordan Poole right now.
That's okay. We really could have used De'Aaron Fox or Tyrese Halliburton, but that's fine. It's just the nature of the business. Hey, what do you guys need? A point guard. Really? We need it? Huh. Have you seen our drafts? Oh, all right. The weird irony of it all.
Brutal.
Damn. You guys talked about the hamstring real quick. It's almost like I can't remember when he hurt the hamstring, but remember when OG Anunoby tried to play last year in Game 7.
Oh God, yeah, it's awful.
I feel like he hurt it in like Game 4 or something like that. And he tried to get out there, and he just he couldn't do anything. So I don't even know if Steph, if he tried to come back, would be Harden. I feel like it'd be more like that.
Oh man, and you can't do that with Steph. I mean, I don't remember how many years ago was this? 2021. The Harden.
Oh, Harden. Yes, 21.
So was he early 30s? Steph's 37. You gonna ask Steph to do that at 37?
I think that's
36,
the thing.
37.
I think that's the thing that sucks. If I can fan out for a second.
Absolutely.
The thing that sucks the most here is I didn't think Golden State was winning a title.
Sure.
And but
usually don't think Golden State's winning games.
That's a great point.
It
might okay, but there's the like outward like bit.
Yeah.
And then there's like what I actually think.
Yeah.
And I was joking yesterday. After Game 1, I was like, all right, good win, but man, series is over. That sucks. And by tip-off yesterday, I had talked myself into, all right, well, if Minnesota's missing shots, just play good defense. And if if the bad players play well, I think they're okay. It might be fine. So anyways,
I'm not even a fan, and I said the same
thing.
Right.
Right. So there's like the delusion, right, of it. But in reality, I didn't think they were for real going to win this year. But it's like this is 4 games or whatever that we're going to miss of Steph Curry playing.
Yeah.
He had 13 points in 13 minutes in Game 1. It's like, man, it might have been one of those series. And
I did have a moment this morning. It passed quickly. I felt bad for Warriors fans. I felt bad for Steph. Like I don't know if they had a real chance to do this, but like, you've been playing really well since Jimmy Butler got there.
Right.
The reality is you had no reason to believe you couldn't win.
Sure.
But to lose Steph, but then I was like, you feel bad for Warriors fans. That's stupid. But Steph, as a basketball fan, like I feel terrible for Steph Curry.
Yeah, there's no crying for Warriors fans.
Don't cry for me, Argentina.
Yeah, geez. But yeah, for Steph individually, for sure. Like this is one of what he's got 1 or 2 more like legit cracks at this, and this is one of it just down the drain, and he didn't even get a shot at it.
And that's the frustrating thing, I'm sure, from him. If I'm gonna go out, if I'm gonna lose, like beat me.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Beat
me.
I don't want to lose because I wasn't able to compete.
Yeah,
and that's got to be very. Like I didn't see a lot of the
threw in the towel like Martha Hart did it, or not Martha Hart. Helen Hart did it the Survivor Series. Just threw in the towel.
That's my brother.
Yeah. That's my brother.
Yeah, that was crazy.
You remember that?
Yeah, you know that one. You know that one.
Yeah.
I love
Helen
that
Hart?
Kyle's bit with wrestling is your bit with The Office. It's the best.
Yeah.
Kyle's gonna watch wrestling just like I'm gonna watch Office.
Facts.
He's gonna go back on the network
That's
on the app
facts.
and go.
It is exactly
No,
the same.
I'm watching The Office.
Yes,
he's
right.
gonna watch
sure
the WrestleMania 9 documentary.
Which I still haven't seen.
When Miss Elizabeth threw the chili into the ring, she was like, "That's my husband."
Yes,
yeah, that was crazy.
Then there was sexual harassment on that episode of
Wow, God,
step up from what you said the other day.
That's way better. It's actually way better than what you said yesterday.
But
the fact that you uttered the phrase sexual harassment and we're both praising it as a major upgrade from what you did yesterday is so sad.
Called it a step up. I called it a step up.
Well,
I need you guys to stop trying to frame my friend Kenny.
No,
thank you. Thank you.
Because that's what we're doing.
What was I gonna say? Oh, I didn't see any of the comments or like anything after the game about maybe somebody said Sam Amick said something or Steph but I looked at Steph in the first quarter. I was like, he's finished this year.
Yeah. Well, there was the article, Marcus, maybe?
MT, I think. Yeah, Marcus Thompson.
About tears. Like,
yeah.
We always say, no one knows better than them. He knows. Like, you could almost see it on the floor when he kind of came down. He's like rubbing the back of his leg, and he almost looks confused. And then he comes back down the floor and he starts doing the thing to he's like, oh, okay. You can start to see wasn't fear.
Realization.
Yeah. You could start to see that before he gets to the tunnel and is gone.
And he still got to his spot and hit the little 15
I said, there he goes. Like Chuck says, you only hurt on defense. And then no, he was just really hurt.
only hurt on defense. That's terrific.
Tim McMahon, sneaky tall guy.
No, he
He is
tall.
a sneaky tall guy.
He's like what, 6'3",
I think
6'4"?
Yeah, he could work at Acrisure.
He either. I never knew the name of the company, so good for you.
Thank you. They sponsor the Pittsburgh Steelers Stadium.
Good knowledge.
Thank you.
Either he loves that suit, or he loves that color, and has multiple suits in that color.
Could be.
Because that was his Sacramento suit.
Might be his one suit. It might be his playoff
No,
suit.
I don't think he has one
his
suit.
play-in / playoff suit, like his
No.
nice one.
Maybe
There-
he could just be wearing a sports jacket and tie too, though. That's an old TV trick.
That's a good point.
I have basketball shorts on I have sweat shorts on every Sunday, Sports Sunday. You never know, but I do.
See, you guys are better than me. When I do Sports Sunday, I'm like, all right, I'll throw a hoodie on. You're welcome.
But that's your brand.
That's a good point.
Like
And your guys'
and,
brand is
and
that
you
you
guys
dress
were
nice.
you guys were doing something on hats, so you had the hat on, and
Sure.
yeah, it was perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
The Nuggets look to be doing your favorite thing. They going with the 5280 joints.
I do love those. I love the color of those jerseys. Like those colors are phenomenal. I just wouldn't want a jersey with a whole bunch of numbers on it.
5280. It means something.
I don't care that it means something. I just don't want it.
Do you want a City of Trees jersey?
Yes.
No.
We need to go back.
We do need.
I don't want a farm to fork one either.
Yeah, get that off of my water tower.
I farm to eat personally. I don't know. It's a bad joke. No,
fine.
I meant to tell. I can't believe I haven't told you this. Do you know what I did the other day watching the Denver Nuggets play basketball? It's not anything inappropriate. It's a normal sports fan thing.
I think
Cheer
I know
Russell
what it is.
Westbrook.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
He shot a corner three, and I said, "Come on, Russ."
what?
Wow.
So since we pulled back the curtain here a little bit, will you admit your feelings towards Russell Westbrook are often just a bit? You actually like Russell Westbrook?
Yeah, it's been a bit it was genuine dislike for a long time.
Okay.
And because he's just a thorn in the Warriors' side, like he's a pain. He's awesome. He was so good.
Well,
And it started being a bit probably like 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
well,
It
real
started
quick,
to really be a bit, but he's an easy guy to root for.
real quick. Who do Warrior fans hate more, Westbrook or Harden, or is there somebody?
Harden, it's not even close.
Is there somebody more than Harden?
What about CP3?
For me, no. So
Oh.
Warriors legend CP3. No, Harden's at the top of the list for sure.
Is LeBron on the list?
Nah, I rock
No.
with LeBron.
No, not for you, just like Warriors fans.
Probably, but
There,
I think
is there a
I
player
don't think
that
so. I don't
do
think
you
they
hate?
hate
Do you not?
LeBron.
Do you genuinely not like James
I
Harden?
cannot stand James Harden.
Okay,
Everything about him.
that's why
His-
that's my man right
His
there.
face, how he
Yeah, well,
plays, how he
okay.
moves. I just don't. I
What about his
don't.
beard?
Is there something in particular about his face that you can't stand?
Just
Just
in
overall
general.
the face?
Just,
Just
I
the
just don't
looks
like
he
his
makes,
face,
huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, understand.
Anything I can do? No, it's just your face.
No.
Yeah, it just nah.
Literally hate your face.
No, I don't like him. I don't like him.
It's fine. It's okay.
What do you want from me?
Thanks for hanging out, man. We
Yeah, of course.
appreciate it. We'll let you
Love
go.
hanging out.
We'll come back. Steeler and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Big perks, players facing the most. They move the screen.
Big Perk is a little bit crazy.
From the screen tab.
I wish-
Pressure, maybe?
Like when you go back and you realize like Perk was a monster when he was in the league, but he was like a proportionate to the league monster.
Right.
It's kind of like my man's really like, I'm retired. I'm chilling now.
Good for him.
All right.
Does anyone sound more Southern than Perk?
Oh, what's
No.
what's the
Xavier Leggett?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't even know who that is.
Go look up a video of Xavier Leggett talking. It is
Panthers wide
so
receiver.
fun. My guy is speaking a different language sometimes. He's got that real. Is it Louisiana? I think is where he's from.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ. He must
It's
be,
just South Carolina.
he must have the
That's right.
he must have the same sponsorship Kenny has. He had that Louis Vuitton denim on.
What you talking about?
I don't even understand the words that he's saying. Thank God this reel has subtitles.
What is more difficult for any of you guys to understand a Southern accent or a Baltimore accent?
Southern, because I can't even place a Baltimore accent.
Baltimore. Sometimes if you get the right person, I don't know what they be saying. Dude, I come, dude, came to the studio, dude.
What did you just say right
What
now?
were you trying?
Were you just making noise?
What
Or would you
words
say
were you
sense?
saying?
Yeah.
What words
Those
were
my
those
people
supposed
though.
to
I
be?
love when they I do, come through. Then we came through.
I don't think you're talking about people from Baltimore.
You just sound like Snoop.
You're just
from
mocking
The
them
Wire.
at this
That's
point.
crazy.
That's
He's
all
like,
you
I
sound
love the Baltimore accent. You ever heard of it?
Sounds like you're making fun of people.
That's how they say with pride too.
Yeah, shout out to
You
Baltimore.
just don't know what you are listening to. You don't know what you're listening to.
First time I heard that was Snoop. I had to look it up. I was like, oh, this is how they really go like this.
That's a great question from John Poles in the chatty house.
Yeah.
Chatty gang, appreciate you guys. We'll see you on Monday, 10 a.m. The Insiders. She talks like pretty normal, like doesn't have an accent, and then all of a sudden one time, sitting there talking, and she just goes, "Yeah, sorry about that."
What's up, Leezy?
Where'd that come from?
Leezy.
What up, boy? Hey, yes, sir.
Good.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah,
Appreciate you.
Nah, I got nothing.
Great.
Nothing intelligent to say. Actually, I'll tell you later.
Okay.
Just text me.
Okay.
That shirt, that was before or after the incident.
All right, we back in here. Shout out to our man Kyle Madson hanging out with us for a little bit. Hold up, man. I wasn't sure if he was coming in. It's Leezy Friday.
Yeah, and there's one
Leezy.
question that I want to know.
Leave
Collins asked it. Where's the damn pizza?
Yo, we got to get like a pizza sponsor or something.
No,
I got to
you-
talk to around.
What that got to
no.
do with where the pizza at today?
Hold on.
That ain't got nothing to do with
Oh,
nothing.
Casey, Casey, this is great.
Don't bring this man pizza.
I didn't bring him pizza, but I
It's
brought
not just me,
Casey
it's
a different gift.
No, you don't need to bring anybody pizza.
No, he does.
No, he does not. He gets paid like $7 to be here, and I'm constantly asking.
What that got to do with me?
He had to pick up. He can't afford the pizza.
He's got 2 jobs.
Well, he does have. He's got like 9 jobs.
You
if we're
can't
being
expense
honest.
pizza?
Hey, yo, I really do have
No,
9
you
jobs.
cannot ask Leezy to bring pizza.
No, I'm asking if he can expense it. That way he gets compensated for it at least.
Jesse, I got to get a tax guy for all that.
Yeah, I barely know how to expense stuff. We're gonna ask Leezy to expense stuff.
Yeah, Jen, I need to expense this $30 pepperoni pizza, please.
Yeah, the one we get every Friday.
Jen will say, get out of my office.
Just gonna say, Leezy, we've been looking for you.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh boy.
Jen be like, "Sir, who are you?"
Yeah. Oh, you're Leezy.
Leezy's never actually signed the paperwork to be here. He just shows up. We got him a key fob. He just shows up, and Complex tells him to go pick up artists every once in a while.
Yeah, that was not on my. I didn't expect that. That wasn't on my bingo list, but it was.
So
fun,
what
though.
were you driving? Because Leezy and I were on a text exchange with Jacques people,
Uh-huh.
and they were like, "Hey, what kind of car do you have?"
Yeah.
And Leezy said, "A white van."
I did. Yeah, I had the white van. Yeah.
What white van?
Apparently, we have a white van.
Who's we?
Oh, Odyssey, the good folks at Odyssey.
When did we ever get a white van?
No, when? What the hell do we have a white van
That's
for?
a Joe Brazil question. I don't know.
When you said white van, I immediately thought, did he pick up Jacques in the Good Kid, Mad City van?
Rolled up the side.
Get
Get in.
Did he treat him like the NBC executives when Will tried to stay in Philadelphia?
You snatched him up.
And they threw him in a white van.
Do we even keep a white van here?
They said,
It's
what
here.
does this contract say? The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, not Philadelphia.
Yeah, it was wild times. So yeah,
White van. That's crazy.
I pulled up here. I was like, "Hey Joe, I need keys for the van. We're gonna be picking up Jacquees and all that, blah blah blah." And he's like, "Yeah, these are the keys." I go downstairs and I'm expecting the black Odyssey van or even the truck,
How many cars do we have?
Hey, it's like Hertz rent a car out there. We just got cars.
We got more cars than people.
You should have told him to shoot you the truck at least.
I said the truck. He said, "Nah, you don't want the truck."
He had to pick up so many people.
Yeah, that's the thing. We had a whole group of people. We had like 4 or 5
people.
Yeah,
Threw that man in a white van.
Yeah, I was not expecting all that. But
how many windows does the van have?
Like 4 or 5.
Oh, okay.
It
well,
was
at least
enough.
it has windows.
Yeah. Hey, and I was a good chauffeur. I showed up with snacks. I had
That's hilarious.
cookies,
Please tell
drinks,
me
you name it.
stopped and got the snacks yourself.
I did.
Leezy.
I did.
That's my man.
I
That's my
did.
guy.
Leezy would be the 5-star Uber driver who has the water. Like every phone call. Oh, you got an iPhone 1? I got you. Here it is.
They asked me for a charger too, and I was like,
See?
man, I left it over here. That's the one thing they got me on. They did ask.
See, I was not that type of Uber driver.
Yeah.
I had the one charger that went with my phone.
Mhm.
There were no snacks, no water, but the vibes were good.
Well, you
the
can't
car
keep
was
snacks
clean.
in the car. You need.
Well,
Yeah.
probably so.
Yeah.
Car was
Kenny-
clean though.
Yep.
Car was
Yep.
clean.
That's number one.
And he waiting around to pick up a ride. Just reach back and grab a bag of.
What's the popcorn? Yeah. Y'all love
Well,
popcorn.
see, the killer, I'll be driving around, so I'd be able to stop and get some food or whatever. I can't stop and get no food during dealing with KC.
Oh, I had time.
So I got a snack.
I had time. I'm one of those people. I have to be early to stuff. So like they said, hey, meet us at 12:20. I was there like at 11:40, just
Bro,
posted up.
11:40.
11:40, nothing.
Oh,
Bro, you
yes.
were there.
What is wrong with you?
11:50. 11:50.
11:40, nothing. Leezy was there at like 11:20.
That works.
Leezy sent a text like, "Hey guys, just letting you know I'm in the area." And I'm like, "Wait a minute, what time are they coming in?"
Yeah.
And they immediately respond, "We were told to be ready by 12:20 or something."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh, thank God."
Yeah, I was posted up.
Oh man, Leezy just out there hanging out, waiting for Jacquees to come downstairs.
Yeah.
Shout out to Leezy, man.
Yeah, it was fun times. He's good people, man. Ever since we met him at Soul Bloom, Night for Lovers, he's always a real one, man. I like when he's in town. He's a good dude, and he appreciated the show. We was listening back, and he's like, "See all the stuff they're saying. I gotta tell my young artists so they know to be, candid, open, entertaining, not just be so closed off. A lot of young people like that, too cool." But he was great,
Why you got a beanie and a sweatshirt on? It's like
Yeah,
90
bro.
degrees.
I'm repping
outside.
the Insiders, and I'm repping 102.5.
Insiders don't have a t-shirt.
It's hot though.
You gotta make
Cut
one.
the sleeves off, Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
It's hot outside.
I don't think I want to be Bill right now. He's in some trouble. He got to
Well,
chill.
I
Him
don't
and his
think he's
lady-
in trouble.
Well,
No, he might be. He
Uh,
might be.
Well, I don't know that story's true though.
We're hearing conflicting
Oh,
reports.
yeah. I
The-
saw- well,
the North Carolina was like, yeah, this isn't true.
Pablo got Chatty House.
Was that Pablo that reported that too? Because he
Was
also
it?
said his sources. Did you see the video where he's talking about her on the commercial set or whatever? Where Bill
Oh,
shooting.
she crashed the.
Yeah, Bill was shooting a commercial and she shows up and then she's like, "Hey, what if we did this?" Or she leaves or whatever, shows up again in some bikini and they're like, "Oh yeah, let's shoot it this way."
Mm.
And Pablo says that, "Oh yeah, we'll do it," but they basically handed her the controller that don't work. They said that they're pretending to shoot, but the camera wasn't rolling or whatever. So
I'm-
it's not like shot like a fake commercial, I guess.
I'm not saying Pablo is lying or has bad sort. I'm not saying that, but I believe North Carolina. She was not.
Well, yeah,
banned.
if North Carolina put out a statement that said, no,
Yeah.
she's not banned from the building.
I don't think
believe
she
her.
is banned or ever has been banned.
Was-
That sounds like, come on, that sounds ridiculous.
Yeah.
That Bill Belichick, who might be the most powerful person at the school, at the university, if he's not banning her,
Yeah.
the AD is not banning her from that never happened.
Wasn't
I don't
there
believe it.
a report like they want to do? It's not Hard Knocks, but something like Hard Knocks, and they want to
It
do
was Hard
something.
Knocks.
That's,
It
I
was
think
Hard
Pablo
Knocks.
said that.
Okay,
yeah.
that's the one. Okay. Yeah. Mm. Well,
And Pablo, once again, it's like all the other reports that talk about. Pablo could have absolutely heard that from somebody that he trusts.
Yeah.
That person could have been wrong. So I ain't saying Pablo lied. He heard what he heard or got the information he got.
Mhm.
That person could have been wrong.
What about the
Pablo-
Kobe Memorial LeBron thing too? Wasn't that kind of conflicting as well?
That was Pablo saying LeBron wasn't there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But isn't that like there's conflicting like is that like for sure though?
No,
No.
I mean none of it's
That's what I'm
for sure.
saying. Like
It's Pablo, the people he talked to. That's what
Which
That's what they
aren't
said, so.
necessarily the people who would know if LeBron James was there.
I'm saying, like Pablo's putting stuff out, and it's like, oh yeah, then she's banned from UNC,
What-
and then UNC's like, oh maybe
what-
not.
Pablo could have said regarding LeBron is LeBron wasn't in the audience. like he could have said that because a lot of the people he talked to were, because I went back and listened, a lot of the people he talked to were TV executives.
Mm-hmm.
He could have said, yeah, but like if LeBron was there, he wasn't in the audience. And from what I think that is 100% true. But I believe in terms of LeBron James at the Staples Center for Kobe Bryant's memorial, I believe that he was there.
And to be fair to Pablo on that,
or not, I believe he was there.
He didn't say anything. He just said he was reporting like, these are the things that I've heard looking into it. I don't remember him ever saying LeBron wasn't there. I've got facts. He didn't say that. He was just like, look, I did some digging. These are the people I talked to, and this is what came back. Do with that what you want.
Here's what Pablo said, it looks like, following the statement from North Carolina today. He said, we broke the news of an important meeting where UNC higher-ups told the football program that Jordan Hudson can't be around the facility anymore. Many people around the team heard that message very clearly. You could decide who to trust in terms of how the PR spin goes from here. He responded to another one. P.S. UNC can now choose to describe or change its position on Jordan Hudson's involvement however it wishes. Following the publication of our episode, we requested comment and filed dozens of Freedom of Information Act requests that were not satisfied, and we stand by the specific reporting in our episode, which came from the highest levels of the football program. That's Pablo Torre today.
The highest levels of the football program. There's only the
Well,
highest person.
You're thinking of the highest.
Yeah.
But there is an athletic director. There is a director of information for football programs. That's pretty high. I'm not saying that's who we talked to. Right. I have no idea. But it could be other people than Bill Belichick.
That phrasing, the highest people of the football program, to me, there's nobody higher than Bill Belichick. Yeah. There are higher people in the athletic department, which is what I would have said. That came from the highest people.
To be clear,
in
maybe
the athletic department.
Maybe I read this wrong, and we stand by the specific reporting in our episodes, which came from the highest levels of the football program.
Highest level. So there's other people. There's other people on the level.
Correct.
Of Bill, or even a little below Bill Belichick.
Yeah, that's fine. Again, you talk about
that's still one of the
directors of
levels.
Information. You talk about there's a lot of people that. I mean, think about the different people that we deal with at Sac State to get Coach Marion or Mike. There's a lot of different people who work to make these college football programs. This is Sac State. I can't imagine how many people are running at North Carolina with Bill Belichick there.
Yeah. I don't think Pablo is lying about what he heard or what he was told. And the people that told him that, I think, are relatively high-ranking officials. I just don't know if they were right.
He's standing by.
I think there's a alternate theory. We can talk about it. Let's get reset. We'll come back. Leezy's hanging out with us. We'll have some fun here. We'll open the phone lines for you as well. And I'll pose the question right now. Is this damaging Bill Belichick's legacy at all? Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. All right, this will straighten us out, and then we'll come back and be able to.
Yeah, no, you good.
I'm hungry, man.
Same. Man, if
Once
only
you get
somebody
a
had some
pizza.
pizza.
God,
you know what
Yeah,
I'm
if
saying?
somebody had some
You see what I'm
pizza.
saying? Now somebody can actually see what I'm talking about here.
We all starving over here, man. Hey, KC, I got you a little gift, man.
What's this guy with? Wait, what the hell?
Oh, good.
What is this?
It's just a gift, man.
Do I do this now, or should I do it? Think about.
Yeah, I know. COE. You might want to wait.
What's this guy doing, bro?
Just giving out gifts.
I don't know.
man.
He walked in with a bag, and I just assumed it was a new team.
I'm gonna wait till we get on air.
Okay, we'll hold off on that.
I'm gonna wait till we get on air. What the hell's going on around here, man? I'm telling you this. I don't know what the hell's going on around here.
Wild times.
Oh man. This dude, Malik B, that dude's hilarious.
Who's Malik B?
You know this comedian, this guy right here. You seen him before?
He looks familiar.
Oh,
He looks
that dude-
familiar.
That dude hilarious, bro. His little skits be.
Bro, people be
Yeah,
loving them
funny.
skits, man. I got one homie who does skits. Shout out to Zacchaeus, great, popular here in Sac.
Wow. Oh man.
Yeah, that Old Spice
Smell
one.
like Jovan Musk.
Hey, it's Friday. It might be date night. You don't know. What up, Chatty House? Securing the Bagley, I see you. Steven 411 Brown, I see you too, barely. Leezy, my cousin. Zebra PT. Hey, D'Lo, I got a big event going down Saturday. So, I joking, call me Leezy Scorsese. So Saturday, these guys, they came to me. They're doing a whole fashion show documentary. I know, super random, right? And they had a videographer for it, and he dropped out. And they're like, hey, we need someone to do it, blah, blah, blah. My friend recommended me, and now it's actually going to be premiering on IMAX on Saturday. So it's pretty wild.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, I was not expecting all this.
That's awesome, bro.
Yeah. Forces of Nature, fashion show documentary, Saturday, IMAX. Tickets still on sale. Go check it out.
That's fire, bro.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm picking up my suit today, later on.
That is dope. Leezy Kugler.
Leezy Kugler. From Uber driver to movie maker. Oh, Filthy McNasty. I see you. Run your game, Filthy.
It's not time. It's not time. Settle down.
Sorry.
All right, our man Leezy hanging out with us as he does most Fridays here. We were talking about the latest development here. Just got into a conversation about what's going on with Bill Belichick in North Carolina and Jordan Hudson. And, Pablo Torre did one of those, is it called Pablo Finds Out or Pablo Investigates or something like that. He's got a really good podcast.
I like it.
Pablo Torre Finds Out, I think is what it's called. That's the one that Kyle turned me on to, where he investigated the 100-point game. That's where I got introduced to that podcast. But
he does a good job with that.
Very much so. And he reported that UNC had asked or had told Jordan Hudson she's not allowed in football facilities. North Carolina came out with a statement today saying that's not true. She doesn't work for us, but she will continue to manage Bill Belichick's, essentially his outside ventures. The statement actually, to me, at least attempted to distance themselves from Jordan Hudson.
Yeah.
Jordan Hudson is Bill Belichick's manager, facilitator, whatever, handles his outside North Carolina football stuff. That's what the statement said. And, there's a conversation about, maybe Pablo got the wrong information. Maybe the stuff the people at North Carolina revealed to Pablo Torre was just in fact wrong. Or North Carolina got a call this morning from Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
So I don't know which one is true, because I know my first thought was this is like what's Bill Belichick, arguably the most famous football coach of the last 20 years, maybe the most famous football coach ever. He's just gonna let this report sit out there. I don't think that's gonna happen. And so for North Carolina to come out with that statement today, maybe the report was never true, or maybe North Carolina got a call and said, we're not doing this. She will be at the facility. She will be around, I'm speaking from the perspective of Bill Belichick, me and everything that I do. And if you have an issue with that, let's revisit what we're doing here.
Yeah.
and Bill Belichick has enough sway to do that. This isn't Texas.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? This isn't, one of those, big, massive colleges. This is North Carolina. It's a fine football program. It's a massive university. It's a fine football program.
Right.
Bill's got the control there.
Right.
Yeah.
So I don't know that we'll find out an answer as to how this went down, but I do think there's multiple ways that what happened, that what transpired today, there's multiple ways that it could have gone.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. And that goes the way you laid it out too, is like, how do I say, like, people around North Carolina are, saying that this is what they're going to do, who don't necessarily have final decision-making power. Like, this is crazy. Speaking to somebody in the offices, this is crazy around here. Like, we gonna ban her. We're gonna make sure she don't come around here anymore, because this is crazy. Pablo, she banned, bro. She banned. And then that gets out, and the guy with the power says, no, she's not. And you guys better let everybody know she's not banned, because I didn't say she's banned. So that's just what it is. And I don't know if somebody spoke too soon. Maybe they said this is what they're trying to do. This is what needs to happen. What, I don't know. But I do think whatever was going on, it wasn't ran by the guy who has the sway, like you just mentioned. And if he don't okay it, nothing's final until he okays it there.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's got ADs, presidents of the universe. Like, he's got bosses too. But like you just mentioned, he's got the sway and the power and the leverage to say, if I'm not cool with it, I'll just leave. I'll just leave. Then what you gonna do? I don't need this job.
Yeah. Bill's, I hate to say bigger than the program, but Bill definitely has all the leverage and power, like you're saying. And it's really kind of like sad to see. Like D'Lo was asking, does this impact his legacy? Obviously not. Bill's always going to be a great coach and all that stuff, but the distraction she's starting to become is a big headline, and for most of his career, he's always been quiet, subtle, not making big headlines. And now all of a sudden you always hear about her in these interviews. Now she's being banned. It's becoming a whole thing,
I don't think it damages his legacy. And I also think if North Carolina starts off 8-1, I don't think it'll matter too much. Like, it maybe it will, because she'll always be around. Like, she'll have these photo ops, and when Bill is celebrating a win against Florida State, like, she'll be under his arm. So it'll be a story in that way. But if they're winning, we're still going to look at the great Bill Belichick. That's what I think.
You know what it low-key reminds me of? It's not the same, but it's kind of like Travis Hunter and his situation. Like, Travis, he's a great player and this and that, but he has a whole situation with his girlfriend and people want to put them under a microscope. It's kind of the same thing with Bill. Bill's always going to be a great coach, but now if anything's going on the sidelines or this or that, people are going to be like wondering how his girlfriend's having an influence on him,
It's a weird story. I asked you before the break. This is what is defining right now Bill Belichick's time in North Carolina. Of course, he hasn't actually coached a football game yet. Is this damaging for Bill Belichick?
Yeah, I don't. It depends on if he wins or not. If he wins, it'll be a footnote. If he loses and this becomes a disaster, it'll be a stain. It'll be a little bit of a stain. But I also think time heals all wounds, right? So let's just go worst case scenario. They go 4-8. They don't really get their footing in 3 years. The same distractions are going on with him and Jordan, and he's out of North Carolina in 3 years. Immediately, it's like, this was a train wreck. This was a disaster. 10 years from now, I don't like, it might be mentioned, but we're just going to talk about how he's probably the greatest
head coach of all time
of
football
in NFL history. And we'll leave it at NFL. That'd almost be like Jordan with the Wizards.
Yeah.
We'll just leave it at NFL.
It never happened. Jordan with it never happened.
Do you think Bill's trying to get back to the NFL? Is that what this stop in North Carolina is about?
I was always surprised he took the job. I thought he was just going to wait for a job to open up in the NFL.
Well, there was some post North Carolina rumblings. What's up, Jesse?
I don't think he's trying to get back to the NFL. I think North Carolina is the job he could get, where he could get power that he wants. Like he's not running an NFL team like he would with the Patriots or anything like that anymore.
I'm glad you jumped in because that's a really important word in all of this. Power.
Yeah.
And the post North Carolina talk around the NFL, at least from reporters, was he wants that Bill Belichick level of power that he had in New England, and no team wants to give him that.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're all looking at each other like, I'm not doing it. Like, I can't operate my football program that way. And I don't even know that he could do that at a place like Texas.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know about Texas.
So North Carolina might be the level of place. One, it's a high profile university. You get paid really, really well. And it brings some notoriety to their football program, which, in the NIL era, we're dealing with something totally different. North Carolina doesn't look like, if you're a quarterback back, what was it? Cutcliffe? What was it? Peyton and Eli's guy? Was it David Cutcliffe? Was that
the
his
old
name?
Duke coach?
Yeah. Oh, that was Duke, not North Carolina. So I was thinking it Duke, like
who was the coach of North Carolina?
Yeah. But Jesse's right.
David Cutcliffe
was a Duke. But I'm thinking like, if you're a quarterback, like that's where you could go learn the quarterback position at Duke from like Cutcliffe. But now in the NIL era, Bill Belichick can convince me to come. He can convince me to come to North Carolina.
Yeah.
To get some money from Chapel Hill Groceries or whatever. Absolutely.
You get to go play for one of the greatest coaches ever. You get money in your pocket. What's the problem?
Yeah. I think, like you mentioned, with the whole NIL going on right now in the landscape of college football, it's not the same. It doesn't have the same cachet maybe, but it could be a lot closer to professional football with getting players and being able to get the best talent to North Carolina. If it was just like the old days where you're just based on the scholarship and maybe sliding a tractor in front of somebody's dad's house, you know what I mean? That might have been a little tough for Bill. But Bill's like, hey, I can go get some NILs. We got $20-40 million to spend. Let's go get the best. I can go get the best quarterback.
It works. We see it here. Hey,
he can't outshine Sack State.
Oh no! Oh no! Stingers
up. We out here, my boy Brandon Marion out here
doing his thing,
getting him 5 stars.
That's right.
What we doing.
I'm going to a game.
Please believe I'm.
That's right.
Tickets.
Stingers up. We out there repping. Yeah. Football, basketball. We out there.
Oh, great! Now everybody's begging for sideline passes.
I was first.
Yeah,
you were.
Hey, we've been down.
You were down there, weren't you, for the spring game?
Yeah, but it was pretty dope. Everybody was. There was no.
Oh, everybody was on the sideline.
Yeah, everybody could be
sideline. Kenny.
There was literally people. It got a little wild. There was literally people on the Sac State sideline where the players were. It's like, wait a minute, hold on, sir. I'm gonna need this rope to go up right here.
Somebody grabbing helmets and trying to run out there. Let me run a play.
They was doing a Drake and Nick Nurse to Coach Marion.
That's what I think we should do. Next time Coach Marion's on and you're begging for sideline passes, you know what, Coach? This is a great idea. But what Kenny has to do is come out for a practice, and he's got to take a couple hits.
Well, that got to do with anything. Why would I have to do that?
To get the sideline pass. Come on. No, you can't just be handing out sideline passes.
Yes, you can.
That could be part of our Kenny Takes Sports series this summer.
Hey, I'll film it, Kenny. I got you.
No, I ain't taking no hits.
Let's go.
I'll run some routes.
COE.
My man.
Content over
I'll run some routes. I ain't taking no hits. It's non-contact. What are we talking about?
No.
What are we talking about? Like, y'all crazy.
Oh, we'll get you some pads.
Why?
So you can get hit.
I ain't no football player.
You can take it, Casey.
And I'm a 40-year-old man.
We'll do Oklahoma drill.
The hell is this?
We'll do Oklahoma drill against the third string corner.
Could you just reverse the wording and say, I'm a man, I'm 40?
I'm a man, I'm 40.
Like him.
Don't talk like him. That is one of me and my friend's favorite quotes. We do that all the time.
It's crazy to think that man was 4 years younger than me when he said that. Like, what?
Don't come at
name, Gundy. What's his
Gundy,
name?
yeah, he's still there too.
He is still there.
The Heat's still starting to turn up on him though, because he ain't winning. He ain't winning.
What is his first name?
Is it Mike?
Oh, okay, yeah. I was like, last name's Gundy, but
Mike Gundy.
I almost said Mike Van Gundy.
Oh Lord.
The Law's brother. Mike Gundy.
But sorry, what were you gonna say?
Oh, good. This is a professional radio show right here.
Don't all talk at once, you guys.
Yeah, no. This
I brought Casey a nice gift.
So
Friday car crash. Oh, did you? Oh, yeah, you hadn't revealed that. Go
he
ahead.
had to give. He tried to give it to me during the break. I said, "Yo,
let's hold off.
Like, is this a radio situation or what?"
Yeah.
He said, "Let's hold off." So let's see what this is,
It's
man.
Friday. I forgot
it is
the
a hat.
pizza.
I can feel that.
Oh,
It's from Lids.
okay.
So we'll see what's going on here.
They don't have King's hats there, by the way.
Oh, hey.
Let's see what
Yeah.
was cooking. Oh, let's
it's
go.
a Dodger hat.
Let's go.
You know, he's a supporter.
Go New York, go. Hey.
You know, he's a supporter.
Shout out to that boy Leezy.
I got you.
Shout out to that boy Leezy. You know the vibes, man. Hey, come on. Nick's tape. You know the vibes, man. 147th Street, Uptown. You know what I mean? Hey, we're doing this for 34th Ave, baby. You know what I'm saying? Garden gonna be lit tomorrow. It's gonna be lit. Fat Joe in there, man. Yeah. Hey.
Terror
Shout out Terror Squad.
Remy
Shout
Ma.
out Fabulous. He gonna be in the Loso. I see you, boy.
Nicki
Joe
Minaj.
Button gonna be out there. Hey, shout out to that boy Tracy Morgan, Chris Rock.
Tony
you know we
Yayo.
all gonna be out there, boy. Hey, Capo. You know the vibes, boy. Let's go.
Now, see, the whole point was
This whole scene is pathetic, by the way.
whenever people get
This
on
whole scene is pathetic. Starting with you, buying
Shout
that
out to
hat.
that boy
for him.
Leezy.
Second of all,
Shout out to that boy
Jesse.
Leezy, you know what I mean?
Hey,
You know what I mean?
I'm glad they talk when they're ahead.
No.
They talk when they're ahead.
There you go.
It's pathetic.
Well, okay. Now, see, this whole thing. Now, people are getting on me for supporting my guy, Jimmy. Just know people support the Knicks, too.
No, see,
I'm
this
trying to
is
share.
this is the
share
thing.
this.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Where was your Warriors hat in
No,
04?
No, wait.
In 04.
No.
Oh,
Don't get it. Don't
No,
don't
because he
don't
talking
do
about
that to him.
Oh, Jimmy not there no more, so I like the Warriors.
I'm
That's like
just a
me saying,
supporter.
"Oh, Brunson ain't with
Hey,
the Mavs no more, so I like the Knicks." No, I've been with the Knicks 20
Don't do
years,
that to
bro.
him.
Hold on, he just said
Knicks hat.
he just said it right now. He's been with the Knicks for 20 years.
Yeah,
Like,
been
what
a
more do
Knicks
we want?
supporter
What
for
more do
20
we want?
years.
He's been with the Knicks.
I've been
You
a
ain't-
Knicks supporter
what do
for
we want?
20 years.
Nah,
What are we
you ain't-
talking about?
Yeah.
No, this show originated
What are we
live from
talking
Times
about?
Square. What a joke. All these years we've been talking about 916. We've been talking about Like the Beam. All of it. Look at Zell changed the whole intro, dog.
Dog, what you
Changed
talking
it. Start
about?
repping Brooklyn,
I've been supporting.
Staten Island.
I've been supporting the Knicks for over
Bro.
20 years.
Wow.
See that?
I'm a Kings fan
Manhattan.
for 30, 40 years.
Stephen Brown called you two team hoes.
Oh,
Okay,
Stephen Brown
settle
can't
down,
talk.
Stephen Brown. Ooh, I don't know who he with. Who he with?
Stephen Brown out there repping Mighty Mouse. No one worry about Stephen Brown.
Man.
Bear Bryce, right here in the chat house. This dude Kenny just turned straight to a Knicks fan on
I'm
air.
not a
March
Knicks fan.
this day in history, May 9th, 2025.
I'm not a
Knicks
Knicks fan.
What a
season.
joke.
I'm not a Knicks fan. Stop.
Supporter.
I'm a Knicks supporter. There is a difference. I've already expressed the difference. There's no emotional attachment. I'm not going to dive into Times Square and Union Station and all this other stuff. I'm not going to do that.
No.
But I'm going to be in Doka.
Look at what
be in
yeah,
Doka.
right. Look at what we got. You got Alan Stiles, a goddamn Warriors fan. You got Kyle Draper, a Boston Celtics fan.
Jesse
You got
Boston
Kenny
Celtics
Caraway,
fan.
the New York Knicks fan.
No,
I'm
I'm
the
not a Knicks
only
fan.
Kings fan here.
I'm not a Knicks fan.
Do you see yourself?
I got a
nah.
Cardinals hat. Am I a Cardinals fan?
Oh, there you go. It's just a hat.
It's a hat.
But you
But
weren't
I've said I'm a Knicks
you
supporter.
weren't singing a song for the Cardinals right now. You
Facts.
weren't doing anything for the
Because I'm
Cardinals
not a,
right
I'm
now.
not a,
Hey,
I'm not
hey.
a Knicks. I'm
Hey,
not a Cardinal supporter.
Why don't you put little jewelry on your Knicks hat?
It don't match. It's red. I got red today. And this is a blue and orange and black hat. But like I said, I'm not a Cardinal supporter. You know what I mean? I ain't supporting the Cardinals. You know, I want to see the Knicks do well.
Look what you did.
That's
First of all,
that's a difference.
here's the other thing.
I'm
You
going
owe,
to too.
you owe this man an apology. You demanding this man brings you pizza, and he brought you a hat.
Those things are not related, sir. I'm starving right now.
We're
I'd
all
love to
starving.
have
Well,
a slice of
eat
pizza.
that stupid ass Knicks hat then.
If the Knicks
Hey, and
lose-
you, what do you think about this?
Hey, like I said, they talk when they're ahead.
Man, what a heel turn this was.
What you mean?
No,
heel turn?
no. You know what it is.
Oh my God!
What a turn this was.
Stop.
That man in that little studio right there has busted his ass for us for 5 years. We took little Jesse Tapia from a kid into the best producer in the game. And here, one basketball series.
I don't need
turn on
KC.
you.
I don't need KC because I have the Jesse supporters in the chatty house. They showed up yesterday.
Jesse maniacs.
I don't need KC. I got the Jesse crybabies over here. All right.
What are you
The Jesse
doing?
maniacs.
But look, hey, and Jesse, no,
Brother.
since Jesse met me. This ain't new. I've been talking.
Yeah, he's
about
been
this.
a Knicks fan.
I'm not a Knicks
You've been
fan.
a Knicks fan.
Yeah, you
See,
just said
that's
20
where it
years.
gets crazy.
You
That's
just
where
said
it gets crazy. You guys talking about I'm a Knicks fan. I'm not a Knicks fan. I want to see the Knicks do well. I'm a Knicks supporter, but it's Kings for life. I've been Kings and I'm gonna stay Kings.
Well, if they play in the finals, are you taking Kings or Knicks?
Kings. There's no hesitation. There's no hesitation.
Oh no.
There's been Kings out here. It's always gonna be Kings. There ain't no hesitation with that.
He gonna
It's
go to
916. We lighting the beam.
He gonna go to the
Talking
clinching game at the Garden and not be upset if we lose.
Yep.
No, I'm gonna be high.
He's gonna be on courtside.
I'm gonna be out there.
Courtside MSG.
I'm gonna be out there
He
with
could
the
be with Spike
Stojakovic
Lee,
jersey.
You just
I'm gonna
said
be out
Miller.
there with the Pager jersey.
No.
I'm going into the Garden with
You
the
ain't getting
Pager
that
You're not
jersey.
getting that
What are you
jersey.
talking about?
Feel
See,
like
nah.
Michael Jackson in the Thriller music video.
We don't need KC. We got KC Tucker. We got Westside Kings fan. Curtis.
Yep.
Russ.
Yep.
Wheezy.
Yep.
Will. The Jesse Hollick. Shout out Johnny G.
Jesse Hollis.
Put it on a shirt.
Biggie. TCG. See, I'm a real King supporter. I'm here to
right.
support. I'm not wearing the gear. I'm here for the chat. Supporting. I'm a real supporter. All right. I'm
Right.
not throwing on the gear. There's no picture of me in Kings gear, but when the Kings are playing, I want them to win for the chatty house.
Right.
That's a
No,
real
I want-
supporter. That's a
Right.
real
I
supporter.
want the Kings to win for me. For
See,
me.
nah, but you're
Because
you're,
I'm a Kings
you're a Knicks
fan.
fan though. I'm a supporter.
I'm not a Knicks fan. Not a Knicks fan. Not a Knicks fan. I'm a Knicks supporter. That's it.
You got the Knicks
You know what
hat
I'm
before
saying?
this.
Y'all ain't never, y'all ain't never. Well, I don't really like the term. That's why you haven't heard it. But you ain't never heard me say "bing bong." You know
Just
what I
said it
mean?
right now.
Oh,
You ain't never
clip
heard me
that.
talk about "bing bong." You know.
I'm pretty sure you said that. That's a
Nick
lie. Yeah,
Dance like a minute ago.
that was like 3 years ago. I'm sure you did say that before.
Charlie, if you're listening, just end this.
Sorry, Charlie.
Just take us out.
Shout out to my man
End
Leezy.
it.
You know what I mean?
Hey.
Big up Leezy, man. Hey, look, I want to see the
What
Knicks
a
do well.
mess.
I'm supporting them in this series and in the playoffs. And come next October,
Mhm.
we
You know what's
we
even
rocking with
dumber
Kings
about
on
this?
every game.
God, there's so many stupid things happening right now.
No.
You know what you like a year ago I'm gonna get a Tatum jersey.
See the
He
switch
did say-
up.
See, he did say
Wow.
Tatum's his guy.
Yeah.
He has said
I've
that.
said that.
See how they
from the
switch up?
start.
Hey, Leezy, why
I
don't
said
you
that from
shut
the
up?
start. Yeah, Leezy, no, that's my guy. That's my guy.
This
Get
is-
the
this is
damn
gross.
pizza, Leezy. What
No,
are we waiting
No, that would
for?
be clear. This guy walks in a Warriors beanie a week ago and brings you a Knicks hat.
They didn't have any stuff I wanted. I told the guy I didn't have a team, and he's like, "Hey, just take this blue and yellow one."
Now
I was
you
like,
have
"I
your-
Who
guess."
was that guy?
I was like, "I
He's
guess."
changing the story
Tell
now.
me his name.
I
Tell
don't
me his name.
remember
He
his
needs
name.
to
I meet
be.
a lot of people.
Yeah, we need to mention his name on this air.
I
Don't be in Sacramento offer. Hey, get this
Hey,
blue and gold.
Shout out to Arden Mall. He's at Arden Mall working, doing his thing. He offered me blue and yellow beanie. I just took it. Okay.
Hey, Chad, you see how Leezy and KC treat you guys? Talking about we, talking about
Yeah,
the
oh, yeah, I
Kings, blah
hear
blah
it.
blah. We
Yeah.
this, we that. Look
Yep.
at what hat is KC wearing right now?
I paid my Kings.
Bro, what
dues.
hat did I wear yesterday?
I've been watching the Kings. I've seen
about?
Ray
I have no
McCollum.
idea what
I've
you
seen
wore
I had a
South-
yesterday.
King set yesterday.
No
What
one
you
knows if
talking
that's
about?
actually true.
There's tape. See, they just say.
Hey, what
anything.
year is it?
What do I care about yesterday
There's
when
tape.
today is right here?
Was it on VHS? Well, you got to rewind it and see. All right, someone rewind the tape and see if KC had a King's hat on
Let me
yesterday.
tell you,
It's Kings.
Leezy
For
probably
life.
photoshopped it if he did.
Zabo, make some clips.
It's Kings. It's Kings for life. You know what I mean? I like to see the Knicks do well. I'm a Knicks supporter. People say fan. I keep telling you, I'm not a Knicks fan. I'm not. No, I'm not. You know what I'm saying? I'm not out here like my man said in the chat. I'm not calling him Jason Tatum. I'm not doing
That's
that.
That's
wild.
That's wild.
That's wild.
I'm not
Tatum is so
calling him
much
Jason
disrespect.
Tatum. You know what I mean? I'm still calling him Jason Tatum. But I want to see the Knicks do well.
Uh-huh.
Leezy, how you think that series goes?
Man, this is incriminating because I think your Knicks gonna take it, man. They got the depth for it. Mikal Bridges is the guy they finally traded for. He's finally showing up. OG Anunoby's knocking down threes. I feel bad, Jesse. It's looking bleak. And I ain't talking about Memphis.
ain't
for your
talking
Celtics.
Memphis.
Oh,
They've
now
only
you're
won
quoting-
2
now you're
games.
Quoting Kenny. Okay.
Last time Knicks were up 2-0, they lost to the Pacers. So we'll see.
The Knicks are tougher
That's
than a
true.
$2 steak.
Well, you said it. You said it. Yeah, Leezy, you said it.
That don't matter though.
You know, somebody brought up a good point about the Knicks. I don't know what's going to happen. Game 3's crazy. Game 3 is going to, I think, maybe determine the series. And I don't know how it's going to play out. But
Yeah, if they go down 3-0, that's a pretty good.
if they go down
determination.
3-0, I think the Celtics have the talent to come back from 3-0.
Man,
They can do it.
I think they go down 3-0.
It's cooked until they
Mind is
do
gonna be
it.
shot.
the Celtics say they have the talent and the roster and the depth, but if you go down 3-0, there's mentally you're not gonna be able to.
Almost did it against
overcome
Leezy's Heat, and then Tatum sprained his ankle in Game 7. Is that injury luck, by the way?
that.
Is that injury luck?
He played the game. He played.
He sprayed his ankle though.
He played. It's the same thing with Giannis. People talk about Giannis was hurt. He played too when the Heat beat him. I don't hear all that.
He didn't play for like 2 games. What are you talking
No, he played in the elimination game. He played.
Oh, the elimination game.
Hey, you see, look at, you see,
like OG Anunoby.
He played. Come on, man. It's like the T-Wolves fans. No one's crying for Curry over in Minnesota. They're like, hey, Curry's out. They taking the dub. They ain't worried about it.
What's up with your boy Jimmy, man?
That's what Jimmy does sometimes. There's times where Jimmy will take over, and other times he want to play make and pass to people, and they ain't hitting shots. You need to take over.
It can't happen.
Yeah,
he can't do it.
That game yesterday was over for it.
He can't do it. Jimmy can't take over for real.
More. I mean, we talking like it's once again, it's like hey, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the skyhook was unstoppable. Is it unstoppable today? No, it's not. Jimmy's not that same person today. I'm talking about, can Kareem do it today?
Oh.
No, he can't. Jimmy, great. You can't take away his moments.
Isn't over yet.
You can't take away Jimmy's moments and what he's accomplished. But he's not.
This man,
he's not that no
8
more.
seed playing teams to the finals, and you don't think he can?
Like I said, Kareem skyhooked over Lambeer in Paris for game after game. Can he do that today?
He can't. Some people show up. The Warriors, that was a rough game yesterday. I'm glad Kuminga finally got to play. Steve Kerr don't ever want to play him. I'm glad he finally got some minutes, man. Should have been playing. What's Pods doing? We're here. We're depending on Jimmy to take over and Buddy Hield the right shotgun with him. Like, come on.
No.
Come on, guys.
Let's see what TC thinks. TC, this show is a joke, man. It's up to you to save it.
Boy, it's wild. Hey, man, what's up with my 4 brothers, man?
What's up, TC?
It's going down, man. Hey, my boys is wild. Hey, y'all for Leezy. Hold on, before we even start, Leezy, boy, it's like 100 degrees outside. You got that beanie in that.
Let's talk about it. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Boy, TC, I always thought you listened to the show. You watching the show on YouTube?
Man, you know I'm watching on YouTube. Listen, I'm everywhere, Leezy, when it comes to the homies, man.
TC is everywhere.
Who you talking to? You know this. Check it out though. Look, I just called in really just to tap in with the homies. Leezy, I have to get on you, say Happy Mother's Day, man, to all the mothers, man. But other than that, man, I mean, Kings related. Hey, what y'all think on this? I know the Bobby Jackson talk quiet down. I think that was like, we can't tamper with Bobby Jackson because ain't he still under contract? So I think that's why all that noise deaded down. I know it was a bunch of pushback, but what y'all think about that? I know people can't talk too much on that, but from my point of standpoint, I think Bobby will be here, but I think we just have to calm down on the noise, bro, because he's still in the contract and that's tampering. That's all I got, man. Have a good weekend.
Appreciate you, TC.
Appreciate you, big dog.
That's Elk Grove Kia Talk Line, by the way, 916-909-1320. Let's step out real quick. We'll come back. We'll talk about I don't think there's much to that Bobby Jackson situation, to be honest with you. There might be some certain protocols that have to be followed, but we'll talk about that. You going to hang out a little bit longer?
Yeah, I'm down.
Steeler with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320.
Yes, sir.
You got that message from Eddie. He's out today.
Oh, man. Yeah, man, no problem. I was gonna get you a beanie to keep it going, but you're more of a hat guy anyway, so I was like, the hat's fine. Yep, yeah. So that's why I was like, let's get the hat.
Well, Leezy.
Yes, sir.
I gotta go to the bathroom, so
to
the chatty house. Jesse says we're back. Bring the radio show back.
Okay, I can do that. What up, Chatty House? We out here. Hey, David, always appreciate you in the Chatty House doing your thing, keeping score on TC. That's some hard work right there. No awkward laugh today, sadly. That's what I always look for. Securing the Bagley. Where's D'Lo's gift? Okay, now this is actually a good question right here. I was going to get D'Lo a Westbrook Nuggets jersey, but there's not many of those, so that didn't happen. Leezy, stop letting them haze you. Hey, you got to pay your dues, Big E. Hey, Weezy. Leezy show. Nah, this is a Jesse Tapia show. Whenever Jesse pops in. What's up, Chatty House? It's your time. Casey's back.
Leezy show.
Nah, not even.
It was the Leezy show.
Not even. Scooter's getting on me. Welcome back to ESPN 1320. Your home of Jimmy and Dubs talk. Scooter hella real. I like that. That's cool. That's my thing. I'm trying to expand out. I don't want to just come in here and talk about Jimmy all day and Tyrese all day. We talk everything over here.
Jimmy and Tyrese.
I know Sacramento really gonna hate me. They be like, "Sir,
we got love for Tyrese though. We got love.
He's doing his thing, man. He's cool.
We got love for Tyrese. It's all good."
Oh wait, what's this? Leezy. If Kings get the top 4 pick, would you draft player or trade for player picks? Brother, I want Jeremiah Fears from Oklahoma. I've been screaming this, saying this.
That's my boy too.
Yeah.
Top 4?
Yeah, I don't okay, that's fair. I'm gonna put that back. I don't know if he's top 4. That's probably a reach for sure. But hey, Perry, somebody trade back and get him, bro. There's your point guard. I'm with the marketing team. Fear the Kings with Jeremiah Fears at the front. Let's go. That's the thing. People really want me to be a Kings fan. I understand. But y'all gotta give me something to root for. Y'all give me Jeremiah Fears, LaMelo Ball, someone good. I'll be down.
If they got this is an interesting practice.
Yeah.
Let me see.
See, we could be like, who do you want them to take in the draft? But then we really gotta know the draft. I know who my guys and who I like.
If they got a top 4 pick.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
That's worth something too. So you can rebuild, or you can be like, hey, let's make something happen now.
Let me see something here. Try to figure this out.
John Poles, come on, man. You know better.
So if they got a top 4 pick and didn't want to draft, actually, we tease Leezy a little bit, but Fears is actually moving up. With this mock draft, I got him at 5.
Let's go.
He was
That's
like
wild.
he was like 10 or
10.
something like that before. They got him at 5.
Hey.
Philly, that'd be crazy.
See, it ain't just,
He's the truth.
Philly
though.
too.
That young boy, the truth. He remind me of Monte Ellis.
Yeah, low key. That's a good comparison.
But if they got a top 4 pick, would you? How would this work out?
Bring that to the air, Casey. That's a good one.
Who could you do some
JT? That's the one right there.
Work with?
What did I just walk in on?
So
what are we looking at?
during the break, the Chatty House, during Leezy Live, it was his show.
Hey.
After he stopped talking about the
By the way, I was
Warriors.
tempted. What KC means for those on the radio is KC and I, which we rarely do, both left the studio at the same time. So Leezy was here. I meant to grab you and say, hey, just stay out here and make Leezy bring us.
Welcome back to ESPN 1320.
Well, that isn't by
Odyssey
fire. See,
Station.
you good, baby. Well, you ain't got to do all that. But you got it.
Download the app.
Well, the streets were already saying what was going to be the return. Let me see if I can find it. Oh man.
Yeah. The question was. Hey,
Well, hold on. Well, no, they said Leezy. Basically, the quote was, "It's gonna be Leezy. Yeah, I'm Leezy here, and welcome back to ESPN 1320 for more Jimmy and Dubs talk." Here, that was gonna be the case.
Yeah.
But somebody asked Leezy. They said, "Leezy, if the Kings got a top 4 pick, would you pick the player or trade it?"
Mm-hmm.
And my first thought was, "Oh, you pick the player for sure."
I'm picking the player.
But
we talked. Yeah.
I started to think about it a little bit more, and I think I'd pick the player.
Mm-hmm.
But you might be able to maneuver some stuff. So what I mean by that is, say you got 4, maybe you could trade back to 9, switch spots, get the 9th pick, and maybe get a player for that top 4 pick.
Yeah.
And I was trying to see who they could do some work with. You've got
Lottery's Monday, yeah.
Yeah.
Lottery's Monday. You've
Do they
got
have a representative? Is anyone going? Probably not.
What'd you say?
I said, do they have a representative for the Kings? But since it's such a long shot, they probably don't have a representative for it.
I think they have to.
Oh.
Well, you might have a backstage representative, and then they'll know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
They still send them out there though.
Yeah,
it's just always cool to see who goes.
Yeah,
you know?
they still send them out there because, like, when they lose the pick, the Malik Andrews goes, "This means the Kings don't have."
Oh, that'd be suck. Who gets that assignment?
Yeah,
and they
Alvin
go.
Gentry's
The
just sitting
camera
there
goes
like,
to the person that lost the pick.
Conti, if you're listening, they're gonna send you. You're gonna be the dejected one sitting there. Oh man.
But say Kings got a top 4 pick, and they wanted to trade the pick instead of making the pick. would Houston's got the number 9 pick.
Mhm.
You swap picks with Houston and get Jabari Smith.
Oh,
swap picks.
Would you do that if you were the Kings?
In your 4?
yeah.
You're 9 now.
No, but yeah,
But
but
you,
you
but
work-
you start at 4.
So who's the 4th pick?
4th pick right now is Ace Bailey.
So do you like? So we'll just go with that. Do you like Ace Bailey more than Jabari Smith in the 9th pick? That would be that's how you'd have to weigh it, right?
Yeah.
Like how do you grade out Ace Bailey versus the 9th pick in Jabari Smith?
On this mock draft that I'm seeing, Con Knuppel, the point guard from Duke, is the 9th pick. I'll go one more pick later, which is the 10th pick, and that's Derek Queen out of Maryland. So if you're the Kings, do you think a combination of having Jabari Smith and a center like Derek Queen would be better than having Ace Bailey to your scenario?
Yeah, that's how you'd have to weigh this, assuming there's no other compensation involved. It's also a different financial commitment from Sacramento in that the 9th pick obviously costs less than the 4. Then you have whatever Jabari's contract is, which would still be a rookie deal.
Yeah.
And then you have decisions to make with him down the road. So
yeah, it's interesting. My first thought is like, hey, you get top 4 pick, no doubt. Like, no, you're not trading. Yeah. The only way I think I would trade is if I could stay in the draft. I don't know realistically. I mean, who knows? The Bucks, Giannis, all this other stuff. But realistically, outside of Giannis, there's probably not a player realistically available that I would want to give up that pick for.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So I'd probably just keep the pick. Unless I can trade and stay in the draft. That's the whole thing. Like, if I'm able to trade back to 8, 9, or 10, stay in the draft and acquire a player with whom I'm trading with, I think that'd be an unbelievable situation.
Who do you think has a higher ceiling, Ace Bailey or Jabari Smith?
Ace Bailey.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the only thing stopping me, because Jabari Smith, like, I'd be like, yeah, it'd be great to have him, the size. There's potential there, and he's playing on a team with a lot of depth around him, so he doesn't always get all his opportunities. But, yeah, that's tough. That's tough. It would be nice to get the player and the 9th pick.
I feel like we're so quick to give up on guys, like in their rookie deals.
Yeah.
I'll always feel bad for Jabari in the little games that they played leading into that draft.
Yeah, that was rough.
Because it was like you did it. You didn't have to do this. And we asked, how is Paolo not the number 1 pick? For weeks it was Jabari, it was Jabari, it was Jabari, it was Jabari. And we kept asking, how is Paolo not the number 1 pick? And we knew who the number 2 pick was. And I just and we've heard stories about how that happened and why it happened. And it's like, y'all was just messing with like a young man's like life, his confidence, his paycheck. Like, you mess with a whole bunch of things. Like, I felt that was so kind of out of pocket the way that went. Because from everything that we heard, Orlando was never taking Jabari. Like, they were always taking Paolo. And they just let the reports stay out there. We really like Jabari. They just let that stay out there and fueled it a little bit. And one explanation we got is they did it to screw with Houston. It's like, come on, man. Well, what about Jabari? Now people are looking at Jabari like there's something wrong with him.
Yeah. Why did he drop?
Like, how did he drop? Yeah. And again, everyone knew who was going number 2. So, or we were pretty certain we knew who was going number 2. And Jabari winds up going. That
sucks, but would you have done something different if you were Orlando? Like, in that situation, like, I think they were trying to either fend. How was it? They were trying to fend Houston off, or maybe deal with them, maybe even get more out of them or something, because they thought Houston.
But didn't Orlando have the number 1 pick?
They did, but they thought didn't they think Houston really wanted Jabari Smith, and they were trying to. Well, you can have him if you do kind of like what Danny Ainge did with the Celtics. I don't know. It is messed up
with the Sixers.
Yeah,
for Markelle Fultz. Yeah,
it is kind of messed up. But I mean, it's kind of the business too, though. Like if you look at, it's unfortunate for these young guys, but if you got a situation where like, yo, we could take advantage of this for our franchise.
Yeah, that's just tough, man.
Yes,
Because it went into the whole thing with like, wow, Jabari went like what happened in the final weeks?
He didn't interview good.
It's like, no, like that's
the favorite excuse. He
yeah,
didn't
like
interview good.
no,
That's the favorite.
old Eric Bieniemy line.
Yeah.
Maybe Sam Cassell doesn't interview good either.
It's been a minute.
Sam Cassell still influencing the generations today. Said Ty said he got a warning. He was like, yeah, I kind of knew that was going to happen. Tyree's got a warning.
I
for
hate
his little
that
Sam
celebration
Cassell.
too.
You hate it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so do I.
Do you think?
But the fact that it kind of dusted it all, like I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. Also, turn around. They don't have a timeout. Play defense. But
if he would have done the olden Polynese, that would have been hilarious.
Oh, that OP video is classic.
Yeah. Do you think the NBA is being, well, I'm not going to talk about Ty and his situation, but do you think the NBA is coming down too much on their players? Like, this is the playoffs. I'm like, let people celebrate. Let them talk. Let them go at it. Like, let the game have some passion.
I think they are. Like, where do you think they're being too aggressive?
That one you shouldn't be doing.
That one I understand. I understand that one. But I don't know. Just in general, it feels like that. Just in general with the NBA, like they're always like coming down on guys. I'm like, let them celebrate. Like, let the game be entertaining and exciting. Like, I feel like you do anything.
Well, this isn't baseball. Like, I think they are.
Yeah, it's not as bad as baseball. Baseball, you can't do nothing.
Yeah, they let them cook. They let them cook.
Yeah, I mean, I also think the playoffs have been really physical. Like, you look at some of these series we've had, they've been some pretty aggressive series. And that's not even to get a Draymond Green joke off. Like, I think overall the playoffs, I mean, Jokic the other night against, not in the 50-point blowout, but in the
first game,
the game one. Yeah, like they kicked his ass that game.
Yeah,
that's why I was so impressed by it. Like, he fought through that. He went to the foul line. Like, that was as like tough, as physically tough of a performance I've seen from a basketball player.
You're having a turn on Jokic. This is you're starting to buy the stock.
It's not that. It's like it's that particular game where I was like, that was, to me, I thought that was one of the best games I've ever seen Jokic play, because it was, you know, a lot of the times he does stuff, and I'm sure it's not, but it just looks effortless for him. And it's like, oh, it's like he's just doing what Jokic does. The Thunder are such a brilliant defensive team, and they were so physical in that game. And the refs just they let it be physical.
Yeah.
And Jokic still didn't shy away, went to the foul line. You know, those 18 fourth quarter points, I think 42 overall, 5 or 7 offensive rebounds. I can't remember whether he or Aaron Gordon had the 7 and who had the 5. But like I just thought that was one of the toughest performances I've ever seen from him.
And also, Leezy, I think me and Damien have been on the same page with this one. We don't deny who Jokic is.
Yeah, no, I know
what
you
he's
guys
been like. He's one of the greatest. He's going to go down as one of the greatest. I just don't get excited to see him play basketball.
No, I agree.
Until I start watching him, right? Like the thought of, oh, the Nuggets are playing today. I don't get hyped. Like, Kyrie's playing tonight or something.
Yeah,
like
Jamal Murray and Jokic. Yeah. Oh my God.
Like, man, I don't want to see that. And then I'm sitting down watching the game and he does something crazy. I'm like, this dude is sick.
Yeah. Always see this. It's one thing to see a stat line, be like, oh, he put up these numbers, but then to like actually watch a full game, and like right now with the microscope under them in the playoffs, it is exciting to see. And like,
I'm anxious to see how they respond.
Yeah,
you got your ass kicked by 49 points.
Yeah.
Or maybe they didn't lose by 49. They were down by 49 at one point in that game. After a game 1 win, people are back to not taking you seriously. How are you going to respond?
Yeah, people are me.
And this is the MVP battle too.
I know there's a lot of KCs. Yeah. Not all of them are wearing Knicks hats, but still.
But no, it's been entertaining to watch the series between seeing SGA do his thing and Jokic. It's been a great series to watch. So, but one thing you've been talking about is like his demeanor. Like Jokic, like his game is like really kind of like I don't know how to describe it. Like you said, it's not exciting to watch. And even his personality is not that great, but seeing him be more, I don't know, passionate during the playoffs has been great to see. Like you were talking about when he's in the huddle, he's being the coach. He's telling him what to do. It's been exciting to see that side of him, showing that he cares.
I'm with you. Yeah, like seeing him play with emotion has been dope. I've never questioned whether he cared about basketball. I just like winning and losing the game. I just cared as to whether he actually like clock in and clock out.
Yeah.
I just want to get this over with.
Like the Tony Romo line you said, if he don't care, why do I care?
Right.
Yeah.
But I love him screaming at everybody. I don't know why. I love him grabbing the clipboard and looking at Jamal Murray and pointing at the clipboard and telling him what to do. It's like, oh, I like this version of Jokic.
I'm in the same boat. That's how I like my players.
Sometimes people need to be cussed out. Jokic out there yelling at his teammates. I'm all for it.
Yeah.
I'm all for it. I don't know if they're going to be able to get 3 more wins out of it, but
are they in Denver this next game? Or
yeah.
Okay,
game
good.
3.
Denver tonight, right?
It's going down.
Only 1 game tonight, or no, 2 games
again. Oh,
2 games. Cleveland, because
Cleveland and yeah.
Yep.
So 2 games tonight.
Think Cleveland can come back.
Donovan Mitchell's going to try. He's going to take the more.
He tried last game.
Yeah, he did. He had 48.
Yeah,
he tried. I don't know. Pacers. I'm pretty sure they're at home for this game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm taking Pacers tonight.
They
wow 3-0.
Yeah, sadly. But people that didn't like the Cavs, they're gonna be like, well, see, this is what we said all year. They're not really this. They're fools. Go blah blah
That's
blah.
Kenny.
Fair. No.
Jesse.
No. Well, maybe Jesse.
Jesse not gonna be talking about anything if this weekend, don't go his way. He ain't gonna have a single thing to say about Cleveland.
No, that's part of the story, right? Like they weren't healthy. They lost 3 of their rotational guys, 2 starters.
Yeah.
And
we don't know if they're back.
One guy.
Well, at least they were listed as questionable this morning. I don't know what they are now.
One guy not showing up for them is what's his name, Ty Jerome or whatever. Like he was at one point a 6 man of the year candidate, and he ain't been playing good in the series.
He hasn't, but he's still Ty Jerome, and he's playing in a role.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that disrespectfully.
Yeah.
But he's playing. He's a 6 man. He's a backup point guard. Now they're asking him to be, this guy that plays 35 minutes a night and help carry the scoring load with Donovan Mitchell, and that's not his role.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So they're missing Darius, and everything I keep reading and hearing is like Darius is not coming back. Yeah. Like this is not we'll see how it is on game 4 and game. It's everything I keep reading is like he is not coming back.
It's his second time in the postseason being hurt.
Mm.
That's unfortunate for those guys, man. That's unfortunate because they had a heck of a season.
Yeah.
I thought they were a real threat to contend. And
they have all the pieces.
Yeah, they were a real threat to push the Celtics to the brink of where.
Casey, come on, man.
They were a real threat.
The series isn't over, right?
Look, of course not. I'm the one that said even if it got to 3.
No. Keep celebrating. Like I said, all the bing bongs, all that. We all know how those videos have ended the last 5 years. So maybe this is different.
One thing we were talking about is like who had the most to gain out of these playoffs. We talked about Tyrese and SGA and Ant-Man. But if Tatum's able to come back and have some big games against the Knicks, that would help.
It's there for Tatum.
It's there.
It's there for him. This is a redemption situation is there for him right now.
Yeah.
That's a good call.
Yeah.
That is a good call. I hope he plays well.
Yeah.
I don't want that for Tatum because I do believe that he is like him.
He's a great
I think
player.
he's that level of player.
Yeah.
And I don't think what we saw during the season is fake. I think that's Tatum maturing and being a better player and continue to grow. And I just don't want this stain for him. Like I know joke about, but I really do like Jason Tatum.
Yeah, me
and
too.
I don't want him to have this perception and people to say like he's not clutch or he's overrated or I don't want that for him. I don't want at the very least I want him to play well. Like I want him to have good games and do everything he can to get Boston in a position to win. So I hope that's what happens for him the rest of the series.
You brought up Ty Jerome a second ago.
Yes, I did.
Ty Jerome is the blackest name in the NBA.
well,
is Ty Jerome black?
No.
Ty Jerome. Yeah, it is. The only question I have
No. Is the person, not the name.
No, he's not black.
Ty Jerome is black.
He is black.
What?
Ty Jerome's mom is white.
Okay.
And his dad is mixed.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh, hey,
I didn't
shout
know
out
that.
to Ty
I thought when it
Jerome.
came up in
Jerome's
Virginia,
in the house.
I thought when it came up in Virginia, they were saying he wasn't black, but I didn't do the research.
Yeah, Ty Jerome's.
That's like
his father
Hartenstein.
is mixed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's cool with me.
Hartenstein,
Yeah.
Hartenstein, you don't really have to squint. You can go like, oh yeah, I see it. Max Jerome, you really gotta, or Ty Jerome, excuse me, you really gotta like.
Well, now that you mention it, I guess no. I guess I do see a little something there.
He's invited to the cookout. Let's go.
Got his mama's hair. He got his mama's hair. Ty Jerome. What made me laugh is I was pulling up Ty Jerome stats, and I was looking. I was like, I need to research Ty Jerome here a little bit.
Yeah, some more questions.
Yeah, I found other questions in looking for my stats. The fact that Cleveland's got to rely on him.
Yeah,
but that goes to Kenny's earlier point a second ago. When you lose 2 starters, when you lose 3 key rotation guys, no one can be down.
No.
Like you can't have like if whether Ty Jerome is a 10-point per game scorer, 12-point per game scorer, or he's going off for 28 to help you win a game in a series.
Yeah.
You have to have at bare minimum that performance, and someone in that cluster of guys is going to have to elevate.
Max Strus tried.
Yeah, and Donovan tried.
Yeah,
that Jared Allen had a good game, but when if you start like Cleveland's got to find a way to like maybe play a smidge bit different and pull Cleveland back a little bit, because if you start to get into that 116, 17, 18, 19, 20 range, short guys, I don't think you could do it.
No, you've got to stay.
Yeah, 48 from Donovan you couldn't do. You had 20 plus from Strus and Jared Allen.
Everybody played well.
Yeah.
They played up to their capability. I mean, Ty Jerome didn't play that well, but like for the most part, everybody played up to what their capabilities are for their role on that team. And they had it. They had the game.
Yeah.
They just kind of choked it away, and Indiana did a good job of continuing to compete. Rick Carlisle never, called off the dogs or anything like that. He said that we're going to keep playing, and they put themselves in a position to be able to steal that game, and they were able to execute.
Yeah. I just think sometimes like losing games like that, it just crushes you mentally. Like losing like on a game winner like that, after they put in that much work and tried that hard to lose like that, and now you're going into their home. I just think Indiana has all the momentum.
For sure. You got to be mentally tough here if you're Cleveland.
Yeah. I'm sure Donovan's not going to the game thinking, oh, we're going to lose. He's been in the playoffs. He's had the experience, but yeah, it's just hard to come back from that 2-0.
Yeah, there's some weight on their shoulders tonight. Rob Nacho 1 asked, so how many generations until someone isn't considered black? 23andMe got some crazy stats. That's a great question, because it used to just be, if you got a drop, you're black.
Yeah.
I've never done like 23andMe or what's the other one?
Ancestry.com.
I've never done any of that stuff. Have you done it?
No.
I'm not sending my DNA off to somebody. I'm good. Well, what?
Hey,
Jesse.
Hey, brother.
Hey, come on.
Jesse's checked out. Jesse's working.
Jesse's doing other
He's
stuff.
about sick of you two.
He's done with us.
He over here trying to work. Y'all over here calling for.
As soon as he seen the hat, he was done.
I think to answer that question, I would think it would be your mom and dad. I don't know how you would.
I don't know.
You would get to your mom and dad.
In this case, in Ty Jerome's case, if his mom is white and his dad is biracial, he's down to, just for argument's sake, we'll say like a quarter black, but less than a quarter. You look at him, Ty Jerome he doesn't look like a black man. He certainly doesn't look like an angry black man, to stick with the phrase of the day. Yeah. I don't know what he looks like, to be honest with you, but no one probably looks at Ty Jerome and goes, oh, that's a black dude right there.
Yeah.
But
I mean, my thought would be maybe Ty Jerome's great grandkids.
I don't know. All I know is Ty Jerome need to show up in the playoffs. That's what I know.
If Ty Jerome has kids with a white woman,
the kids can still say my dad was quarterback or half black.
He would be
a quarter black.
A quarter, which means they would be less than
a quarter.
What percentage?
It might end there. Might in there.
Little Jill and Billy coming out like, no, we're black. My dad is Ty Jerome.
Well, yeah. Last name Jerome.
That might in there with
Can I-
those, with those kids. That might be the end of it.
Did I say something else? Like I don't know any black people who have done 23andMe.
No.
My Jazz's family did it. Well,
Did
they
they really?
did one of those things, and they traced it back to their ancestry is coming from Ghana.
Okay.
Where?
Yeah.
I have never had
Ghana.
a conversation with who's like, yeah, I did it. I never have.
I don't know anyone doing that. I don't trust that.
I think 23andMe just got sold to somebody and like, or maybe
that's
maybe,
the thing. One of those things got sold, and so now
now people are panicking like
because they have all their
they got my
information.
DNA.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
and you don't know what they're gonna
They're
do.
gonna
with it.
start giving my DNA to robots.
Yeah, they're gonna
and then that's how the robots are gonna take over
Well,
the world.
we already Jesse had the clip the other day. We didn't get a chance to get to it. Maybe today and bump it or dump it, but it started. It has started.
Robots taking over.
It hasn't started. It's been happening.
They're turning on us. Jesse, you got he pulling up the clip. Bro,
Oh,
I need the
man.
aliens, bro.
Well,
I need
no,
the aliens
no.
to get here, man, because I'm
Hey,
siding with the aliens.
Hey,
I'm
D-Lo,
riding with them.
that's the
I
one
need them to
thing
get here.
I don't do is aliens. Like I like scary movies. I watch all that stuff, but I saw like Signs as a kid. Midnight Shyamalan. That's not even a scary movie, but that was enough for me. I don't.
You
do
said
that.
you don't do what? Aliens?
I don't. I'm
Well, you
aliens
better-
scare
You better pick
They
a side
scare
right
me.
Are
now.
aliens to you what robots are to Kenny?
Yes. I do not play about aliens, boy.
Man.
No,
So
sir.
you riding with the robots?
If they gonna save me from the aliens,
They're
Yeah,
not.
I think I'm riding with the aliens.
Yeah, I'm going with the
Yeah.
aliens. They're the only ones that can
Man.
get this done.
Hey, one
Because
time,
we sure as hell can't.
one time I'm with a friend, and we watching a movie.
Okay.
And
All right.
with a
All
friend,
right, man.
we watching a movie, right? And I'm like, this movie kind of different. What is this? She goes, oh, it's called Dark Skies. I said, turn this off right now.
Oh,
I
was
said,
there a second date?
No,
Yeah,
no, there was not.
Well, she might.
Well, wait a second. Were you watching the movie at home
Yeah.
or at the?
Oh, this dude, man, that little look, man. Come on, man, get this dude,
Just
man.
watching movies. man.
Did you finish the movie?
No, I turned that off. We ain't watching Dark Skies.
That's
in
what
my
So what'd
house.
you do when you turned the movie off?
Hey,
I don't remember, but we didn't finish that
no,
story.
hey, Lisa,
Did
you
you
gotta-
kick her out
no,
or
you
something?
gotta-
What do you
Lisa,
mean?
Lisa,
Leezy,
you gotta
watch
write that
the
out.
goddamn
Yeah,
movie.
you gotta
Leezy.
write that out, bro.
No,
Leezy.
That's traumatizing. I don't
You
wanna
gotta
watch
write.
that.
Well, you got to deal with it.
Hey,
Do we have to teach you everything?
maybe
You got to deal with that. You don't
said
tell
you were
that
at home?
You don't tell that
He said he
woman
was at
turn the
home.
Turn that
movie off.
Turn this
Only-
TV off.
You don't tell them.
Leezy.
I think it
Yeah.
was her decision, Lizzie, not that.
That's fine with me. It worked out. There's
All right,
other fish in the sea, brother.
Here's the robots.
I'm
real
really
quick.
Oh, you see, Dame? Have you
Okay.
seen this?
Yeah.
I don't think I've.
Come
I
on,
don't
man.
when
think
the robots
so.
have had enough.
All right, so I'll describe this to the radio audience. So the robot
Oh my.
is
Look, he's,
oh,
he's
oh,
going after the
God.
guy.
Come on,
Dang.
man.
He's got
That-
a target.
no that robot absolutely is targeting.
Look, he's moving. He's
Unplug it.
moving.
Bro,
Unplug it. What
Look,
is going on?
They have no idea what to do. He just doesn't have eyes yet. That's the only reason why he can't. Like,
He acting like Draymond Green.
come on, man.
He do look like Draymond Green. That's
Like, he's
funny.
going after that
look
one
it.
guy.
And the robot's black.
Yeah. Well,
Look, well,
there we
Angry
go.
God.
black robot, man.
Wow. Angry black robot. Just look at them guys. Is terrified.
Yeah. Them little the stupid asses put it together.
Look at
Where's
his
the,
face like, oh, this was a mistake right here.
where's the lady from MSG?
That guy's like, I don't want to do this anymore. I do not want to do this anymore. Quick programming note. Our man Eddie Gonzalez has some things jumping off today. He cannot be with us. So we'll come back. We got bumping or dumping on the way.
Hey.
We'll continue to hang out and talk, man. We're thrilled that you're here with us. Major Friday vibes here with D-Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. You stay as long as you want.
Hey, he told
Are you doing concerts in the park?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
They said that's wake up call stuff. I was like, all right,
Oh, it's wake up call today.
apparently. Because I was like, is it
Oh, two of
98,
them.
97? They said no.
Who's the artist? Anybody know?
I don't know. I gotta pull up Google one on that. But yeah, no, for real, I don't do aliens, man. I'm good. Have you seen Signs, the movie?
No.
Don't.
You know, movies don't really bother me too much.
Yeah.
Like Black Mirror, that's probably the closest. And it was just the robots episode that I didn't like because like, yo, that's what they're doing right now.
Yeah.
But aliens, movies, they don't really bother me because they're movies.
Yeah. When I was a kid, like my older siblings, they would watch scary movies, and like I was like, oh, I don't like scary movies. And then like one day as an adult, we saw like Paranormal Activity. I'm like, oh, this ain't bad. And I started watching Conjuring, Insidious. And I loved all that stuff. I was like, this is cool. But I never got over watching Signs as a kid. It was bad. Just the scene where he walks through the TV or whatever. Oh my god. Yeah.
The Ring, I remember seeing that.
Ring is cool. Ring is a good movie. If you go back and watch it today, The Ring, The Grudge, all that stuff. That's cool.
I don't watch a lot of movies in general though, so
yeah. Or The Office. Sorry.
That's how you feel?
No,
the man's right, man. The man's right.
It's a shoot.
That's hey, look at Leezy. Look at Leezy.
I'll be doing that outside of like in my personal life. I'll be like, is that a shoot? It's a shoot. Really feel that way?
Yeah. Good word.
Yeah. Here we go. Stephen Brown. Signs was trash. Okay, Stephen Brown.
No,
Steve
Brown likes anything.
He really don't, unless
White
it's
women.
That's it.
Yeah. That's it. They won't talk about how good of a father the robot is or how successful he is. That's wild.
Now, Aldrin, I do not watch Final Destination. I don't like gory stuff.
Yeah, gory stuff.
Leezy hanging out with us. What we call it, live with Leezy.
Hey,
Leezy Live.
Leezy Live.
Just like America Live. Remember
America Live. Yeah, that was before my time. I never went there.
You never went to Incredible Universe? Wasn't that where it was at? Oh no. America Live was upstairs in the
America Live was a club, wasn't it?
at the Arco Arena, yeah. Wasn't it?
No, America Live was like downtown.
What was upstairs at the top of Arco Arena? I thought that was America Live.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't get invited up there.
Yeah.
You tell me. You tell me. I just thought America Live was that club, maybe where the Hard Rock used to be. What's there now?
That's what Weezy Sauced.
Sauced. Okay, yeah.
Weezy said it's or
Hard Rock. Okay, yeah.
Well, what the hell was at the top of Arco Arena?
I have no idea.
Somebody should know. We'll figure it out.
That's before me. You know what? Actually, I'll say this. I went to Arco one time for my very first game. It was Boogie taking on some skinny guy named Giannis Antetokounmpo. It was a good game too. So it was cool. Giannis. People keep saying he should be good. I don't believe it.
It looks like he's on the move.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's real.
I remember this season where people were like, you better learn that dude's name.
Yeah.
You better figure out how to say it because he's gonna be the one.
How to say
I still hear it pronounced 50 different ways. I don't know how to say his name.
Giannis?
No, one. There are still basketball people who add the G to us, but they make Giannis or Giannis, but it's Antetokounmpo.
Yeah,
you gotta say it fast, otherwise it don't work. I just say Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Well, that's wrong.
Nope. Okay. Well,
Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Giannis Antetokounmpo. Well.
And I guess this is why people still can't pronounce his name.
G.A.
Antetokounmpo.
Who was the other? Oh, Tua. Tua was the one.
Tua still be having me in the chokehold.
Tua was the one where it's like, okay, all right.
Tua
Tagovailoa. You just listen to him say it over and over and over again. Don't look at the paper. Don't look at the sheet. Listen to him say it. Tua Tagovailoa, and then write it out your own way.
Yeah,
Tua Tagovailoa.
That's how you got it. So you remember how to say it.
What was the Kings? What was the Yorgis Papagiannis?
Papagiannis, yeah.
Yorgis Papagiannis.
Anybody know how to say Nico's name?
Harrison.
Defense wins championships.
Nico, former Tennessee quarterback. I gotta see it. He's now UCLA's quarterback.
Some people can't.
Nueva? No, that's not how it is.
Some people can't do Moses Moody. Moses.
Well, some
Moses
people
Moody.
can't. Some people can't. Some people can't do Dave McMenamin either. Those some people are the same people.
Well,
The same exact people. You want to do bump it or dump it? Normally Eddie Gonzalez would be with us right now. He has some things dumping off in Brooklyn. Probably getting ready for the game. Maybe he's going to get all of Kenny's friends.
Well, he's.
Why don't you put your hat back on?
He's going to be at the game. You're going to be at the game, I think. That's a crazy ticket, too.
I believe it.
That is a crazy ticket.
I believe it. You want to do bump it or dump it?
Yeah, man. All right. Here we go.
Hit the music. Leezy, hit the music.
I hit the music. What do I do?
Caitlin Clark.
Man, you think Giannis Antetokounmpo will beat your ass? Try saying Caitlin Clark.
Caitlin Clark breaks another record, this time in ticket prices.
Yeah, give me that. Bump it.
The WNBA season is drawing near, and the Caitlin Clark effect is back. Demand for the Indiana Fever's preseason game this past Sunday against the Brazilian national women's basketball team had reached record levels, with tickets to the exhibition contest being played at University of Iowa's 15,000-seat Carver Hawkeye Arena sold out. The average resale price on the secondary market hit $440. That's the most for any game Clark has ever played professionally or collegiately, according to data that ticketing technology company Victory Live provided to Front Office Sports. Then they have a list of the other games. So the 440 in that Brazilian game, which is an exhibition game, which is crazy. That's number one. 411 for Ohio State at Iowa, March 3rd, 2024. That's the night Caitlin set the NCAA's all-time scoring record on senior night. $309 for Michigan versus Iowa on February 15th, 2024.
Jesus.
When she broke the all-time women's scoring record. And $289 when Caitlin Clark was just in attendance to have her jersey retired.
Oh, there you go.
So yeah, $440.
She's a needle mover. I saw
she is.
What's brother's name? Is it Rob Parker?
Black guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cornball RG3's corn.
Yeah, Rob Parker.
Yeah, Rob Parker.
Yeah. He said recently on whatever show pays him that this isn't sustainable. That what the W is doing with these ticket prices isn't sustainable. And he points to like, oh, you what you getting? You get an average attendance on a Tuesday is only like 9,000. And I think what some of these noobs don't recognize is arenas are often scaled different for WNBA games, and they're scaled back when there's a hot ticket. In obviously the W's case, Caitlin Clark is a ticket where like arenas are going to be different. We saw the Washington Mystics, I think last year, go, they've been playing outside of the, is it the Capital One Arena? They've been playing outside of that for the last year or two, went back to the Capital One Arena for the Fever games because they could sell them.
Yep.
And that's not terribly uncommon. That's not an uncommon practice to happen in the WNBA. And he, his main point was it's not like this league is, a couple years old. Like this league is 30 years old. Anybody know what year the NBA started?
I don't.
Add 30 years to that.
Right.
And you're not even in prime time yet.
Right. You tape delay.
Like if you don't say stuff just to say it, at least have some semblance of knowledge to what you're talking about.
Right.
You're talking as if this league is old. The NBA just celebrated 75 years. It's more profitable than it's ever been right now. Go back 50 years ago, that wasn't the case.
Right.
It's like some of these guys, and I feel like they're often older guys who have been around, the game a long time. They keep looking for ways to downplay what's happening in the W right now, what's happening in women's sports. There's a major surge in it, and Caitlin is a massive reason why. She is an incredibly exciting basketball player to watch, and you said I don't remember if you said this earlier this week or last week. When you navigate through all of the other stupid stuff that for some reason surrounds her, she is a really exciting basketball player to watch.
Yeah.
And when push comes to shove, people aren't spending $400 because she's some great white hope. They're not spending $400 because she beat Angel Reese once. They spend $400 because she's an exciting basketball player. The same reason they spend that money to see LeBron James when he comes to town, or when they see the Boston Celtics or the Golden State Warriors come to town, or now it's the San Antonio Spurs and Victor Wembanyama. Like when you're really looking for a story, when you're really trying to figure out what's going on with a league or a player, look at people's pocketbooks. We only have so much, especially in 2025. We only have so much discretionary income. We talk about this all the time when it comes to this summer of concerts. You've got The Weeknd, you've got the GNX tour with Kendrick and SZA. What's the other massive? Oh, you got Cowboy Carter,
Post Malone,
and you got Post Malone and Jelly Roll. You better pick one.
Yeah, you're not going.
You are really fortunate if you can go to two. Ain't no way most of us, we're not going to 3 or 4. Where you spend your discretionary income tells a story, and we talk about the death of the Golden State Warriors. Not as long as people are paying to see Steph. Ain't no death there. The surge in the WNBA is real when you look at where people are spending their money. And that story you just read is a perfect example of that.
100%. And Caitlin, two things there. Caitlin, like I said, when you get through all the nonsense that surrounds her, obviously
that has nothing to do with her.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I was gonna say. She don't do any of this stuff.
Yeah.
Like Caitlin, I've just kind of watched and observed. She seemed like one of the realest.
Mm-hmm.
Like I from what I know of her and what I've seen, I like Caitlin Clark, the person.
Mm-hmm.
She seems like she don't really want nothing to do with none of this crazy stuff that surrounds her.
Yeah.
And that's what I like about her. And then like I said, you watch her game, and her game is electric.
Yeah.
Electric. And you talk about like the Rob Parkers and everybody that's always questioning the WNBA and what they're going to be able to do moving forward and if it's sustainable. You're right. It is a lot of older people, and it's a lot of people who are older males, and it's a lot of older males who are out of touch with, I believe, the basketball community.
Yeah.
Because it's not just the WNBA. If you are paying attention to what's going on in basketball, young kids, AAU, grade school, high school, college, women's basketball is booming right now. Women's basketball in 10 years, we're going to talk like right now. I think as a collective, the skill level has already risen to a certain point that it wasn't at 10 years prior. 10 years from now, the skill level that we see on a nightly basis on the college level in the WNBA is going to be on par with damn near anything else that you see in men's basketball. Like these girls are hooping right now at a very, very, very young age. And it's only going to make the game that much more entertaining, that much better to watch, get people that more invested into what's going on. So they just don't know. They have no.
Well, I don't mind if you question the league or its popularity. You ask questions, you raise argument. I don't care if you do any of that, but base them in some semblance of reality, not just, oh, well, there's no way this can happen. Well, based on what?
Yeah. Caitlin Clark can sell some tickets. Come on now.
Yeah. Like, what do you bet? You're just guessing and calling it an argument. That's not an argument.
No.
You're not making any point. You're just saying stuff.
That's it. Just talking.
Yeah. He doesn't have any facts to back up what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like you said, Caitlin Clark is a needle mover. I know whenever they play the Valkyrie, I'll be down to go see a game. I'll go buy that ticket. It's funny growing up. My sister,
you're rich.
I don't got KC money yet.
One,
Kitty Caraway money.
One, the Valkyries. That's a tough get in because it's the first year. 2, Caitlin. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be
gracious.
That's gonna be so expensive.
Did she play? I know we looked. Did she play it on a weekend?
I don't remember. We did look. We did look, and I can't remember. They didn't. Yeah, they had a couple, and I feel like they were early.
Yeah, like some of the first months of the season or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get to the Valkyrie. I ain't even gotten to the A's yet. Oh, by the way, but I haven't.
Oh man,
did you see the thing Sean tweeted out? Cunningham.
No.
He there's like a traffic advisory for this weekend.
Who they
Something
playing?
you go look at it because say that again.
Who are they playing?
The Yankees.
Well, Casey's gonna be there.
So there's something like I don't know if the 80 is shut down or what it is, but there seems to be like traffic diverting, like the 80, the 50.
Shut down.
I just if you're going to watch the A's and the Yankees this weekend, make sure you look up. There's gonna be some
People
traffic stuff.
People gotta get out to an A's game. I know it's gonna be hard this weekend with the Yankees and all that, but the A's opener.
I wonder
that was the first baseball game I ever went to.
Yeah,
and it was a fun experience. It was great. We had good seats. I had a blast. I'll go to a game again. But yeah, if you're in Sacramento, you've never been to a game, get out there and support the A's. Support Sacramento.
Look up the Athletics.
No.
The tweet that was put out there, the A's, the Athletics put it out there.
Mm-hmm.
There's closures of eastbound I-80, all traffic diverted to eastbound US 50. Fans attending weekend games should plan for potential delays. So, yeah, plan accordingly. If I go out there, be with the family. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to
I love how annoyed you sounded with that.
Well, no,
we'll go out there. I'm gonna be with the family.
Well, no, because if it was me, like I'll just tell y'all the secret with me. If it's me and I'm going to A's game, I'll park at Golden One Center and walk.
I'm with you.
It'll be fine. I'll take a nice little leisure walk. And I won't have to deal with none of that nonsense.
I'm gonna walk across the bridge, get the full experience.
The wife is not like that, and the 2-year-old definitely is not like that. So I need to be in the parking lot.
I'm the same way about that type of stuff. I don't be paying for parking. I'll walk to where I need to be. I don't do all that.
Y'all know I always look in the same section for A's tickets, down the first base line, section 104, 103, somewhere around there. $152 for row 21. Not very many of these available, by the way. $133 for row 29. You move over behind the plate. Not really my favorite, but they have a row 1. They have a Kenny Caraway seat here for $378. A row 25 seat for $98. Again, not nearly as many tickets that are generally available when we do this exercise.
They're gonna be out there.
This is for the Friday night game, by the way.
So they do the thing where they release the lawn seats or lawn access or whatever at 9 a.m. And I had never, the wife said that's where she wants to watch the game. So I had never done that before. And a couple of days ago, like I was like, well, how do you do it? You got to sign up, text alerts. They text you when they go on sale, click the link, and you go in there and go get the tickets. I got the text today for tonight's game. They only do it day of the game. I got it for tonight's game at like 9:02. Hit the link, went in there. There ain't no more available.
Man,
it's like, damn.
It's like that.
Damn. So, yeah, everybody pray for me. We'll see if I can. I'm able to come through with these tickets on Sunday because the Yankee game, the Yankees, Red Sox, and the Giants games are going to be tough. I don't know if the Red Sox are Jesse. Are the Red Sox on a weekend? I know the Giants are 4th of July weekend, so that's going to be more of the same.
They're during the week, I think.
They're during the week. Yeah.
You said pray for me. There's a famous line that says nobody pray for me, which brings us to the Twitter poll that Dr. David just posted.
What?
What's worse? Kenny's Knicks fandom.
It's not my fandom.
Kenny's Michigan fandom.
Oh, I am a Michigan fan.
Kenny's Laker fandom.
No, that's just a flat out lie.
Kenny's Drake fandom.
I like Drake.
Right now, the Drake fandom is winning.
People don't know what they're talking about. People hop on bandwagons. That's
Lakers fandom is second.
Get that off the list.
It doesn't appear anyone is bothered by your Michigan fandom.
Yeah, because
there's no ties to Michigan.
They know the vibes.
I'm a fan of our brother Michigan too.
They know the vibes. No, the University of Michigan.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it meant our brother Michigan.
That Laker one. Get that Laker one out of here.
No, I mean it's close between Drake and the Lakers.
Get that Laker one out of here. What is this? What the hell is that?
What else we got?
Let's stay in the W real quick. How about that? And I saw a list from ESPN unveiling their top 25 players entering the 2025 WNBA season.
Okay. It's always
We'll go top 10.
Lists are fun.
I'll read the top 10. I got the top 25.
Oh, I was certainly hoping you weren't going to read 25.
We'll go top 10.
Okay.
10 is Kelsey Plum.
Okay.
9, Jackie Young.
Okay.
8, Nika.
Mm-hmm.
7, Sabrina.
7.
6, Jacquel Jones.
Man, this league is loaded.
5, Alyssa Thomas. 4, Caitlin Clark. 3, Stewie.
Mm-hmm.
2, Nafisha.
Okay.
And 1.
Okay.
Aces for life.
1. Yeah.
Asia.
Okay. Settle down.
Where's Paige?
Well, she hasn't played
she's
yet.
a rookie.
I thought.
hasn't
Okay,
played yet.
my bad.
She's a rookie. Some notables. Angel Reese is 25.
I don't
Kalia
know.
Cooper.
I don't know that that's accurate.
I don't think that she's 25.
Yeah, I don't know.
She's 25.
I mean, maybe. Yeah, I'd have to work
Damn near
through
the
the
premier rebounder in the league.
That's fine. She shoots 7% from the field. She actually shoots 7% from like right next to the basket.
She's 25.
That's fine.
She definitely
That's
top
fine.
25.
Okay.
That's almost like
She's
Simone.
literally 25.
Yeah, she's 25.
Okay. All right.
Aaliyah Boston.
Where's
is
Enrique?
21. Enrique's
Agumbo.
14.
Okay.
Casey, how you feel about Kelsey Plum going on the? She's on the Sparks, right?
Yeah.
How you feel about that? It's LA. She went from your team over to LA.
Yeah, I mean, I have no feelings about her going to the Sparks. I'm gonna miss the time that we saw her in the Aces uniform.
Aces for life.
She was a great ace. You know what I mean? She was a great ace.
You sound ridiculous right now.
What are you talking? You asked me about my
Aces
girl
for
Kelsey
life?
Plum
Now she's in LA?
and the good times that we had watching her with the Aces. And I'm
Stop
talking
feeding
about.
into this.
I'm sorry.
So this isn't a bit. I am an Aces fan. That's the squad.
For
That's
life.
the squad.
It's
For
just ridiculous. Aces for life. Like
Well, now they've been around
they've been
almost
around
10
for,
years.
Yeah, they've been around for like 4.
They had like 4 failures in the playoffs.
They did. They did.
Yeah, Kelsey Plum. I like my girl Jewel Lloyd. Jewel Lloyd is actually
Jewel Lloyd.
19th on this list.
Really?
Yeah.
I was certain she was going to be like 11th or 12th.
You know, it's a little too high. Brittany Griner's at 17.
I don't know if Brittany Griner belongs on the list at all. God bless her.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah.
I feel I really actually kind of thought she was going to retire.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't know what basketball team she's on.
She's on. Don't tell me. I think Atlanta.
I don't know. Don't tell me. Don't
She's
tell
on
you. I
Atlanta.
don't know. I'm not
Phoenix.
going to
I
tell
thought she's
you.
on Phoenix still.
She's
No,
not.
she's
She's
on
definitely not on Phoenix.
I'm almost certain she's on Atlanta. Let me see.
I genuinely have no idea.
Let me get.
Can I say this though? The W is in a great place right now with all the different names and
it
all the
is.
storylines going into it. Growing up, my
Yeah,
sister
it
was
is.
like a really big basketball player. She played for Kansas State, and the game wasn't like it is now. Like I really like where the game's at.
That's a point for me. She is on the Atlanta Dream.
You don't get a point for that. It
That
wasn't a
is
game.
a point for me.
It's your next story.
Count it.
Okay.
Let's go. How much time we got? Okay, I want to make sure I get this one in. There's been an odds update via DK Sportsbook on where Kevin Durant will play next season.
I want to dump it just because you said I want to get this story.
Yeah, you gotta check your sources.
Oh, that's a great point.
This is
What is it?
certified, verified.
What is a DK Sportsbook?
I never
What's a
heard of
sports
that.
book?
Are we sure?
Yes.
You were certain. A lot of people got fooled by that.
He got me. I
true
thought it was
stat.
a true home run. I was like, oh, that's a cool
that.
stat.
A lot of people got fooled by that.
Yeah.
Dump it.
No, you can bump it.
Yeah,
Go
all
ahead.
right,
You seem to want to talk.
Well,
about
no,
it.
it's just I'm
Hey,
trying to
these is
figure out.
guy.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hey,
We could
these
bump
is
it.
guy.
I'll go from worst to first as far as odds.
Okay.
Plus 1,000 is the Spurs.
Okay.
Plus 800 is the Heat.
No,
He's
He
not
don't-
even a Heat fan.
he don't
Yeah,
want-
that's
don't
that's
want
why
to
I'm
be-
looking at. If you would have stayed with the Heat, maybe you would have been in contention here.
Katie don't want to be on the Heat. He ain't gonna deal with Pat Riley.
And by the way, it's DraftKings. That's what they're saying in the chat. Learn something new.
Oh, okay.
Plus 800 is the Timberwolves.
I can see that.
Plus 750 is the Mavericks.
So let's also be clear. This is a trade. He can only
Mhm.
he's not a free agent. He's getting traded.
His team next year.
Mavericks.
Plus 750 is the Mavericks.
Interesting.
Plus 250 is the Rockets.
Yeah.
And the leaders at plus 190 are the Suns.
Huh?
They said where Kevin Durant will play next season. The leader, according to DraftKings Sportsbook, at plus 190 is the Suns.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah. Same.
I mean, I guess the incumbent. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, maybe the thought is like they're not going to be able to get a deal where they get anything worth anything.
I don't think
So
that's
keep
true.
him
So they
I
keep
think
him
there's
and move
enough.
Booker, maybe.
What did we
Like if they're going to lowball and be like, "Yo, we'll give you 2 second rounders and Andrew Wiggins," like, no, we're not.
Yeah, but I don't think people are going to do that. Like,
Why would they give him anything else?
Well, why wouldn't they? They're trying to acquire Kevin Durant.
Who would the T-Wolves be able to give up for him? Like, who's going in that?
You're probably thinking
Rob Dylan,
Nas Reed.
Kevin Durant's got 1 year left on his deal. Why wouldn't you honestly try to execute a trade for him?
You would, but you wouldn't give up. I would think you wouldn't give up anything other than it maybe another expiring, because he could leave you in a year.
Yeah.
He could, but I think it's title contenders that are trying to acquire him. I think it seems like the Houston Rockets.
Right.
Maybe San Antonio wondering if they can maybe push things along a little faster.
San Antonio's not giving up Stephen Castle.
Yeah, and Houston ain't gonna give you Reed Shepard, Jalen Green. Well, maybe they get Jalen Green, or Reed Shepard, Jabari Smith. Like, they're not giving you them young boys.
I think they might trade Jabari or Jalen for him.
Jabari, no. I think they would trade Jalen.
Jalen's on the block.
I think they would trade Jalen. I think Jabari is safe, but they're gonna try and get like Terry Eason and all this other you're not getting a superstar back. I know that's not what you're saying, but you're not getting a top tier player back. I don't think.
Can you get 2 firsts back?
You should be able to. You should be able to.
Oftentimes, I think that's the bigger.
Yeah.
That's the bigger idea for some of these teams. But go ahead. Let's run. We got time for one more.
One more. And I wanted to make sure I got this one in for the Brody. Louis Vuitton is opening a mega flagship in Beverly Hills.
Bump it,
like you said.
Beverly
Hills will serve as the new home of a massive Louis Vuitton flagship scheduled to open in 2029. Breaking ground next year, world-renowned architect Frank Gehry will lead the design and build, while Peter Marino will curate the interior. The marquee location will also boast 1 level of quote-unquote D-low private spaces for clients, in addition to a garden rooftop.
I said you're not living up to the spirit of this segment. I said dump it.
You were being modest, bro. Come on, man. This is big news for you, big dog.
What's that backpack, Casey? What's that?
Great question, Leezy.
It's different.
It's a great question, Leezy. Why don't you answer?
What the hell are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'm just looking around. I was just curious.
What about that bag? You ain't saying nothing about that bag?
I can't see that far, brother. I need glasses.
What?
Or LASIK.
There's 2 of them.
I can't see. I'm partially blind.
Move, Damien. Move.
Who have been the top 10 players in the playoffs right now at the moment? Well, Casey's got an exercise for this. We'll talk about that. Stealing with Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Casey, we'll talk about that.
Yes.
Okay. Wasn't sure. It's Stealing with Casey on ESPN 1320.
I've only been in Louis Vuitton store once. I was at the one at the Galleria. I was just looking around. I was like, this place is real. I was just looking.
It's all most of us do, Leezy. Just look around.
Just be looking.
Most of us.
Sometimes I dream.
That's it. Look around.
What's up with Rob Dillingham, man? Let him play,
He's
man.
a young boy.
Let him play.
He'll play when Conley's done.
Man, Conley, wrap it up,
I
man.
found this meme that just cracks me up. I don't know when I'll put it, so I'll just show Damien. Somebody says something stupid. This is what I'm gonna say. It's some funny facial expression.
Oh wow, Lord.
Becky is comedy.
Oh my.
That's hella funny. That is funny.
Becky, where'd she go to college at? I think it's Kansas, right? I feel like it was.
a good question.
I don't remember where Becky went to school.
I was just asking. Like I said, my sister went to Kansas State. I'm like, I feel like Becky went there too. I don't know.
What position your sister play?
She was point guard. She was good in high school. She was hella good. At Kansas, she didn't get along with the coach, so that was that. She went to Houston and was good there, and she played overseas a little bit. Nice. Yeah. It always makes me mad because we like the same size.
She got it like that though.
She do.
Becky Hammond went to Colorado State.
Oh, I was
wouldn't
wrong.
have guessed that.
You know what's funny? This is her Wikipedia picture.
Becky always looking crazy.
Becky sometimes look like the early incarnation of the Undertaker. Like her eyes be hella dark.
Low key.
When was that picture taken? Oh, 2024. Yeah, she was frustrated with her basketball team, probably. I've always wondered if they overrate Becky or if I underrate her
as a player.
Yeah,
she was a good player. Maybe they overrated her a little bit. She was good though.
I think she was good too.
But that's why I said they probably overrated her a little bit. Because she wasn't. I don't remember her being like this top level player. I thought she was a good ball player.
Who's that?
She
one
was
girl?
in. Sorry, Leezy.
I was gonna say, who's that one girl name? Was like Paris or something. Like I remember in college she was hella good, but I don't remember
where.
Courtney Paris.
Yeah, Courtney Paris. I think
Courtney
yeah.
and Ashley.
Yeah, I seen them in person.
Courtney and Ashley. I wrote, where were we? Was it the draft? Oh, it was I can't remember where I was. I think maybe it was the Final Four. But I was somewhere on a transportation bus with Bubba.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we must have been going back to the hotel. I can't remember what the event was, but Bubba had his rings on too.
Mm. But damn it, he done lived a life. You should write a book, bro.
Good.
It'd be the boringest goddamn book you ever
doubt
heard.
it. I want to hear the chapter on Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan?
Yeah, when you were in the same room with Mike.
When that happened?
Oh.
I want that chapter.
Nobody interested in that, though. I've told that story a million times. That's my only interaction with Michael Jordan.
Come on, man. That's your man's. You got his number? Text him. Text him, see if he come on the show.
I do not.
Hey,
have his
you know,
number.
speaking of famous people we met, I met Jake LaRavia at the Sawyer. Man, Jake was dope, man. That's the homie. I hope he sticks around, man. Jake was hella cool. I'm just saying. That's the homie. He might be like Ty Jerome. That's the man right there.
He might be like Ty Jerome. That's funny.
Jake was hella cool.
that was I didn't,
Didn't
Michael
expect-
Jordan and
Jake LaRavia.
Jake LaRavia. Wow.
Hey, air horns for Jake LaRavia. Air horns.
What why?
He
So
got
got
engaged.
engaged. Well, salute to him.
I don't feel like going over there and turning it down. So just turn your volume down for a second. We're gonna hit him again for Doug Christie.
Hey, happy
Doug's
birthday.
Happy birthday, Doug.
Yeah, Stacey's
What's this sign
birthday.
right now? Anybody know?
What is this? May? Is this like this isn't Gemini? Gemini is June. This right
I have
before
no
it.
idea.
I don't know.
Not my bag.
Actually,
I know July's in KC.
You know the vibes, man.
Oh, isn't
Excuse
that
me?
cute? Isn't that cute?
Man, it's only when it really matters.
Isn't that cute? We
The
got a
world would
lot
be-
of birthdays.
The world would
coming
be a
up.
mess without cancers.
We keep everyone balanced, man.
It's a really weird thing you just said out loud, but we got Doug's birthday today. Next week we got James's next week.
Mm.
Jason Ross's is next week. Matt George's is the week after.
My goodness.
Matt George is on Friday. Maybe we get Matt George out to the exhibit concert to
Yeah, you
celebrate.
need to pull up on us.
We can get Matt out to
It's
concerts
on
in
that
the
same
park.
day?
Yeah, same day.
Hey, I'm excited for exhibit. I ain't gonna lie. Growing
That's
up,
gonna be fire.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Oh, that's gonna be fire.
I liked him growing up watching Pimp My Ride and even some of his music. It was dope, man. What's up?
Yeah, Exhibit gonna be at Concerts in the Park on May 23rd.
Let's get it.
D'Lo and KC of the KSFM variety. We're totally different people over on KSFM. We're gonna be out there hosting that show.
Hey, you know, Exhibit song I like is before Kings games. They used to play Concentrate. That was dope. That would get it going.
I'm trying to think how Concentrate goes.
It's like a slow, like, I don't know. You got to hear it.
You said they used to play before Kings games,
or they play like whenever there was about to be a tip off, they'd be like Concentrate. You don't remember that?
I don't.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'm off.
Look at Leezy.
I'm gonna have to listen to it before next or a couple Fridays from now.
Concentrate. Exhibit.
Be Please is my favorite Exhibit song.
Okay.
Yeah, they play before games because it's like you're getting ready.
Okay.
It's like a slow build.
Oh, there's a chant that I'm gonna cut off because I don't know if it's a bad word.
Hey, we summoning aliens. Yeah, see the beat goes.
Oh yeah,
okay.
Yeah, you remember this? Oh, come on.
I don't remember this at all.
It's Flashback Friday.
I don't remember this at all. This used to play in the arena.
They play like whenever it's like a jump ball or sometimes before games.
Do you want to hear the first lyrics that he says?
I don't know if we can. I don't
No,
remember.
we can. I got them right here. Come on, man.
Wow.
I'm sorry. Are you mistaken? Was this played before Warrior games?
I don't.
Now this guy was at the Oakland Arena talking about this. What they played here. Come on,
Casey. They gonna catch me with a "We Believe Warriors" picture.
Gosh, bro.
Me and Baron Davis.
Oh, you know I went.
Well,
to,
they got you with a Baron Davis jersey and a Warriors hat doing the. Well, it wouldn't be this.
Well, look,
it'd be something else.
I was at Game 4 of that series. We Believe Warriors.
When they beat Mavs, yeah.
No, it was at Game 4.
Really
rich.
They
had. Well, no. Check this out. This is crazy. So
is this when you were working for the Warriors?
No.
Oh,
but look, this why Warrior fan. My Warrior fan. I gotta watch these dudes.
You look just like the meme when you do that. You look exactly like the meme.
You gotta watch these dudes because they're like, "Oh, sold out." And it was, but I'll never forget. They had the game. Whatever. I think that was a Sunday. And on Saturday afternoon, they put out like 500 tickets for $10.
Ooh wee!
It was back was against the wall, but yeah. And then Jazz, she kind of liked the Warriors at the time. We were just she lived down the street, so I was like, "You want to go to a Warriors playoff game?" She's like, "Yeah."
I go
So
any
we
playoff
went.
game.
Yeah, what's a Warriors playoff game?
You know, peep this. So that was the We Believe Warriors. I think there's a whole thing now. The Nuggets are trying to do the We Believe slogan. That's like a whole thing right now.
Yeah, and the Warriors were like, Baron Davis was like, "Oh, somebody in the front office should sue. Like, this is crazy." And then somebody put a picture of We Believe in front of Arco Arena years before the We Believe Warriors.
I never knew.
So that's what we. Come on, man.
We all believe.
Man, I'll tell you, but people be forgetting the originators all the time, man. We started a lot of stuff out here. They be forgetting this.
That's what Doug said. Doug said a lot of things started out here in Sacramento. We just don't get credit for them.
You know, I always get a little jealous when I see the Thunder. And they be they're so loud in there. And they get, man, nobody hearing all that.
But
bro.
here's the thing, though.
Y'all been to Arco Arena? Y'all been in the Golden One Center, man? Ain't nobody worried about Chesapeake Bay Arena. Ain't nobody, man, please, man.
Casey,
It's all about Arco and Golden One. Those are the environments right there.
What other arenas is it about?
Well, those are the top two. It don't really matter. But the Garden is gonna be popping. I ain't gonna lie to you. But those Golden One Center, ain't nobody messing with the Golden One Center.
Oklahoma fans are diehard Thunder fans. I'm from there. Check this out.
Hold on, Leezy.
What's up?
What the hell is this?
What?
John from Connecticut is on the phone.
What?
Who's John from Connecticut?
Bro.
Well,
Yo, it's almost 3 hours into this show, and we're not going to talk about the best baseball player from Linden, California, going to be at Sutter Health Park this weekend. What's going on here, guys? The show's going off the rails, okay? We need to talk about the Bronx Bombers going to be in the capital city for the weekend. Your boy Aaron Judge is going to hit 4 runs. One of them are going to hit the Tower Bridge. Mark my words right now. We need to get this thing right back on track. The more Knicks talk we have, the better. All right, Kenny? The Yankees need to be front and center for the last hour of this show. And if not, we got massive issues. Ratings are going to tank.
Okay. All right. Well, okay, Jake in Connecticut. Let me get a couple things straight. First and foremost, I think Aaron Judge is going to either hit the Tower Bridge or hit that Pyramid building because I saw what he did when he came to Oracle Park last year. That was one of the first home runs I've ever seen in my life. That was crazy. Second of all, Jake in Connecticut, you'll be happy to know.
It's John.
John in Connecticut. You'll be happy to know.
From Connecticut.
I'm advocating for Aaron Judge being the best player in baseball right now. Better than Ohtani.
Yeah, no question. No question. Who's batting 420 in the MLB right now? Do you know how hard it is to hit a baseball at 100 miles an hour and then have to hit a curveball that's going 86 miles an hour? It's insane what this guy is doing. And no torpedo bat or not, all right?
He don't even have it. He declined the torpedo bat. He don't even have it.
And the fact that he was born and raised in Sacramento and then grew up in Linden, California, which is what, like an hour, like 15 minutes out of Stockton, a population of 1,100. Like, man, the fact that this guy came out of our backyard, insanity.
John, why are you like this?
Because, guys, someone's got to rep East Coast on this show. Someone has to.
Well,
right?
I got New York Knicks fan Kenny Caraway sitting across from me. Like, what?
No, I'm not a Knicks fan. I'm not a Knicks fan
over here.
You weren't there in the dark days of the early the late 90s and 2000s when Melo was supposed to be our saving grace and could barely get us to a playoff game.
Remember that?
Well,
wait a minute. Did you just say us? Okay.
Well, yeah, he's a Knicks fan.
I
He's a Knicks
remember
fan. And on top of that, now once again,
gross.
he's a Knicks fan. So I'm not gonna say anything to a Knicks fan because I'm not a Knicks
Just
fan.
like you.
I'm a Knicks supporter. But I will say this, John in Connecticut, check your Twitters. Your boy did have that Marbury Knicks jersey on. This didn't just happen a week ago.
Fire.
So I'm saying like that was pre-Melo. And then Melo's my boy. So I've been supporting. I've been looking from afar for a while.
Hey, until you get a J.R. Smith New York Knicks jersey, then you can get to my level. Okay.
Tell me about Raymond Felton,
John,
Chauncey Billups.
Bro, what you know about Eddie Curry? What you talking about? Eddie Curry, come on.
Landry Fields.
Come on.
Hey,
now.
who's coaching that team? Mike Woodson.
That's right.
Mike Woodson.
I put a clip out on Twitter. They were showing love to Mike Woodson.
Mike Woodson was that dude.
Mm-hmm.
John, you gonna come hang out in the studio next week?
Oh, buddy. Book me. I'm ready to rock with it, bud. Ready to rock.
We appreciate you, Jake. Thank you, my man.
Hey, go Yankees, baby.
Right,
Let's go. Let's go.
We can settle down.
Red Sox fan in control of the control.
You can't tell me to fade, Jake. I don't have to do that.
Go.
October does it for you.
Let's go. This man acting like he Sacramento. He got a Knicks hat, like to the.
Why are you trying to prove yourself to Jake?
Well, and then no, hold on,
John.
hold on. So you got your Knicks hat, and then what are you doing this weekend?
I'm going to the A's game.
The A's versus who?
The A's versus the Yankees.
Okay. All right.
Somebody
Just
asked to go to the game.
What hat are you gonna wear?
Yeah, no, you're not gonna wear Yankees hat after Sacramento A's this.
Yeah.
Sacramento A's that.
Yeah.
They're not.
If it was the Yankees versus the Sacramento A's in the ALCS, who you rooting for?
They're not ours.
Wow.
They're not even playing.
This dude right here.
Yeah.
Bro,
Look at this
let me ask
dude
you
right
this. Let me ask you
here.
this. You guys heard Manfred. Are they playing the games here?
Hey,
in the ALCS? They ain't even playing here.
Kenny may not be LA, but he's damn sure New York.
No, he absolutely is. He, you know what he
love
is?
for New York City.
What he's not? He ain't Sacramento.
What are you talking about?
Sacramento.
Why would you say something like that?
Sac Republic been playing, haven't got no mention lately. It's been all Knicks.
Well, look, I was thinking about something because, I think about all right, well, James, A's might dive into the Kings budget and Kings notoriety, and I was like, nah, maybe it's Sac State. And the other day I was thinking, poor Republic.
Yeah,
and poor Republic. I gotta check my boys out, man.
I lost to the Earthquakes the other day.
I
saw they played in the U.S. Open Cup.
Yeah, they lost. It's over with.
I gotta check my boy Roro. I gotta check my boys out, man.
I think part of the problem with the Republic is
second division soccer.
Well, but they've been promised so much more and have had the rug pulled out from them multiple times.
Stadium, MLS.
Yeah,
this,
would it
this,
be a
and that.
little bit different if any of that stuff hadn't happened? But because it's always like, no, it's something grander, it's something bigger, it's something grander. Even after it all falls apart, there's still, choose my words properly, there's still people going to television outlets saying, no, we're still going to do the stadium and we're still going to do this and it's still going to, and it's like, man, get your sorry ass out of here.
Yeah, we've been hearing about that for a minute.
The best thing that's ever happened is they've moved on from those people.
Yeah, and that now
you got Sky River running things. Right.
Now things are getting done.
You had to get the right people in charge to get things done.
Straight up.
But again, so many times those fans have had the rug pulled out from underneath them. The city regarding that team has had the rug pulled out from underneath them.
Yeah. I hear you.
You had an exercise you wanted to do for the top 10 players.
I did.
Did I understand this correctly?
Yeah. Before I do that, though, I just want to let everybody know the Prize Pick lineup will be up.
Oh, great.
It will be up.
Hopefully
and I'm going
better
all
than yesterday's.
Yankees, Sacramento A's today, baby. No basketball, all Yankees, Sacramento A's because the Yankees are in town. So I got it all baseball. Of course, we got Aaron Judge and more than a half hit. That's a goblin. So I went more. Then we got my boy Jacob Wilson. That's my boy. This guy, you could he could hit a bullet. You could.
Yeah.
He could hit a bullet.
He'll get
Like
a
he's
true
not
home run.
missing.
True
My
home
boy
run.
Jacob Wilson, he makes contact. They got him at half a walk. That's a demon. Give me more. He's got a great batter's eye.
Demon.
Great batter's eye. Then we got my boy Beto. They got him at 4 strikeouts. I went less. The Bronx Bombers, they're not going to not make contact. So I went less with that. And then my guy, Lawrence Butler, half a total base. It's a goblin. Give me more. I just got to take the money. Just got to take the money. It's there. I'm taking it. So that's the lineup. I'm posting it on the socials. Put in the promo code KIFM. Get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win. Just put in the promo code KIFM. That gets you $50 instantly. Must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks. Run your game. Securing the Bagley is on the board.
Securing the game. He's on the board.
My op, but I'm fair.
Who's that in his biopic? Who's this new person? Who's this?
That's Quincy Doobie. Where you been at, bro?
Oh, Lord.
Securing is on the board.
Secure your game. Who's in the lead?
Run your shame.
Who's in the lead right now? Is it still Zabo, Johnny G? Who's
Zabo's still in the lead.
Okay.
He's got 9. Johnny is next with 5. Zay, he had a good week. I think he got 1 this week. So shout out to him.
Filthy McNasty somewhere in there.
Filthy McNasty got his first win a couple days ago. So he is on the leaderboard. Norm Will is on there as well. Maxwell, who they didn't think was real, he's on there.
He's here and there.
And Soren's got 1. And now securing.
You're leaving in 11 minutes. Do you want to do this exercise or you just want to keep talking about this fraudulent run your game league that you've hijacked from Zabo? One of the hardest workers in the chatty house.
I want to ask you guys this question. If you, Garland, Mobley, and Hunter participate in shoot around, developing story here on ESPN 1320. If you had to
Mitchell does not look confident right now.
I also love that you said it's a developing story here on ESPN 1320.
Well,
like we just didn't read that off the TV screen and
We're
just broke the news. That's developing news here.
They aren't watching.
Right.
They're listening to us. So
That's
you
a
heard
good
that
point.
here on ESPN 1320.
That's a good point.
If you guys had to rank the top 10 players in the playoffs right now, who would you guys have? Like collectively, let's go through that. Jokic is at 1.
Well, based on what they're doing in the playoffs right now, or just like always been that dude, like career or postseason right now.
Like
Okay.
if you had to rank them right
Postseason-
now,
postseason
whatever
right now.
criteria you want, but
Okay.
they have to be playing right now.
Yeah.
Jokic at 1. SGA at 2.
I think I put Jalen at number 2.
Yeah, I'm surprised Jalen wasn't 1.
Yeah, I think I'd put Jalen at. Are you? I don't know if you were
that's
asking me
fair.
or telling me.
I'm
I
asking,
think
I'm
I'd put Jalen at number 2.
Jalen,
Not trying to diminish
Jalen ahead of
SGA
SGA.
in for me, like what
sure.
Jalen has done this postseason, and that's what we're talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
For what Jalen has done this postseason is really, really stood out to me. I feel like he's been incredible.
He's doing this on the highest stage.
He's been incredible.
The champs. Yeah,
that's fair. I'm not gonna argue with that one. Brunson at 2, SGA at 3.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Donovan.
No, they losing, bro. Brother, they 0-2.
I think you know where I'm going. You're not going to like it. Yeah, that's fine.
I disagree with
that's fine.
I know where you're going. You know, guys on the same damn page.
Are we?
We're on the same page.
Yeah, I think I'd put Ty next.
We set the pace.
Well, settle down, Leezy.
Sorry.
I think I'd put Tyrese next.
He's had the big
Tyrese has
been
been he's had.
That's just my opinion.
No, that's fine. I feel bad. I mean, Donovan. I feel like Donovan, you know, at least in these last 2 games, is just trying to get something out of his team. You called him out in series 1, not him, them. You called them out in series 1 before they blew out
just
the rest of the Miami the rest of the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what has Donovan done this postseason? Like they beat up a bad Miami team, and now
he's
they're down 0-2 against.
He's scoring a lot.
He's broken Milwaukee team.
He's scoring a lot.
Yeah,
but for me, what Ty did against Giannis, specifically Giannis on those final plays, and then I mean, Ty is his status has gone up for me.
So
I'd put Ty next
on our list that we've created. I gave you guys Brunson. I'm not going to give you Ty. So we'll go Donovan, Ty.
No, it's not. It's 2 versus 1. What are you talking about?
That's 5, right?
That's not how democracy works, sir.
Yeah.
Was this the electoral college?
Yeah.
I gave you guys Brunson at 2.
You didn't give us anything. We said Brunson was second.
His vote's bigger. He's California.
Well, and what? I'm sorry. Now you're against the Knicks?
Yeah, Maine. My vote counts more. Vermont.
Wow. Well, okay, pal, you're Florida. So how does that feel?
Don't be
California.
No, you're Florida. California's the most irrelevant state in the whole election. You're Florida.
We got the most electoral college votes.
And it doesn't matter.
Well,
you're Florida.
We got
Florida, man.
So after that,
so let me write these down. Did we go? Who was number 1? Jokic. Yeah.
Brunson 2.
Jokic, Brunson. Yep.
And y'all said SGA.
SGA.
No.
Well, not
SGA's not even 3.
Oh yeah. SGA is 3. I'm sorry. SGA is 3.
Then we got to 4, and we said how.
And then Ty is 4.
Ty's not 4. Donovan's 4.
And then Donovan's 5.
Just lost.
And then Donovan's 5.
So I actually
you haven't gotten to your boy yet.
Well, this was almost a setup, right? Because is my boy falling like that? If we did this a week ago, he'd be like top 3.
Who's your boy?
Ant-Man.
Oh Lord! Well, I forgot about Ant-Man.
Who are you talking about?
No, you're talking about Tatum.
Talk about JT. All of a sudden, JT. Am I right? If we would have done this a week ago, Tatum probably no further down than 3.
So Tatum missed the game because of the wrist. Yeah, I think he just missed 1. Came back, and I think he was scoring like 30. Like he was killing it. But it's not like an indictment.
But I'm not even saying anybody's wrong. I'm just saying.
I also don't think it's an indictment. Like, look at Jokic is as consistent as they go. Brunson is having a phenomenal postseason.
Yes.
SGA is just building upon the MVP regular season that he had.
Right.
You know, Ty Donovan, like, I don't know. I feel like even if Jason Tatum was killing it, he wouldn't even get credit for it.
Well, that's what we're here to do.
So would you put so let me ask you this then. You put Tatum next or Anthony Edwards? Wow. So Ant-Man at 6.
Okay.
And then Tatum at 7. The Tomb?
That was wild.
Why they call that
disrespectful?
I don't know.
Damn, Tatum 7. So this was a whole setup because I heard this conversation and I was like, damn, I wonder if that's like what it is after these 2 games. Because am I right? Like after a week ago, before the series started, he'd be top 3, right? Probably
top 3. I still don't think he'd be top 3. He did miss a game in a first round series.
Yeah, and he put him away though.
No, he did.
Put away a young Magic team.
He'd be ahead of Halliburton.
No, he wouldn't.
Yeah, he would.
No, he wouldn't.
Why do you hate
Halliburton?
Halliburton?
He started a week ago.
Why do you hate
No, he
Halliburton?
I know he'd be ahead of him. Tatum would be ahead of him.
No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't.
He'd be ahead of Halliburton.
Okay. No, he wouldn't.
He'd be top 3. And now 2
No,
games later.
No, he wouldn't.
2 games later.
He'd be top 3. So who are you taking out?
You're
not taking out Brunson. That'd be crazy.
It'd probably be SGA.
Wow.
Probably SGA. SGA probably be 4. Tatum would be 3.
I don't think I trust anything you say.
I don't know, man.
I don't know about you, bro. You a little suspect right now. I
And then
don't like none of
a
this.
A week ago,
What's that shit?
A week ago, Steph was still playing.
Yeah,
well, yeah, but Stephen, yeah.
Where's Fred Van?
SGA just averaging 29.7 points per game.
How much is that? Well, now it's tough to tell now because he didn't have a 13-point game. Jesus.
Well, give me a minute. Let me look. Don't imagine
How much did he average in that Magic series?
Oh, calm down. What do I look like? Will Z over here? Tatum is that 26.8.
I'm just not impressed with them.
I'm going for the Knicks, but I need my boy to play better, man.
How can I wonder if I can see the series versus New York.
I got you. Give me a second. Give me 2 seconds.
How is that possible? How many? No, that might be the regular season. Hang on.
Give me 2 seconds. I got you.
Okay.
I'm gonna find it right now. In that Magic.
I can tell you this: Orlando 36, 37,
he
35.
Averaged 31.3 in that series. 31.3, 11.3 rebounds, 5.3 assists.
Okay. You put Anthony Edwards above him. Do you want to change your mind?
Oh no. Man.
Why is Tatum treated this way?
Oh no.
You know why?
We got to stop.
It's because he's light skinned.
No.
That's why Tatum he's treated like Ty Jerome out there. And I say it hard.
We got to stop doing my boy Tatum like this, man. All right, no, look. Okay, look. I'm putting Tatum ahead of Ant-Man.
Here's the thing.
What about Donovan?
What's the big playoff moment
Donovan's
Tatum has had like this year? Like I can't think of like a big moment he's had yet.
I mean, he still averaged 31 in that series. He was averaging 31 and 11 and 5. He could do that all on no big moments. That's crazy. I'm putting
Donovan 29.3 a game.
I'm putting. I can't do that though. I'll put him ahead of Ant-Man. I'm gonna show some respect to my boy.
Yeah, even Ant had his moment against the Lakers. Like he was balling on them.
So now the top players are Jokic, Brunson, SGA, Ty, Donovan, Jason Tatum, Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
Who's after Anthony Edwards then?
Now we're getting into like
Russell Westbrook.
Aaron Gordon.
I was gonna say, you know who's really maybe Siakam.
Yeah.
So I just looked at Siakam's like 18 points per game. It's about what Ty's at.
You know who I've been kind of impressed, game one aside, is Chet Holmgren. I felt like he played really well in the Memphis series. I could be wrong. I'm not looking at numbers.
You stayed there. Yeah.
I thought in game 3 he got him back from being down 25. I feel like Chet Holmgren's played really well. Maybe he's not top 10, but he's had a decent post.
Jimmy?
Yeah.
Jimmy has some moments. Yeah. Jimmy has some moments.
Jimmy's about 18.4.
Is your boy on there? Jamal.
No.
No.
You don't even know what he's doing.
I'm not even looking.
I'm with you, D-Lo. We ain't worried about Jamal. Me and D-Lo in sync right now. We ain't worried about Jamal Murray.
We'll come back. We have we'll continue to talk postseason. What's been the biggest story so far? We'll talk about that. KC is stepping out. CeeLo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Appreciate y'all and securing. I'm just joking. You're not my op, bro. You're not my op.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
Oh snap!
You're not my op, securing.
KC, you done for the day?
Yeah, I gotta go.
Man, when you're a star, you only have to work.
Oh man.
You only have to work.
Oh man.
3 hours a day.
All right. Dang. Who we got up in here? John Bull. But now that A's game that's gonna be lit, man. If you're able to go to that, it's a movie. Yep. That's the thing, man. I'll be sad. I'd be having to meet sometimes for Kings games. I'll be like, hey, man, I'm trying to go. Blah, blah, blah. They're like, oh, I ain't got no tickets.
Yankees game is a tough ticket.
All right.
It is a tough ticket. I know we'll be there for that Giants game.
Yeah, you said that's 4th of July, right? Yeah, I'll go to that. I'm going to talk to somebody. Be like, Sean. Yep. All right, man. Hey, have fun this weekend. I'm going to try.
Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there, man. Happy Mother's Day. Love y'all.
We got here. Where's the block button for Stephen Brown?
Oh, come on.
just off tops.
Leave Stephen Brown alone.
Steve. Remember, his name's just Steve. Yes, sir. This was fun. This was a good day. Yeah, don't forget the hat.
Yes, sir.
It ain't cheap. Yeah.
Jesse, I'm gonna get that to you tonight. I'm gonna work on getting it in the drive.
Hey, Weezy 80, you my cousin and all that, brother, but I can't be having all them carbs, bro. I'm trying to cut back on all that. Leezy, do you have any impressions? I do. The only impression I can do is Pharrell on the bench, and it hurts to do. So I don't know if y'all want to hear that. Nah, I'm not gonna do it. Come on, chat. This is your moment. Y'all be in here talking and talking. This is your moment to shine. John Bull, I'm not starting Chipotle Fridays. I'm trying to stay away from that. Who we got? Let me scroll down. Leezy, will you sneak me an extra scoop of chicken or steak? I will not. I do not be getting double. It costs more. I do not have money like that. We got. Oh, what's up, Tila? What's my favorite restaurant? Rest Dog? Hey, I love Paisanos out in Elk Grove in Midtown. I love Italian food. So I go there, or sometimes I go to Revolution Wine. Shout out to D-Lo. But
it's a good spot.
It is a good spot. It's a nice little day spot, you know?
It's a good spot.
Yeah. Casey did.
Do me a favor. Move right there.
Okay.
If you want to hang out, move right there. That'll make the optics a little better.
His is already on. Oh, what's up? Oh, here we go. Nah, I'm not gonna do that one, Aldrin J. Who is your favorite big man of all time? Pause. Growing up liking Carmelo and the Nuggets, I like Marcus Camby a lot. He was cool.
That's crazy. Is Backlash this weekend for real?
That's just
wow. That's crazy. I had no idea. We got about 40 seconds or so, 50 seconds.
I was telling you, D-Lo, I'm not caught up on wrestling, man. I used to really love it.
Neither, bro.
I was a Jericho-holic. He wasn't even selling me on AEW. I was like, I'm good.
All right, man. Close this joint out.
Yeah, the list was classic Russ. That was a good moment for Jericho. That was cool. You just made the list.
Yeah, that was good stuff. All right, Casey had to step out to get to an appointment. It's the one that he left for that he thought he had yesterday and then returned shortly thereafter. He actually has it. Can't even get in Chatty House by his own family, man. Tough look. But Leezy hanging out. Leezy doing a whole ass radio show today.
I know I didn't expect all this, but it's been cool so far.
You can stay. You can come and go whenever you want, man. We just hanging out talking. Couldn't sell Kenny on Tyrese though. We were building a list of the top players in the playoffs so far. Jokic was number 1, Brunson number 2, SGA. You and I put Ty at number 4.
Yeah, Donovan.
Donovan, yeah, Tatum and Ant after that. Tatum really actually is having a good postseason. I just think Tatum is looked at really weird, partly because I mean I don't know why. I don't know if it's his demeanor.
Yeah, a lot of people think Tatum's cringe for whatever reason. They don't like how he's always paying.
I know why. It's because he does and says some weird stuff.
Honest question: do you think being a Celtic has anything to do with it?
Absolutely.
Honestly, I think that's what it comes down to.
Yeah, it's like it would probably be the case if he was a Laker, but if he was with the Orlando Magic,
he'd be the greatest match.
I don't think it'd be the same thing. But when you're on a prestigious franchise like the Boston Celtics, yeah, like it's heightened. And then I don't think I don't think there are bigger personalities in sports than basketball players. Like you see them, they're constantly in the forefront versus NFL players who they've got helmets on. Like you don't really know much about them in the league. They keep it that way. They gatekeep. That's what they want it to be. I don't know anything about Tatum.
I don't either. And that's the thing.
Like
he was in starting 5 and I'm still like,
except for Deuce.
That's it. His son, he loves Deuce.
Yeah. Like I don't even know what type of person he seems like. A pretty like quiet, reserved. He seems like a sweet guy. Yeah, like
he's not bad at all. Yeah.
That's it. Like that. I don't know what to say about him. And I think sometimes we want, especially athletes who are the caliber of Jason Tatum. It's like, nah, he needs to be a killer. Yeah, dog. Not everybody is a killer. He needs to be Kobe Bryant. Nah, bro. Like Kobe is always referenced for his mentality, his work ethic, all of those different things, because he's literally the one.
He's it. Yeah.
He's the one.
Yeah. And that's on the opposite end of Tatum is like a person like Ant-Man. Everyone loves Ant because he's outgoing. He'll speak, he'll talk that talk, and he has the big moments. But so as Tatum, it's really the criteria on Tatum's a lot harder.
Great point in the chatty house too. He went to Duke.
Well,
and that's always gonna like people. If people have their feelings about the Celtics, they're gonna have feelings about Duke.
Yeah,
they always do. And that game 3 gets underway here in just a little over an hour. The Cavs at the Pacers. I don't know why I tied that into Jason Tatum. I'm thinking about
following the show. That's why.
Yeah, I get. Thank you. That's what I was doing. Cavs at Pacers following the show.
Hey, to just the other day, I think you guys were asking like big moments Tatum has had, and I always remember the Game 7 or whatever when he went up against LeBron, he chest bumped him or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like Tatum has big moments. He's won a chip.
Yeah,
he's
that's the one Jesse brought up. I think.
That's
right?
what
that
I always think of.
Year.
Well, it's like the Lebertard clip that KC showed us yesterday. Like, play that clip. Like Lebertard was kind of talking him out of his ass right there. Like he does no moments. The whole prove to me your championship. Like who else needs to do that?
Well,
and hold on, he was talking about like Brunson, like has done this and that. Like Brunson hasn't even accomplished like half the things that Tatum has already.
Yeah.
So it's like, why is the Brunson getting this? Like, why do guys like Brunson get put ahead of Tatum when Tatum does have moments? He's got a ring and stuff like that.
They've all of that stuff works a year ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, he moved the goalpost though. He just now proves to me like my bigger point. I guess like these guys just don't like Tatum is what it comes down to.
And that's the thing. Like you can't have a narrative about somebody and then they go win a championship and go, well,
yeah,
you know, he didn't win the MVP.
Yeah,
great. Steph went to a bunch of finals, won them, and didn't win the MVP until the last one.
Yeah, telling me prove to me you're a champion and then bringing up Jalen Brunson in the same sentence as if like you're not him is like that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, it doesn't. Brunson hasn't even been in the finals. Like, come on. But Brunson's perceived as this killer and this crazy scorer. Yeah.
Very and the energy around Tatum is odd. It's very odd. And then I knew he had the run after the wrist injury of like it was just 30 points, like he had been killing it.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think I realized he's averaging 29.6 7 or whatever it is on the postseason so far. Yeah. But none of that really matters. The fact that they're down 0-2 to the New York Knicks, that's what matters.
That's the story.
That's the story. Yeah. And, when you look at moments, that have happened here in the postseason, Tatum's going to need to have a moment here.
That's what I was saying. We were talking about like who can benefit the most from this postseason, and we talked about SGA and Tyrese and all that, but I think Tatum really could. If he can come back in this series and prove to people like he's that guy, that would be big for him. Even though he shouldn't have to prove it.
Yeah, but and that's so I posed that question and wondered right as I said it to what Jesse just said. Are they just gonna move the goalpost again? Because it genuinely seems like they don't like him. Yeah. And it's not because he's a bad guy or whatever it is. I just think they can't figure him out. And because they, meaning like the collective basketball media, even basketball fans, because they don't have something that you could, what characteristic trait do you point to? Like LeBron, oh, he's the greatest. Yeah. Fine. Yeah. Kobe Bryant, oh man, is
Mamba mentality.
Yeah. Jokic, just like, what do you say about Tatum, except he's really, really good?
Yeah, he doesn't have a thing to attach to him. Like with Brunson, he's been this great scorer, all that. He's the Knicks. That's the whole thing you can connect this to.
Mm-hmm.
Ant-Man, his personality and how great he is. Even a guy like Luka. Luka doesn't have the biggest personality, but his game, and now with the Lakers and all that. Tyrese, we know Tyrese is outgoing. He'll be on everybody's podcast. Different players, you have different things you can attach them to and market them to and like about them. But I don't think Tatum has that. And it's unfortunate because he has so much great moments in the playoffs and he's done so much. And he's so accomplished.
I feel like before he would have just been labeled like he's just a guy who wins, I guess. Like, yeah, it's not flashy, but like ever since he's gotten to the league, like he took that Celtics team to these conference finals and stuff like that. Like he's not flashy, but he impacts the Celtics in a way where they're just constantly winning. You throw in Derek White and stuff like that, but you take Tatum off, it's not going to work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point, Jesse.
If the Celtics lose this series, what's their offseason look like?
We're just fast forwarding, I guess, to what it could look like next offseason. Like you're trying to move off of Kristaps Porzingis, Drew Holiday, stuff like that first. And I don't think you're trying to move off of Jaylen Brown or anything like that. You want to keep him and Tatum together.
But you have to rebuild. Like you're still trying to have a championship team with those two guys, aren't you?
Tatum and Brown you're always going to be at least bare minimum a playoff team, I think, with those guys.
Yeah, but you're not trying to be a playoff team. You're trying to be a championship team.
And then you could do like you keep Derek White around, Peyton Pritchard playing point guard, Derek White starting at the 2, and then Tatum Brown entered center. That's still a really good team.
Does all of this happen whether they win or lose? Like, even if they beat the Cavs, what if they win the championship?
Maybe you start with Porzingis if they win.
Start with moving Porzingis.
Yeah.
Don't they have new ownership too?
Mm-hmm.
Like, isn't that a concern too? Because sometimes you get new owners and they come in.
They've kind of like the plan before and after is still to make moves and stuff because it's not about paying the money. It's about losing your first round pick. So that stuff getting tied up because the new owners, like they asked, this game gets reported that they wanted Brad Stevens around for this and stuff like that. So I don't think they're going to try going backwards or anything like that, but like now you're going to try and get out of those holes, I guess.
Okay. I'm just making sure. I don't want this to be a Phoenix Suns situation.
Kristaps Porzingis' absence does feel like a big deal. Maybe that's just overstating because they're losing.
Maybe it helps with Mitchell Robinson, but it's not why they've lost, I think.
Yeah.
What if the Cavs lose?
If the Cavs lose, then it's gonna go with that narrative everyone's had against them that they weren't that great from the beginning.
Yeah, I think we all just move on from them.
Yeah,
no one cares
about them.
No one cares. Unfortunately, no
one seems like, oh yeah, the Cavs could win a title. It's just all right. Maybe they show up or not.
Well, yeah,
right or wrong, I think that's going to be the narrative.
You still have like a solid core of players. You had 64 wins.
Yeah.
Do you go for Kevin Durant? Do you look for?
Was there talk of trading Darius Garland before the season?
Yeah,
I'm misremembering. Maybe you go back to that then.
Yeah, I mean they have a great squad. They have their 2 big men. You have your star in Mitchell. You have a great up-and-coming player in Garland. You have the pieces, and they brought a new coach, and he really unlocked them. But people just aren't taking them serious for whatever reason.
I don't know what they're missing.
I think you do have to switch it up if you do lose in the second round.
Yeah, Garland,
if you're Cleveland.
Yeah, because I could care less that you won 60-something wins in the regular season. You're in the same postseason ending every year now.
But you have to identify why. how do you win 64 games in the regular season and then in this scenario get eliminated?
Donovan Mitchell needs a better running partner.
And
that would be it.
And so that's where we're at, right? Like you have Evan Mobley, the defensive player of the year. I'm a huge believer in Jared Allen. I like Jared Allen a lot, but I also think he's probably a piece that you could attach in a trade.
Yeah.
But you may have to be. We keep talking about teams like the Houston Rockets and some of those teams, being aggressive with these maybe. We've even had the conversation about the Golden State Warriors being aggressive this offseason. Cleveland might be a team that needs to be aggressive this offseason to find Donovan a guy to like a true running mate. I don't know if that's Kevin Durant or what it is, but you got to find someone for Donovan to run with. So if you lose Darius Garland, he doesn't have to go for 48.
Yeah.
For you to go for 48 and a loss.
Yeah. No, like you said, do you think if they get KD, that'll put them over? Do you think that'll be the missing piece for them?
I don't know what Cleveland's missing. Like, I feel like they have, and maybe it's unfair to just saying they're missing, because Garland's out, Mobley's out, like they're missing healthy guys. That's a factor. And I don't know if they'll use that going into the offseason. Like, we lost 2 starters in a huge rotational piece, during this series. We can't look too down on what we did.
Yeah.
There's probably at least a little bit of validity to that. It's the Doc Rivers, Kendrick Perkins thing. We're still undefeated with our starting 5.
Yeah.
Like, I understand why you hang on to that. But if you're Cleveland, you probably can't afford to be wrong.
Yeah, that could really set you back. If you try to make a move and then it doesn't work out, and it's like, oh, well, you gave
or you don't.
Well,
you don't make a move and you hang on that. Garland's out, Mobley's out. You hang on that, and then all of a sudden the new season comes around. Next season comes around, and you fall short. Yeah. You're not there.
Yeah,
it's a tough. It's probably to your point, it's probably a gamble either way.
Yeah, because you don't want to give up on a guy like Garland because he is a good player and all that, but at the same time, you don't want to be complacent. We've kind of seen that here. Sometimes you got to take that next step, and sometimes you got to gamble.
Well, you also don't want to be redundant either. Like, we wondered if the Garland Mitchell thing would work, and it did. And I think a big reason that it worked is Mitchell. I think Donovan's season, maybe it wasn't an MVP caliber season, but I thought he had a brilliant season.
Yeah.
In the fact that he obviously kind of took a step back a little bit, and that helped his team thrive.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that was Kenny Atkinson or that was Donovan's own doing, or a meeting of the two, but it worked.
Yeah, no, Cleveland's playing great, and like you said, he's letting other people eat too. Like Evan Mobley had a solid year. Garland, when healthy, plays good. Even Jared Allen, who we like, so letting other people eat and get theirs has helped them. He's, like you say, he's not being too ball dominant.
I'll also be interested to see what the Indiana Pacers do if they lose, whether it's this round or next round.
Yeah.
Because I've kind of looked at this team like their core group, so to speak, is here.
Yeah.
And that's namely Ty and Pascal Siakam. But what do you do next to get you over the top if it's either the Knicks or the Celtics or whoever that wind up getting you?
You probably look at Benedict Matherin's value around the league. I think
someone will take Benedict. He's really good.
I think, he's probably got some potential that's not going to be realized on this team, just given who they got
because
on
of the way it's made
because
up.
they have so much depth and everything else. Like, he needs a place where he can get his points.
And this isn't building. This isn't even retooling. This is like fine tuning.
Yeah.
Like, you're losing in the conference finals or the second round or whatever. You're not unless you're older and really expensive. You're not overhauling your team. You're fine tuning it and trying to figure out what puts us over the top against team A, team B, team whoever.
Yeah. How do we prepare for the Celtics? What are we going to do about the Knicks and their size and their depth? Well, making those moves and adjusting your team. Yeah.
And it feels like this could wind up being one of the weirdest off seasons ever, with the Kevin Durant stuff, with the potential stuff that might happen with the Boston Celtics and them moving
Riley
off.
Today was talking about they're going to make moves
too.
too.
Yeah. He's talking about they're going to retool it. Yeah. They're going to make some changes in Miami. We'll see what he does.
He wouldn't rule out trading for an aging star, I believe.
Yeah.
All right, Grandpa.
It looks like Bam isn't happy there either.
Well, why would he be?
He shouldn't be. That's why I get so mad when people get mad at Jimmy. It's like, dude,
Man,
Pat's not doing nothing.
Do we add Bam's name to the list of guys that might get traded this offseason?
I don't think so. I think no, because Pat Riley talked about it today. Like Tyler Hero and Bam are still like their guys, but they're gonna try to make other moves.
They gotta do something.
You don't trade Bam, I don't think.
Bam is super valuable.
He talked about not trying to rebuild. It's not a long-term process. They're still trying to win. So yeah, they're not trading Bam from what he was talking.
I'll give Rouse the benefit of the doubt too, because it's not like they didn't try. Like they tried to get Dame.
They tried. Yeah.
They just couldn't get him out of spite. It's not like they were just like, nah. Mm-hmm. They had an offer for him, a pretty decent offer.
They were trying to give up Tyler.
And they just couldn't land him. So I don't like it's not like they were just, Monty McNair in it and we're hanging out not doing anything. They were trying to get the deal done. That was an uncalled for shot at Monty McNair.
Hey, we want to be flexible. What's Monty's thing you always say?
What was it? Flexible and
stability, or what was it?
But I don't remember. I remember maintain and improve, and I can't remember what the flexible line. It was something about money, financial. I don't remember.
I don't know. James knows.
I don't. James definitely knows. He probably heard it 1,000 times.
Yes.
He definitely did. But man, when you look at
to your point, this offseason maybe being crazy, Giannis is another person you got to think about because everything going on in Milwaukee.
Well, that's the thing. Like Giannis, and then you wonder, it's a longer play, but does someone, and I'm sure the answer is emphatically yes, ask about Dame. Not with the idea of Dame's going to help us, right? It's just like, hey, you're done, right?
Yeah.
What's this look like? How can we make this move?
Yeah.
And you basically just sit on your hands and wait.
What's a team with a really bad what's a team with a player with a bad contract that could use a year off from Dame? Is there a team that needs to move off of a bad deal with a player who I guess is like a John Wall for Westbrook type of deal is what I'm thinking.
When you want to swap the money.
Because you're not trading for Dame Lillard if you're a contender.
No, not anymore.
At least you're not doing it this season.
Not to derail things, but another person I was even thinking about was Joel Embiid. What's going on with the 76ers and the mess they got going over there?
Stay his ass in Philadelphia.
He ain't going nowhere.
Like, if you're okay, let's say you try Giannis and it doesn't work. If you're Houston, can you try to turn the Fred VanVleet team option into Dame Lillard, knowing Dame's not going to play for you this year?
No. Yeah, if I'm a contender, at least I'm not trading for Dame this season.
Does KD okay, this is a multi-layered question. Was Houston really a contender this year?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, like I don't want to disrespect them. Like they were the second seed, I think, and all that. Like
you have had no problem disrespecting Cleveland all year.
The city.
Well,
the thing with Houston was young. People were surprised. We always talk about timelines. We were surprised at this point how they progressed this fast.
Does Kevin Durant make Houston a contender?
1,000%. Yeah, of course. He's exactly what they need.
Definitely.
Okay. All right.
They need someone. They need someone they can go to when things get tight. Because Şengün wasn't ready. Jalen,
I guess they weren't
ready.
Yeah, they weren't contenders if looking back at it. Because I don't really believe in Şengün as a guy who's going to lead you anywhere.
Still developing.
Yeah, he's not ready yet.
They're not ready yet.
He's close though.
He's there.
Does dead serious? Does DeMar make them better?
No. Like tomorrow, like if I'm gonna get a score, I need a guy who can shoot threes, like consistently.
Okay, I got you.
At least for Houston,
I got you. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he makes them better.
Who does DeMar make better? Like
every time we talk to DeMar, my mind just goes to the Clippers every time.
Just send him back to LA.
Yeah,
play with his homies.
Maybe Miami.
He should have been on Miami earlier. If they would have got him, they still had Jimmy, that would have been good. You have
they
someone
didn't
to
have
go
the money.
They would have had to. They
would have had to execute that trade that Sacramento did, or something like what Sacramento did.
Yeah,
and they would have had to have found a suitor that had cap space. San Antonio was a suitor for Harrison Barnes, and they had cap space. And San Antonio knew no matter this ain't our year.
No.
We know that.
Yeah, they know.
It's all good.
They know what time it was.
We need a good little solid player here to work out.
Z throws in says he had an article on it. DeRozan from McCollum, wrote an idea for DeRozan from McCollum trade.
I mean, McCollum can knock down the three. We've seen him light up the Kings. McCollum still got juice in the tank.
I need to know what the Kings are doing though.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like if they acquired CJ or just?
Well, yeah, like it's just like what's the plan? Who are they running it with? It's Sabonis here, Levine. Like what's the plan? Like
Sabonis,
again, is it
Levine,
just
McCollum.
are they running it back and it's just going to trade DeMar?
Okay, so looking at positions. Clearly, we got to get Will Z on the show next week. Looking at positions, if you swap DeMar and CJ, are the Kings immediately better just because of the position need?
I would say they're better because he can knock down a three.
It's about the same for me. You're still playing team, perennial playing team.
No, they weren't even that this year. Well, I guess they were a playing team, but a 40-42 playing team.
Still no point guard either.
Yeah. That's the thing with the Kings. So, like going into the offseason, like what's the plan? Are they retooling, starting over?
Well, they're not starting over.
They're not
Like
gonna
this
start.
team is absolutely not starting over. I don't know, like they're not fine tuning, the expression we were using earlier. Maybe it is a retool. Maybe it is a. I don't know what it is. Jesse said, I need to know what they're doing. I have no idea what they're going to do. So I don't know what the right answer is. The one thing I don't think they're not going to trade everybody.
No.
Like, it's not like, oh, DeMar is gone, Domas is gone, Keegan's gone. Like, I don't think they're doing all of that. I do think Keegan Murray winds up getting an extension this offseason. I don't know what for dollar figure. I don't think DeMar DeRozan is a Sacramento King next year.
No.
I think the most fascinating one to watch is what happens with Domantas Sabonis.
How comfortable do you feel with Valanciunas as your starting center?
Yeah, not great. I mean, like for
82 games.
Yeah. No, like I
like. Do you think you could get something for? And I guess if you're comfortable enough with Valanciunas, like, do you think you can get something? Do you think Sabonis is valuable enough to where you can get
if you got
players
something
that can have impact?
If you got okay, so if you're able to do that,
Yeah.
then I'm fine with Valanciunas. But Valanciunas is a starting center in the league.
Thank you. Yeah.
But if you're using Domas to fill the obvious gaps in the roster,
You're not like bringing in Michael Bridges for Domas or anything, but like like you said, you're filling it.
that'd be amazing.
Yeah, yeah.
If that happens.
Yeah, that doesn't happen, but that would be amazing.
It would.
Yeah, Domas in New York, that would go great.
Good luck.
that
Good
that
luck, buddy.
would go terrific. Yeah, I don't hate Valanciunas being the starting center, just as long as the return for Domas fills out some of these different spots that the Sacramento Kings need to do.
Yes.
Whether it's the long coveted 3-and-D or athletic wing or whatever terminology people want to use, or it's the point guard or a combination of both or whatever. I think that works.
You can find a point guard, whether you want to get a veteran or a young guy. You can find a point guard. There's someone out there, but getting that 3-and-D wing, that's the harder one.
Can we sign Russell Westbrook?
Jesse.
No, nobody. Nobody.
I'm out.
Okay. Hey, Russ is doing his thing.
Man
He's
out
cooking
here
for the
doing his thing in Denver.
He's
and y'all
cooking for them.
But he's in his he's thriving in whatever this next chapter is for him.
He should retire a Denver Nugget.
He should. Like, he's playing great. He's their X factor. When he plays
Well,
good,
what do you mean? He should retire this season, or he should just finish his career with Denver?
I guess whenever the Nuggets say they're done with him, might just be time to wrap it up.
I feel like that's going to be this year. I don't know that they're going to bring him back for another. So that's another team. Like, what's Denver do? I think we already had questions about Denver to begin with. Let's say this thing ends with the Oklahoma City Thunder, to fit the theme of what we were talking about with Boston and Cleveland. What does Denver do?
Maybe Denver, you work with Gordon, Murray, and Jokic still, but you try to see if you can get some lower level role players that can just kind of get you back to that depth where you're just back to being successful.
You're really trying to move off Michael Porter Jr.
You can get something.
That's part of the one. Yeah, I think
he's
that's
young.
But why do you?
That makes most sense.
But he's perpetually injured.
18 points per game. Maybe he's not injured for us.
Shoots
the three ball well.
Man, that's the phrase right there. Yeah. Maybe he's not injured for us.
That happens a lot with players. Like, you'll take a risk on somebody because you believe, in our system, he won't get hurt like Zion.
He makes a ton of money too.
Maybe you can get just a couple salaries or whatever that match it.
A ton of money.
He does, but someone will believe like, oh, that's our missing piece. We need like this guy we can go to.
I don't think that's true. I don't think anyone's going to believe Michael Porter Jr. is their missing piece.
He's a good role player.
At 35-ish million. If Domas's contract is bad, and I'm not going to argue with anyone who says it is, Michael Porter Jr.'s contract is not good.
Okay, so I'm just asking just so we can get the answer. He doesn't make sense here, right?
No. Well,
why? I think he does.
Yeah.
The problem, but I mean,
like
problem.
trading for him, making that deal work.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
He makes too much like that for what he offers in that contract here.
Yeah, here.
That doesn't work.
Well, remember at draft day, people were very high on Michael Porter Jr. So
Michael Porter Jr. was the one. He was supposed to be the number one pick.
He was until everyone found out about his back. Yeah.
And then they put that man out there to walk up that stage.
He could barely walk.
Move.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, he could barely walk.
But that was all like legit. Like he was supposed to be the one.
Yes.
And that back injury just chipped away. And then you start to see some semblance of like, oh, okay, now we're starting to see. Yeah. Now we're starting to see this.
And he's in the perfect system for it too, playing with Jokic, setting him up and everything else. And a good coach.
That's good for him. Yeah. But is it good for Denver? Like Denver, and this happens even with teams that are constructed well. You have to constantly move. Mm-hmm. Like this is where the Golden State Warriors deserve a ton of credit. Yes. They just kept moving. Mm-hmm. Whether obviously the 2 timeline thing was a massive failure, but they tried to like keep moving. They used they went and got Chris Paul's, they went and got Chris Paul. They were able to use him, to make deals. They
even this season, they moved on. They tried Schroeder. They tried what's his name, D'Anthony Melton. They just kept moving. They got Jimmy. It worked out for him,
And then they wind up getting Jimmy. They let go of Klay Thompson. Like they make difficult decisions to allow their roster to evolve. That's where the Nuggets are. The Nuggets. It's not that those basketball players are bad. It's just that the collective probably doesn't work anymore. Yeah. Now there's another wild card with Denver though. You blame it on the coach. You've already made a switch there. You could realistically let's bring the guys back with David. Let's bring the guys back with David Adelman and see what it looks like. And if we don't like the direction it's going, of course it's a risk and it might be a bit of a dangerous game, but we don't like the direction it's going, we start to make some changes in February.
The way another team might see it, MPJ might be healthy for us. I think the other side is Denver knows he won't be healthy for them. But I think it's time to move on. Like whether like David Adelman could be the guy still, but I think going into the offseason, if you're still trying to progress, it's probably time to move on from him.
I think that's probably the biggest one.
It's Denver?
Michael Porter Porter Jr. Like the one that could probably net you the most. But you just have to find one. You got to find someone who's in on it.
Yeah, we'll
take it.
We talk about this with Zion. Like he's always hurt for the Pelicans. Someone's got to believe he's got to be healthy for
Someone's going to believe our medical staff is good enough.
That's what I'm saying.
I wish I knew. So I feel like the conversation around Draymond Green. I want to know what happened on the bike. I think it was Draymond who said it, but I don't know for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know who.
Marcus Thompson has something. I think he tweeted about with the video. I think when he's on the bike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So who determined it was a racially charged remark? Was that Draymond or someone else? Do we know?
I'm not sure.
I don't know. I just know somebody said something to him. I don't know if like this Draymond.
Well, yeah, you could see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could see he's clearly having an interaction, but. Yeah. I know MT2 is pretty close with Draymond. Let me see if I can see what Marcus Thompson wrote or tweeted. I assume he was there last night covering this team. Apparently, here's the tweet. Apparently, an incident happened where a fan was ejected for hurling a racial slur at Draymond. Perhaps more context behind his post-game statement. That's it. There's nothing else there. Scrolling, just trying to find something else and can't. All right.
Oh.
All right. Well, he's not an angry black man. That's what we know for sure. He does have a 1 minute long reel of violence.
Yeah,
but
he has whole compilations of him out here acting a fool on the court. Putting people in headlocks, flailing his arms, hitting people in the face. Whether it's Fred or whoever, he's always into something, man.
Just non-basketball play on top of non-basketball play on top of non-basketball play. Oh, I want to.
Yeah,
this is
the guy to
This
ask.
is the very rare occasion where I just looked up at the television and said, "I'd love to know what Bob Myers is saying right now."
Defending his guy, probably.
A sentence I have never uttered before. I would love to know what Bob Myers is saying right now about his boy, Draymond Green. There's also the belief that, I don't want to say there's a belief. That's the wrong word. There were rumblings that Bob Myers wasn't a big Draymond Green guy.
Really?
It was Joe Lacob. Joe Lacob was the Draymond Green guy, and he was the one who made sure that Draymond was back for the 4-100, I think it was, or whatever that contract wound up being.
That's going to be another thing. Like pretty soon here, whatever happens at the end of this offseason, people are going to start thinking about, hey, what are we going to do with Draymond? Are we keeping him? We moving him? Because
I don't think that's the thing they're discussing at all.
Really?
Draymond Green will not play for any other basketball team except the Golden State Warriors. If Joe Lacob went to him, and I don't think it could be Mike Dunleavy, it'd have to be Joe Lacob. If Joe Lacob went to him right now and said, "We're looking to move you. We're trading you this offseason."
He retired.
He retires.
Yeah.
He will not play for a basketball team that does not have Steph Curry on it.
Yeah, he'll get exposed real quick.
Absolutely not.
It'll be like last night. He'll be trying to get
He
thrown out the
barely
game.
plays on a team that doesn't have Steph Curry now.
Yeah, he was trying to get thrown out last night.
I don't know that he was, because he executes those same exact plays when Steph Curry's actually in the game. That clip, like I wish I had taken a picture of it when we looked up at the TV. The look on Steph Curry's face 4 minutes into the game was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Now, admittedly, I did feel bad for Steph Curry later. I felt bad for Steph personally because, again, he's 37. His time is winding down. Like he has limited shots here in the postseason, and I do believe this Golden State Warriors team was good.
Yeah, with a healthy Curry, they have an opportunity to make it to the championship and all that and make a run. But like with Draymond being a liability, with Steph being hurt, it's a big hurdle to overcome right now.
But that look on Steph's face was just like, man, this team stinks.
Yeah, he's disgusted.
He's dropped that look like 3 different times this year.
Well, he dropped it after the Sacramento game, the good one, where we actually won and played well.
Was that the FaceTime game?
Yeah. That man he had his hands in his face. Like he was fed up. That was pre-Jimmy.
Yeah. Well, that's why they were terrible pre-Jimmy.
They were awful.
They're awful.
And he knew it. And now he's seeing the team without him.
It's bad. Again.
Not good. Not good, which is crazy because that
game 1 was good. Draymond came out, hit 4 threes.
Mm-hmm.
That was insane. Buddy was playing great, but this game 2, they just did not have it. That game was over before it even started.
It absolutely was.
Yeah.
It absolutely was. That game was a lot like it wasn't as dramatic, but a lot like the Thunder Denver game.
Yeah.
It was over in the first quarter.
Yeah. I remember I was running back home to watch the game. I just got food and the score was out of control. I was like, well, this is already over.
Yeah. The idea that they were going to come back from that. Like I know Warriors fans get frustrated with Steve Kerr, as do I.
I do too.
But I think he said something about it was Draymond Green and somebody. Oh, Jimmy. He was like, I didn't want to put them back out there unless I really believed that the game was gettable. And there are Warriors fans who feel like he waves the white flag a little too quickly. Yeah. But I actually understood. Like there was no chance that group was making a run last night to win that basketball game.
And you don't want to leave them out there and someone else gets hurt,
Well, yeah, and like you also have, it's also call it what it is. Like Draymond's older.
Yep.
Jimmy's older.
Yep.
Yeah, you've got to if you can steal, you have a bad night and you can steal a couple minutes for these guys to rest. You can steal a little bit of time at the end of the game for these guys. Yeah, take it.
Yeah.
Take it. And like Pop said in Friday, you live to fight another day.
You want some of this, old man?
Mm.
No.
No.
No. But yeah, the Warriors, he tried to make a run in the third, but it was over. Man, are the reports out? Is Curry gonna play game 3 or probably not? Probably not.
Curry's not gonna play again. Like there's no report. Like Steph's not playing.
No.
Steph absolutely he. The more that came out before the game last night, it's like Steph's not gonna play. Like we were looking at the calendar to the game 6, and it was 10 days, which is the same time that James Harden, when he hurt his hamstring, and James dragged his dead leg out there to get in credit to him to get through. I think it was game 5, 6, and 7.
Yeah.
You can't do that with Steph.
No.
And and Harden was probably 31 at the time of that, 32 maybe. You can't do that with Steph at 37. You can't do that with Steph, period.
Yeah.
I don't think he plays. I don't even know if this series makes it to game 6 after what we saw the other night. But how long will this do the Cavs survive the weekend?
I think they'll get one. I don't think they're winning tonight, but I think they'll get one. It'll be a gentleman's sweep 4-1. Yeah.
I'm in on the Pacers. I don't like predicting games, but I think the Cavs get both. I think we have.
They're going to win both in Indiana.
I think we have a series, a real series, when we get back here on Monday. Thunder and Nuggets is the other game tonight. This one, of course, in Denver. Great job today.
Oh yeah, today was fun.
3 hours of radio, man. Nice job.
It flew by. Today was great. Kenny got his hat. We had some laughs. It was fun times. Jesse, I'm sorry about the Celtics, but no, today was fun, man.
We appreciate you for being with us. Hit the thumbs up before you go. We got NBA playoff basketball coming up next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. All right, y'all. Y'all know the drill. We got Flashback Friday coming up on 102.5. Complex is mixing, so I have to switch over right now.
Thank you, Chatty House.
Because we have no time to waste. Good stuff. Great job, Leezy.
Hey, appreciate it.
We'll see you guys on Monday, man. Have a great weekend. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there.